take our freedom away. They won't take our freedom. They won't take our freedom away.
Street by street, block by block, taking it all back. The youth immersed in poison, start the tide counterattack. Violence against violence, let the roundups begin. A firestorm to purify the pain that society lives in. A firestorm to purify. A firestorm to purify. A firestorm to purify.
All right, you guys, once again, we got a new record out. It's called Vegan for the Animals, and it's the pure XVX message that this band has always and will always be about: animal liberation, environmentalism, and human rights. All right, this next song is about what the ruling elite who actually run this planet want for us, and it's a Neofeudalism for them. So this song goes out to everybody who will not be a part of the forced march. All right, let's do it.
How's it going, everyone? Last episode, we had a little bit of problem with audio, so you're going to have to hear my intro from last week again. Last month, we reminded some popular political vegan YouTubers that veganism isn't a party platform, a lobbying issue, or a checkbox in the culture war. It's a purely anarchist position. Veganism rejects domination and violence in all its forms, not just when it's convenient for humans. To be vegan is to refuse to fund cruelty, reject subsidies, and withdraw consent from the state's machinery of exploitation. That's anarchism in action. Living without masters or slaves, grounding morality in objective natural law. When framed this way, the message becomes undeniable. Violence against any sentient beings is always immoral, whether it's blessed by a government, a tradition, or a majority vote. They say, never meet your heroes. I say meet them, study them, dissect them, because 9 times out of 10, the polished image they sell online is just a character they play. One by one, the opposed guardians of truth are stumbling, selling out, or crawling back to the swamp they claimed to have escaped. Now we see the carnage of the one great work network, the broken cult of failed gurus, licking their wounds, patching their egos, and trying to stage a comeback nobody asked for. Leading the parade, Mark Passio himself, the man who claimed to stand for truth and moral clarity, suddenly playing defense attorney for every fraud and grifter in the scene. He's been putting his full energy behind Jerry Cabasudo lately. Yes, that Jerry, the one who threatened to kill Darren and I because we hurt her feelings. The one running a shadow work school where she will drain your bank account if you hurt someone's feelings. The one who weaponizes victimhood while hiding behind the great work. And Marty Mark, thinks this is the one who deserves his support. If you're going to crawl out of hiding to back every scammer and clown dragging natural law through the mud, why stop here? Put on your lab coat and vouch for Logan and Will's magic hydrogen machine. Stand on stage with Seth Boza and sell his $300 miracle oil sprays or his $3,000 magic rocks. Step right up, folks, because natural law is now buy one, get one free. Continue to tell the world that snake oil scams and multi-level marketing schemes are just as much a part of the great work as truth and morality. Oh, people ask me why I attack people in the community. The answer is simple. You can't ride the fence on moral issues. Not at this stage. You know better now. And knowing better comes with higher accountability. You can't claim to be a garden of natural law while defending liars, grifters, and death threat-throwing drama queens. You're either standing for truth or you're standing for liars. And right now, Mark looks like he's chosen his side, doubling down on his flunkies while his greatest students are left disillusioned and heartbroken. I got the best birthday present last week, the Soundpath to Freedom Music Festival. And by best, I mean the perfect case study in how not to build a community. When you build a community around a purpose, survival, prosperity, spreading truth and natural law, it has a real chance to survive. But when you build a community just to say, look, we have a freedom community, you get a hollow shell that collapses under its own weight. Government is exactly that, a fake community designed to replace a real one. And Soundpath was a shining, painfully cringe example and reminder of that. What we got was a stress-fueled presentation of playlists of non-original music, weird interpretive dancing, lip-syncing white boy rappers, basically a new age drum circle shit show cosplaying as a great work event. And where was Mr. Peanut Butter, Will Keller? Where's Mark Passio? Why didn't he heavily promote this event? Why didn't he speak at the event? Now I understand having technical difficulties, but why did so many of Mark's media course graduates crash and burn trying to give a simple presentation? Was Mark too embarrassed to attach his name to this circus? And then there was Jerry. Fake smiles, manic energy, camel toe on display for the world.
Oh my God.
Doing 12 jobs at once, moderating groups, running a natural law group, organizing the event, interviewing every musician, hosting podcasts, presenting, refereeing fights between St. John and the other organizers. You know where that comes from? That comes from Mark's workaholic campaign he wants everyone on, this 24/7 grind culture that burns people out and turns the great work into a stress factory. The result, Mark constantly throwing temper tantrums because he's not rich and famous yet, and festivals that look more like collective mental health crisis than beacons of freedom. Instead of being enlightened, we got Jerry and before everyone gets in a relationship, they should be fully healed, St. John, fighting with each other live on the air while the world's looking like the world's most toxic open mic couple. The whole thing felt like a talent show in a rehab center. Heartfelt maybe, but painfully unwatchable. And here's the worst part. All that time, all that money, all that effort to produce what? 3 new YouTube followers on Soundpath's channel? A laughable trickle of viewers? No outreach, no education, no attempt to reach new people. Just a 4-day echo chamber for the same dozen faces we know who love blowing smoke up each other's asses. Events like Soundpath and Funnel could work, but not like this. Not as long as you're trying to run a clout-chasing summer camp. Just be yourself. Because right now, if I invited my friends and family to watch Soundpath, I'd be the laughing stock of the next family dinner. They wouldn't say, wow, what a great community. They'd say, Jeffrey, are you in a cult? This is why we have to talk about what real community looks like. One grounded in natural law, self-awareness, accountability, direct action, integrity. These events fail so we can learn, adapt, and build something that doesn't turn into a clown shoe, new age shit show the second the cameras turn on. As always, this show is live and open. Anyone can call me out for anyone at any time, and yet once again, we hear nothing but silence from the so-called shadow warriors. Sorry, gentlemen. Sorry you had to sit through that. That was kind of long. I had some difficulties last week with the audio, so... But anyway, introducing Paul Floyd to the show. Paul's a beast vegan from Facebook that I've seen around and invited him on the show. And Cap Tim is back to do some music. We had a debate with him last week about factory farming or something like that. And it was one of the chillest debates I've had with a carnist in a while. So we invited him back to do a performance. And actually, you could go ahead and do that now if you want, dude.
Okay. Am I coming through? Okay.
Hey, you got a little reverb?
Yeah. I put some reverb on the mic to help
All
me.
right. We're musicians here.
Yep.
Where the money flows, where the secrets go, from London town to the streets below. Behind the scenes they pull the strings, oh the baker's tune is the song they sing. You whisper deals but the world can't see, central banks roll the symphony. From Paris, Berlin to OBC, the Jekyll Island conspiracy. The Rothschild rag, it's a scripted play. When they control the coin, you gotta do what they say. They're in the shadows, but they often brag while we dance along to the Rothschild rag. When wars break out, they lend both sides, and the vault is where the power hides. They own the debt, they own the crown. When the leaders kneel, empires bow down. You think it's law that runs the land, but it's the banker's hands that commands. In the name of peace and prosperity, they loan you dreams, but you pay the fee. The Rothschild rag, it's a scripted play. When they control the coin, you gotta do what they say. They're in the shadows, but they often brag while we dance along to the Rothschild rag. Oh, the nations rise and the nations fall, but the banker's ledger outlasts them all. So dance along to the silent beat, from every capital to Wall Street. They print the paper, make the nations dance. In the Rothschild rag, you don't stand a chance. It's the Rothschild rag, it's a scripted play. When they control the coin, they gotta do what they say. They're in the shadows, but they often brag while we dance along to the Rothschild rag.
Yeah.
Woo!
Those are cool lyrics.
That was rad.
Yeah,
It's so hard. It's so hard to make like based lyrics sound good, but it doesn't even sound like you're, it's like
good.
It's not cringy at all.
it's like you try and when you try and use the rhetoric that's meant for like politics and freedom and stuff, when you try and force it into music, sometimes it kind of sounds awkward.
Yeah, I agree.
But
and some of my music might be that exactly, but hopefully not all of it. But yeah,
those were super cool lyrics. What was that song called?
The Rothschild Rag. And it's kind of a dark lyrics, I mean, you're talking about all dancing along to the Rothschild Rag. We don't stand a chance. But yet I wanted to do like a dark song with happy melody with a,
upbeat.
Yeah,
it's cool.
Thought it'd be cool. Yeah. The other one I'll do for you is called Good Ideas. And it's bounced off the idea that most libertarians or people that lean libertarian, anarchists like myself, hopefully believe in that good ideas don't require force. So if you think you've got all these great ideas, then you don't need a gun to people's heads to do them. Like you said at the intro, if veganism is a good thing, we don't need the state to do it, as you said. It's free people, freeing minds, and convincing them that way. If it's a good idea, you don't need force. And that's pretty common message that I think unites most of us anarchist, libertarian leaning people. So that's this.
Where can people find your music?
ancaptim.com.
Okay.
It's on streaming. You can just search ANCAP Tim, and you can find me on all the streaming services, YouTube, all the socials, all that jazz.
Cool, man.
Sweet.
You don't need a badge, you don't need a law to do what's right. Just need to answer the call. When we choose to give, when we choose to care, it's a love and respect that we freely share. Good ideas don't require force. No need for guns, no need for wars. Good ideas don't require force. Just free minds and a better course. The state can't push, the state can't demand. The freedom's built on a helping hand. No one needs to tell you how to be kind. True change comes from the heart and mind. Good ideas don't require force. No need for guns, no need for wars. Good ideas don't require force. Just free minds and a better course. Good ideas don't require force. No need for guns, no need for wars. Good ideas don't require force. Just free minds and a better course. Good ideas don't require force. No need for guns, no need for wars. Good ideas don't require force. Just free minds and a better course. Good ideas don't need no control. Just free people and a common goal.
Woo!
Well, thank you.
Cool. Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. Even though, you know, hey, imagine that. Everybody doesn't agree on everything, but we still had a cordial debate, and I think we're more friends now than we were.
Yep. Definitely. Well, shout out your channel one more time.
Ancaptim.com. Yeah. You don't know how to spell ANCAP, you can Google it, but it's pretty simple. Yeah, ancaptim.com.
Cool, man.
Thanks.
Catch you next. Catch you on Facebook.
Yeah, man. Anytime you want to have me back on, I'd love to.
Awesome.
For sure.
All right. Peace.
What do we got next?
We got let's see. I don't know. Let's talk to Paul for a little bit. What's up, man? Where you from?
Sacramento.
Oh, okay, we're Cali too.
Yeah, same time zone.
I know. I never know what I'm gonna get when I invite random people off Facebook up here. Sometimes they're, especially on the show. Usually, where is everyone? Usually, the show we have several different people from. We have someone from Serbia. We have someone from. You know, we got a very international show. So I was half expecting you to have an accent.
So you guys did survive the fire, right?
Yeah, we've been dodging them for 2 years now.
With like a sprinkler system or what?
We've had to get everything. We have a piece of property, and we had to get everything up off of it and leave a couple times. And then when we moved to the area we live in, was the second there was a big, like within a week there was a huge fire last year. And it was just like great. And then there was like 7 more. And then this year started, and there was 2 that touched our property within a month of each other. 2 fires that touched our property. We were just like, oh man, this summer's gonna suck. But then this summer's been really nice. So there hasn't been as many, at least in our area.
Jeez, I'd be out there pre-burning stuff.
Yeah. So when did you first go vegan?
You know, it's been about, I don't know, 6-7 years. I'd say I was, you know, it was a transitional thing. I started, you know, after I was watching my dad murder himself with food, and I realized everyone in my family dies of heart disease or cancer or diabetes. And then I started connecting the dots. And I myself at that time was overweight. I had, you know, gout happening. And I was like, why does my foot hurt? You know?
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, I started trying to go vegetarian at first because I didn't know. You know, we're actually confused. I believe the dairy industry confuses us. I'm pretty sure they might have made the word vegan because they were like, no, vegetarian means you can still do dairy and eggs. So they were trying to market it that way. But so yeah, I might have still been doing dairy and eggs and cheese or whatnot, and I still wasn't getting the results I wanted. And then, you know, my dad died anyways, and then I think I watched. Couple things happened. I watched The Game Changers around the same time I was reading How Not to Die, and then that's when it clicked. And I told my doctor, I'm gonna fix this myself by eating plants. And she was like, that's not possible. You're gonna be on those meds for life. And I was like, really? I believe this doctor versus you. And then I came back 6 months later, and I told her I've been off the meds, and she's like, she laughed at me. She's like, she was like, that was dumb. And then she looked at my blood work and goes, oh shit, how'd you do that? And I was like, I literally just told you. she didn't believe me. So yeah. But she was taking notes at the end of the day, because here I am with no gout meds, no nothing, and my blood work was better than ever. And you know, I had a 6-pack at the time, and she was like, oh, how'd you do that? I was like, yeah, plant.
What doctor did you follow the most?
I would say Dr. Greger and Dr. Esselstyn, the Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease. Because heart disease was a major killer in my family. You know, I've seen Gramps die that way. My dad, it was complications between that and diabetes, but now we know meat is the major contributor to diabetes, you know, gunking up the arteries with the saturated fat, you know, and cholesterol. So
blocking the insulin receptors.
Yeah. Once I learned that heart disease was a choice, I was like, well, I'm not making that choice, because everyone died in my family that was a male from that early. Like they didn't make it past their 60s, like early 60s. So I was like, you know, I'm not going to go down that path. I'm gonna think for myself. And thankfully I did. And I could, even when I was vegetarian, I couldn't get my dad to eat more plants and put down the meat. And you know, it was hard watching that, but it made me who I am today.
Yeah, man. I was lucky enough to have a hippie mom that was really into Dr. McDougall,
Yes.
and raised me McDougall most of my life, up until I was 15. I went vegan for the first time in like 94, 95 or something like that. And so I was pretty lucky to have a pretty, like, she didn't immunize me. She didn't do drugs when, you know, no drugs, born at home, no vaxes. So, and I've been shockingly healthy my whole life. I've just watched everybody around me be sick. You know, and so I'm pretty good example. It sucks because Dr. McDougall died last year, I think. He had a brain aneurysm when he was a child, and he wasn't supposed to live past 20, and somehow lived to 70 something. But like a week before he passed, we were watching a show, and I was like, man, I should get him on the podcast. And like the next week later, he passed away, because I was like, dude, 1978, that's like when he wrote his book or whatever. Like when he started, really was the year I was born, and my mom had put me on his protocols right off the bat. So I was like, mission right? Number one, huh?
Was it the starch diet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Starch solutions.
I've known people that have reversed cancer, stage 4 cancer, with on rice. That diet. On that diet. Linda Middlesworth, one of my friends in here in Sac, dude, she was going to die at 40 from stage 4 cancer, and her neighbor was like, oh, I can help you with that. She gave her the starch diet book, and Linda was eating meat before that, right? And that was 40 years ago, and dude, that stage 4 cancer, that's supposed to be terminal. And she's still here today. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Wow. So starch diet.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're starchivores. Honestly,
Starch and fruit.
We eat a lot of rice, a lot of fruit, lots of vegetables, and we can go. Yeah, and we go on bike rides and ride 100 miles, and you know we're not like you know. And then I'm watching all these carnivore these guys I argue with on Facebook on carnivore continue to be obese, and I'm just like, what do you guys? I don't understand. Like, show some pictures, show us your results of your carnivore diet, and they refuse. They're like, oh, I haven't met my goal yet. And it's like, well, it's been like 4 years, and I've been telling you the whole time that you're going to lose a little weight, but you're going to plateau after that, because all you lose on the
4 years, huh?
Yeah, seriously, all you lose, the only weight you lose for the most part, if you're eating that diet, is muscle glycogen, and like you need muscle glycogen if you want to like walk and like have cardio and stuff like that. So it's just like, you know, we're high carb vegans. We unlimited carbs, unlimited sugar. And, you know, I'm 47 in a month, and we, you know, like, I don't know anyone else my age. Most of my friends, you know, a lot of my friends have passed away already, you know, and I'm out here, you know, riding bikes and shit with her. I don't know, like, I'm not that old yet, but I'm doing a lot better than most of my friends. We've visited my hometown a couple times, Santa Cruz. I lived in Santa Cruz for a long time up north, and we visit there, and I see my friends that I grew up with, and I see my friends' younger siblings that I grew up with, and I'm just like, damn, y'all are not aging well at all. Like, it's crazy. I know it's mostly genetics. It's not, you can't fully blame the diet, but like, I don't know, they're just, I don't know. That's more of probably a psychological thing going on. But yeah.
I do blame the diet for the majority of it. 90% probably diet, you know.
The diet is the diet, the health part is the perk.
Yeah.
It's really a moral thing, but the health. What's that?
We're the same age, by the way.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I mean, I might be 6 months older because I'm already 47, but we're about there, you know. And
yeah,
people tell me all the time, "You do not look 47." I'm like,
yeah.
You know, it's like, but
we could be in our late 30s.
Yeah.
You know,
when I like back before I changed to this diet, when I was a meat eater, I looked 10 years older than people thought I was older when I, you know.
Oh yeah.
I even felt like shit back then. But I tell people now, dude, I'm better than I was at 18 in every way, in all ways, and include everything, you know. And they're like, they don't even know what that feels like, you know.
So
to
when
not,
I was,
you know, to not have atherosclerosis, you know what I'm saying? If
yeah,
people go to an oxygen bar to breathe in the oxygen, right?
yeah,
They will still never feel as good as I do right now because I'm
yeah.
getting 100% oxygen blood flow. I've already burnt all that
Well,
crap out.
that's what we've been talking about. We talk a lot of, we go after a lot of snake oil scammers. These guys believe that they need to be plugged into a Chinese machine breathing vapor out of this machine to be healthy, and they're so paranoid about their health because they know they eat garbage and they know they eat, you know, they know they eat like crap, so they're trying to find these fast and easy ways to get healthy. And it's just like, dude, just stop eating like crap and trust your health and go exercise and stuff. But no one, it was the whole virus thing that happened a couple years ago. That was another thing. It was like, man, none of you people, I was not scared once for my life or health during that whole thing because I trust my health.
Mm-hmm.
All these people losing their minds, it's like, man, people, you guys need to like take walks around the block or something at least. Like, people are so, and they just want to look to the easiest, quickest thing, miracle thing. And it's like, you know, then we got all these multi-level marketing scams, people lying to people over what these devices do. And, you know, and it's like all people in the freedom movement. It's like, are you guys out of your mind? I don't know if you're, I kind of dabble in a couple different groups. But it's like, it's pretty wild. Like I come from circles that are like very libertarian, like the guy was talking about. They're like, oh, no money for welfare, no money for the government, you know, like get rid of the government, get rid of all this stuff. And it's like, okay, well, what about the subsidies for meat and dairy? And they're like, no, keep those. And it's like, well, wait a minute here. Hold on here, you know? Because it's
that violates natural law, right? Forcing
yeah, of course.
Things that we don't believe in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And just things that are wrong. Yeah, it's like it's pretty funny. None of these ever since like, yeah, it's like it's hard being a base vegan because it's just everyone's just like slipping around you and you're just like, come on.
I haven't even been sick in over 7 years, you know, and everyone, it's a cold, snizzles, whatever, a flu. I'm like, dude, come on. I've been feeling the same for over 7 years, like 100%, you know, I don't know.
So when I was 18, when I was like 18, 19, 21, and I was vegan, I didn't know how to feed myself. So I was horrendously unhealthy. I had what are they called? The little butt things. Hemorrhoids. At like 17, 18 years old, I had hemorrhoids because I was eating so much soy. Like just cartons of soy milk every day,
Probably
liquid red vines, you know, just like, oh, I'm healthy because I'm not eating McDonald's every day, you know, and that's in my 19-year-old head. That's what I thought. And so I was vegan for a long time. And then I ended up in Hollywood doing the music and movie and all that garbage and got caught up in a band, drinking a lot, doing all the goofy stuff. And I lost my veganism back then. And then eventually did the whole paleo thing and then came back around to veganism, you know, I don't know, 7-8 years ago, I think, when everyone kind of came back. I was very hard into the libertarian freedom movement. But then I was like, hold on, non-aggression principle, only towards humans? Like that doesn't make sense. You know, because aren't you just being to animals? You're, you know, like I had someone who was a friend who was vegan who was just like calling me out. They're like, you know, all this stuff you preach about, you know, that relates to animals too. And I was like, oh shit. And then I learned about how much billions of subsidies go towards are literally holding up the meat and dairy industry because it's so economically psychotic. And I was just like, oh, well, I guess I'm vegan again because I don't, this is what I believe in, and I take this shit very serious. And so I've been on the warpath ever since with all these truthers pointing out the hypocrisy with the subsidies and, you know, complaining about BLM and all these like social justice things, and it's just like, dude, you guys are being distracted from the real stuff. The most harm you do, the most money, your tax dollars goes towards wars and factory farming. Like, that's pretty bad stuff. And if you're trying to do less harm, one of the easiest ways you can lower your blood debt, your karmic inventory, is cutting out meat and dairy, obviously. And then obviously, if you're an anarchist and you believe in no government, then getting rid of those subsidies like that makes you actually what you claim to be. Like, you have these fans of these people that are fans of anarchism and libertarianism and stuff, but they don't actually do it in their life. They're buying new cars and doing 9-to-5 jobs and paying taxes all day. And it's like, but I thought you were. But then they go on the internet and they're like, "Oh, government sucks," and it's like, well, stop giving them money. Like, there's no way of completely getting out of taxes, but you could limit the amount of taxes you give the government. And like getting rid of the idea of materialism and mass consumerism. Like, there's a lot of things you got to figure out to actually start representing who you claim to be such a fan of, or what philosophy or fucking whatever you want to call it. But it's pretty funny. Yeah, so I did I sold out on veganism for a while and then came back, and so I kind of have more experience than most of these carnists at doing, because I did only meat, no sugar for a long time. When paleo came out, I did paleo hard, and pictures of myself back then, holy crap, you can see that stuff. And that was 15 years ago. I look at pictures of myself when I was doing that, the primal diet, and I looked like crap back then. But pretty awful.
Yeah.
And I made lots of bad decisions during that time. Just like not good life moves, nothing like that bad, but just like not great. Wasn't thinking my head on straight back then. And I remember like going vegan again, just losing so much aggression out of my body. And I used to remember just like road raging all the time and getting so mad. And like, it's so true. Like, when you eat meat and dairy, it triggers some weird shit in you, and it makes you a little crazier. And it makes sense, because if your brain is noticing that you're eating blood, it's going to send you some adrenaline, because you might be in some weird situation where you're having to fight for your life, or you're getting beat up or something. So, I definitely noticed chilling out quite a bit after that. And then it just like, it was never, I was always fluctuating in weight back then really hard. Like, I'd get kind of chubby, and then I'd like starve myself, and I'd get too skinny, and then I'd get kind of chubby, like back and forth. And it was just kind of like nuts. And now it's just like, just stay the same weight all the time now. And like, yeah. And like, if I want to like gain weight, I just eat more protein and fat, which we try to avoid mostly. But like, I don't really want to be heavier, because we ride bikes and we endurance. Like, as far as you want, it's all about power to weight. And so you want to be light, and like, like all these carnists are like, "Oh, you're fucking skinny." It's like, yeah, I want to be like, that's what I'm a cyclist. I'm an endurance athlete. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm going towards. What are you going to do standing around lifting weights all day? Like, what purpose does that have in life? Like, what are you going to do? Most of these guys don't have a job where they're actually even lifting anything. So it's like,
so it makes sense if he's a mover, right?
Yeah, totally makes sense. If they're a mover, or someone who's got like a vet who has to like wrestle big animals to help them. Construction maybe. Steel workers. It's just like owning, like, if you don't need a giant fucking truck, don't have a giant fucking truck. It's going to cost a lot of gas, like a lot of tax money going to the feds just to have a truck with an empty bed in it. If you don't use it, why buy it?
They're overcompensating with that truck. Come on.
Yeah, I was an anti-truck guy most of my life, and I recently got a really cool old 80s GMC turbo diesel 4-wheel drive truck, and it's pretty fucking rad.
That's the one I wanted in high school. You know, I was like, dude, never
The
got
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, because I'm like I'm like more of a, I don't know. I grew up racing cars and stuff, but then I got into like, after I was in a band, I took the money from the band and started a business converting cars to run off like alternative fuels and diesels off vegetable oil and biodiesel and stuff. It was really fun. But I got more into like efficiency than like racing. But then now, like this truck, it's so different than any, like it's so not me that it's me kind of, but it's pretty dope.
So is this truck efficient now?
It's diesel. It's turbo diesel. It's not.
No.
It's not. No. It is for a big truck. It's 4x4. I think I get like 11 miles a gallon, but it mostly sits. We have Subarus we drive around in that get good gas mileage.
This thing could pull some weight though.
Yeah. And we're gold prospectors. We have a lot of equipment. We move around. We have kayaks. We have like motorcycles. We got all kinds of shit. So it's like, it's handy to have one around. I used to work on motorcycles a lot, and I do deliveries, and I always had little Toyota pickups, and they're so good. So this is like the first truck I've had that's a big American truck, and it's kind of like, but the more I've drove it around, I'm like, damn, this thing is awesome. You know, like really reliable. And we took it out. We've taken out to all of our gold claims in the desert, and it just gets us everywhere we want to go, and it's pretty cool. But and if we get EMP'd, it'll still run. It's like a doomsday truck.
Dude, everyone needs one of those. With
everybody needs a doomsday truck.
Exactly. Just
boy, I forgot what I was doing today. I think we got a bunch of videos. Let's see. Have you seen that Matt Walsh video? We'll watch that one.
Yeah, let's watch it.
Matt Walsh, I guess he's kind of a big conservative YouTuber, maybe. And he had some really dumb things to say about veganism. And I think most people...
given dominion over the fish of the sea and the fowl of the air and over the cattle and over all the earth. But if that's true, then it's all the more reason why we have the moral...
Okay, for one, right off the bat, dominion does not mean factory farm to death. It means take care of. Factory farming is not care. It is harm. No way of looking about it. Even if it's a small farm, they still end up going to a factory farm to get slaughtered. They still get slaughtered in a slaughterhouse. The same way they see the next guy get chopped up, they smell him, they hear him. So right off the bat, his definition of dominion is incorrect. He thinks dominion is I lord over, I am above, therefore I can do whatever I want with, which is not the definition, as I'm sure you will agree, Paul.
It's typical of the people that like to defend heart disease, cancer, diabetes, erectile dysfunction, dementia. It goes on. It goes on. Yeah, it's a defense for eating themselves into an early grave. That's all it is.
Yeah, definitely.
Right to eat animals. Hamburgers don't just taste good, they're also ethically good. Today for our daily cancellation, we have an article in the Financial Times from a vegan writer by the name of Henry Mance. Henry is trying to deal with a question that for him is quite woeful and tragic.
So you got a majorly loaded statement there, which started with the dominion being incorrect. So he based his, we're allowed to eat cheeseburgers on dominion, which he has the wrong definition for. So he's started, I haven't seen this yet, but he's already started off his entire argument on a fallacy, which is the only thing carnists can do. They don't have any arguments. I haven't heard any. I'd love if carnists came up here and tried to actually present me with arguments I haven't heard before. That'd be really interesting, because I've heard the same arguments for decades, like the same boring no brain, and we're dealing with most people I deal with are pretty smart, definitely a somewhat based crowd. But yeah, just doesn't make any sense. So this dude, so confident with his Dunning-Kruger effect up stupid Mount Stupid on the Dunning-Kruger scale, so confident, although he just made a ridiculous, fallacious statement to start his entire video. And this is probably why everyone got so triggered off this video, because all the vegans were going nuts on this video this last week.
Tragic. For the rest of us, it's cause for celebration, or at least maybe laughter. The headline, Why the Vegans Lost. And as you can see, the headline is accompanied by a little cartoon of a balding man on a park bench cuddling with a bottle of milk.
Okay, someone's saying here that he's not being serious.
It's all a bit.
It's all a bit. Hey, that's cool.
You want one?
Sure. So if this is satire, then yeah, I get his audience is vegans. Yeah. So if it's satire, then how is it any different from anything any of these other guys is saying? If he's just joking, what exactly is he joking about, Mr. Fry of all of us? What is he joking about if he is not being half serious? What are the parts he's being honest about? Or what are the parts that he's... How do I explain that? Which parts is he fibbing about here but really doesn't believe, I guess is what I'm asking. Maybe you could answer that.
While a carton of oat milk looks on, sad and dejected, because apparently this anthropomorphized carton of oat milk wants to have its insides poured out and consumed by the bald guy, which is
sounds like Lark and Rose.
Of strange psychological questions that we're not going to get into. But the question of concern is the one in the title. Why did veganism lose? Even the vegans are now willing to admit that they lost the battle. Veganism failed. Nobody wants to be vegan. Nobody likes vegans. Why is that? Henry Mance of the Financial Times shares his theory of the case. And if you were expecting even an ounce of self-awareness or serious self-reflection here, well, then you apparently don't know vegans. Reading on, a few weeks ago, I sat next to a former England footballer at lunch. She had suffered a serious ankle injury in her early 30s. After researching how to recover, she decided to turn vegan. Medical staff were skeptical until her statistics proved better than ever. Today, her only regret is not changing diet sooner. Such stories have become rarer. Veganism was once the biggest food trend. Now the zeitgeist is elsewhere. Google searches for the word vegan rose steadily after 2010, peaked in early 2020, and have dropped since. Sales of Beyond Meat and Impossible Foods, which make arguably the best vegan burgers, are falling too. 11 Madison Park, the high-end New York restaurant, which went plant-based after COVID-19, is reintroducing meat to its menu. One high-profile vegan crypto...
Which I'm not sure. So these... the idea that... the veganism definitely had a boom in like 2016 with those movies, those documentaries. What the Health, I think. Forks Over Knives. A couple of movies. There was like 3 or 4 movies. Game Changers, Dominion. But I think it was 2016 when like the big wave of vegans went through, and it's like, okay, well, 90% of those people were following a fad. They were doing it for the health reasons, maybe not so much for ethical reasons or moral reasons. Game Changers is probably my least favorite movie out of that bunch, because they were trying to say that veganism will make you better than, which I'm not sure is scientifically sound statement. I believe vegans can be just as good as, and everyone has the chance to be better. So if this guy's being, and we noticed, so Beyond Burger is going out of business, or is out of business. Their stock tanked.
Bye Beyond Meat.
So, they're actually still around.
Which was dumb for 2 companies to come out at the same time, basically with the same campaign.
Oh, Impossible, you're saying?
Impossible and Beyond came out at basically the same time. Really, Beyond should have come out and that's it. Impossible shouldn't even have been around, because Impossible was the less vegan of the 2. David C. Arenas would scream at me for saying that.
Because he'd say it's not vegan at all.
He'd say it's not vegan at all.
Because they
You
use
guys realize it's
it.
fake though. It was fake because Beyond didn't go out of business. They simply restructured and they actually changed their 7-ingredient product to 3. So they're actually healthier now.
They were better. They were the better choice, obviously, because they weren't soy
Over Impossible.
and not tested on animals. But
Okay, yeah,
I
we gotta
did
look
see
into it
that
more.
their stock tanked.
It went down, but they restructured, so they're still around. They didn't
Okay,
die.
well that's cool.
And they're coming out with a new product that's even better and healthier because they listened to the people.
So it's like bread, basically, like 3-4 ingredients.
Yeah. I'm gonna try it. I mean, why not?
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. So I was beginning to think it because RFK's come out and he's doing all this stupid shit, making and it seems like every other move he makes is like a subtle. It's like, oh, we're gonna get lard. It's like, okay, so vegans don't have French fries anymore.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh,
Thanks.
Tallow. It's all
Tallow.
tallow
Everything's gonna be
fries.
tallow fries.
Instead of vegetables.
And then it's like,
I had high hopes for that guy when I first heard him. Like, I want to make America healthy. I was like, dude, cool. This is the guy. And
He's
then
a
he came
moron.
on there. He came on there and he said, "This is my fat friend, and I'm going to put him on the carnivore diet." And that's when I knew, oh, he's already bought and sold. They're already in his pocket. They're already in his pocket, so he's not the guy. But that's any person in that position is gonna, even if you don't let them be in your pocket, they're probably going to kidnap your family or threaten it because these huge companies have way too much money and influence. So I don't know if he was leaned on or what, but he's already bought and sold. So I can't,
Well, he's another one of these CIA guys, that they have show up and give you a little bit of truth, so you fall in love with them, and then
no more food diets.
When it matters most, they lie to you. These like Elon Musk, kind of like Joe Rogan, this cult of personality, intellectual dark web. They're all players out here molding the minds of billions of people. Come up and say that to our face, Walter Grace. I just put up the StreamYard link. Tell us how it's not natural for humans. Tell us
what is natural.
Appeal to nature over and over and over to us. Come up and appeal to nature and appeal to cherry picking ancestral data to fit your agenda. Come up here and tell us how unhealthy we are. Tell us how we shouldn't. That you need meat to live. Tell us that you need meat to live, Walter Grace. Come on up.
Actually, live streaming is not natural for humans.
Not natural to live stream.
I was on 4 different medications. Gonna be on like a couple more, and then because of my diet, I'm on zero. So I'm the winner.
Even if it wasn't natural, would that not make it worth it then? If you got those results,
nature.
Well, we're eating the natural. I'm eating the natural diet that my body wants, which is the only reason I'm cleansed and got rid of. I mean, come on. I don't even need the blue pill anymore. And no man that's on the meat diet can say that. And they don't even know. They don't even think it's possible. They don't think it's possible. But that goes on. I would say read How to Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease. That book right there shows you it's a choice. There's angiogram reversals that are proof. He has patients that would be dead today, but 10, 20 years ago, they started his diet and they're still around. These are people that have had multiple heart attacks, should be dead, and they're still here. So you can't tell me meat's natural because this diet is the only one that reversed all that.
Well, saying anything that is natural is right is a fallacy. It's appealing to nature. Just because something happened in nature doesn't mean it is right or the way we should do things now. I really don't get this natural for humans thing. It obviously is natural for humans because we're on it and we're long-term examples. And I bet the 3 of us, I don't know who you are, but I bet we could beat you in a race. Like I said earlier, Walter, when I was vegan and a teenager, I was horrendously unhealthy. The most unhealthiest I've been and the most healthiest I've been was when I was vegan. So it completely matters. Vegan isn't a product at the store that this gray matter that we just eat that doesn't have enough nutrients for us. we actually have the ability to choose our diet. That means we can include whatever macros we want. I could eat as much protein. I could eat more protein than you if I really wanted, but I don't want to because I don't believe I need that much protein. I believe the high protein diet is meat and dairy marketing, and all the people that think they need a couple 100 grams of protein in a day are marketing slaves. So yes, a vegan can survive on Twinkies for quite a while.
Yeah,
but we're not
saying that the human body is very adaptable. It's miraculous what the human body can survive on, and for how long it can go without eating, even just drinking water. But
5 days.
That just because we're proposing a certain way of eating, abstaining from animal products makes you healthier doesn't mean we're not saying you'll die immediately as soon as you have one bite of meat. Obviously, pretty much all of us came from eating animal products in our backgrounds. So
shout out Jules mates in the chat.
Jules,
yeah,
now
Jules
he's backstage.
is here.
Now he's on the stage.
Jules, we were just yeah. What's up, Jules? Jules is from Australia. He's the homie from Australia.
I am.
What's up, Jules?
Down under.
Yeah, so what were we talking about? Okay, so the omnivore thing. Yes, Walter Grace. Humans can eat meat as well as plants. We have the ability to eat meat in life or death circumstances. And from what I've seen and from what science says, it's best not to eat meat while we can and while we can thrive for a short amount of time on it. It's not best for the long term. That's what 200 years, thousands and thousands of studies, meta studies, where there's no way that the vegan cabal can pay the fucking studies to go in one direction or whatever. We absolutely can eat meat and dairy, but is it smart to all the time? Probably not. The science
I would like
says
to debunk what he just said here.
Huh?
I would like to debunk his last little comment there.
Let's put this last comment
Yeah.
down.
So Walter, that's actually not true at all. We know from the coprolite, which is their shit that we found, we dug up, and we know from their dental records that Neanderthal was a predominantly plant-based eater. Matter of fact, the majority, 95% of their diet was all fiber. Matter of fact, it was so much fiber that they said it was super hard.
Nemo.
On top of that.
Yeah.
And the meat that they did eat, they were probably just scavengers, and they got it, and it was more of like a survival thing. Like, hey, it's there, we might as well eat it. But we know that the majority of their diet, from all the every scientific evidence that we have, which is again looking at their feces and looking at their dental records, was predominantly fiber, fruits, vegetables, all that stuff. So again, you're wrong. You're just talking a Joe Rogan thing, which Joe Rogan gets paid to say whatever you want to hear.
Carnivore diet.
I'm not a doctor. I get my information from doctors who have actually reversed diseases in actual people. So yeah, I'm gonna listen to those doctors. I'm not gonna listen to Joe Rogan.
Yeah. What's up, Nemo? Nemo's in the house.
How's it going?
How's it going? Good, great, man. Thanks for staying up so late. Nemo's in London or the UK or somewhere.
Whoa, easy, don't dox him.
No, yeah, sorry. London's a shithole. Yeah.
You gotta check out Bush Tucker, man. I think you'll like it. It's an Australian series from back in the 80s, 90s, and he's a major in the army, and he goes around all northern Australia, Arnhem Land with the Aboriginals, and he's going through all the plants that you can eat. So he's going through
sweet potatoes.
Yeah, not just that, like figs, fucking the Kakadu plum. He's like going through the waterways. He's finding mussels and stuff. Like all sorts of different plants that you wouldn't think you could eat, you can eat. He's collecting the water. He's there with the tribes and the Aboriginal people. He's chasing the knowledge. Where we
live in California is a very rare area where there's like more forageable plants than anywhere else in the country or something.
Yeah, and the sad thing is, the people like that first came to Australia, they got lost up in the north and they starved, bro, with food all around them. They had no clue.
Didn't know.
There's you got cycads. If you eat them, you're fucked. You're dead. But the Aboriginals, they found out a way to actually get the toxins out of the fruit itself. And what they do is they'd grab like bundles of them and they'd leave them in the waterways and it'd leach out the toxins after 10 or so days. They'd cook them up and then they could eat them. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's a lot of lost knowledge, I think, with the fruits and the plants of the lands that we live, for sure.
It's like here with the acorns. It's like they're everywhere. And it's just like, man, if you can process that and get whatever shit out of there you're not supposed to eat, there's like just calories growing around here. There's like mortars everywhere from
the natives that ate
just
acorns here for hundreds of years.
Processing acorns by like the river.
But Nemo's gonna do a performance for us, I believe.
Oh,
I'm hoping he plays.
I'm so confused because I was listening on YouTube and then it seems like it's all out of sync. So I'm totally lost by what was just being talked about. I'm like, hey, how did it get to this? It's crazy. Anyway, but hi.
Oh, maybe you're behind on
you guys
YouTube.
good?
Oh, you might have been watching a little bit behind and you got to hit, there's like a button you press that says live and it'll jump you forward. You might have come in watching a little bit later. But yeah, so Nemo's been doing kombucha videos. Kombucha's pretty awesome.
That's the drink, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a fermented mushroom, I believe.
Yeah, I'm a streamer now, kombucha streamer.
Nice.
That's
hippie.
What I do. It's the new
dirty
thing.
hippie, cut your hair.
I cut my hair. No. Yeah.
Seem like you've been having fun doing those.
Well, I just thought I was like, you know, I guess it seems like you know how it is to want to go out there and speak and like get in the conversation. And I've just felt like I've got to do it. I've got to just, and it's for me to jump channels and go to my own channel feels so much nicer. I can just be like, it's just me.
I've had so many channels over the years and I've worked for so many people on their channels. And it's so nice to have my own channel now and just be doing whatever I want to do. And, you know, I'm glad you're doing that because
hit stream is so nice to just go like, actually I can just do this right now. There's no reason why not. It's cool. Same as this coming, like I'm on
and I'll wait for 10 other people to show up and you know I'll have all these chat rooms and stuff and just you know
I can imagine ENL is already an established like thing or entity, if you will, so it's like you kind of I would imagine being in your shoes sort of feeling like that's sort of restrictive on what you could just go live and do. Like you said, like just something like on your own personal channel, you can just whatever, kombucha stream.
Like here, we do whatever here. We do weird stuff.
But it took a while for us to get there because we're like, oh, like maybe because we were doing like cycling stuff and we're doing like freedom stuff. And it was just like kind of, you got to find like your flow. And then sometimes that's why you have multiple channels, you know, depending on what you're doing.
And then just sticking to it. Cause like, I mean, we've done 65 episodes. I think the next one's going to be 65. Jeez. And like, you know, we're not doing crazy numbers, but the numbers are awesome in my opinion. Like getting 500 every podcast, that's fucking awesome to me, you know. And I've been, you know, like I've worked for guys that have huge channels and it's not the same when it's not your group and people, you know, are into whatever you're into. And, you know, it's really cool. I can just come up here and Jules will show up, you know, and he's not vegan, but it doesn't matter because he's cool. And, you know, like
I like listening though, because I learned something new here.
You bring value to the show. Everyone loves when Jules comes around and starts talking and everybody's like, oh, Australian. But
a little bit off topic, bro, but my main channel's actually got like the second strike on it and they banned me for 3 months, bro. It used to be 2 weeks, right? 1 week
they
and 2 weeks.
Banned you?
Yeah.
On YouTube?
3 months, bro.
For a strike or for a copyright strike? Or
no, not a copyright. I never get copyright strikes.
Yeah.
But like just for, I think it was like promoting gambling or whatever, because I had that win and whatnot. And I'm telling everyone where to go. So.
Promoting PEDs.
Yeah. Yeah, man, the performance enhancers. That's why I'm 62 kilos. And
The guys,
62.
everyone in your chat's hilarious. Jules has all these bodybuilders in his chat. It's really funny.
I do. I'm pretty sure. No, one of them came from your channel over to mine as well. What was that
Who?
big dude's name? That Guido? You called him a Guido or something?
Padini? Justin
I reckon it was
Padini?
him. Yeah, I reckon he came over to my
He
channel.
came to your channel?
I think so, yeah. And also it was
When?
some other jacked bodybuilder. I don't know, but they all keep coming to my
No,
channel.
you guys were talking in the chat once. He might have done that. Goofy
Yeah, I
Italian, like real
Yeah,
funny,
and then
goofy guy.
DK's the Australian, like he's the big guy in Australia.
That's
and then he rolled up too. I'm like, holy
that's
shit!
super funny.
I can smell the testosterone through the screen.
That's hilarious. Nemo, you wanna jam one out?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I did say a while back that I was going to sing a song on the internet.
Oh, here we go.
So it's nice to do what you say you're going to do. So here's a song. This is like this is getting on. This song, it's like probably it might be 10 years old or something, and it's about like, I guess, idealistic spirit, youthful kind of idealism, the value of that, something like that. These dreams we've shared for so long, some say they'll never belong. Come on, let's prove them wrong. Dance with me into the storm. Lord knows we'll have to stay strong. Dance on and on and on. The rain is falling, just like that morning, and my heart still knows the song you taught me, the joy you brought me a lifetime ago. No matter where life goes, I still believe and still have hope. One day this world is going to know these dreams. These dreams. Now I'm feeling every raindrop, each beautiful shot, like I never did grow up. I don't get off what they say, my heart will never behave. Come on, let's run away. My heart is singing the song you taught me a lifetime ago. The rain is falling, just like that morning, and my heart still knows. No matter where life goes, I still believe and still have hope. One day this world is going to know these dreams we feel so deep and real. I believe we will be sure as the rain reaches the sea. These dreams we've shared for so long, some say they'll never belong. Come on, let's prove them wrong.
Oh, that was awesome. Hell yeah.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah.
Good job, man. Well done.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I said I'd sing songs, but I'm going to head off because it's like 2 a.m. I've had a real long week.
Boo! One more song. One more song.
Just kidding. All if you want.
Can you play? Can you play They Won't Take Our Freedom Away?
You know what? I haven't sung that for a long time. I actually think
Oh,
I would struggle to remember that.
how about the first
It's
verse?
cool. It's cool.
What about that Michael Jackson song, They Don't Really Care About Us? Can you do that one?
Michael Jackson,
Like,
actually.
sue me, kick me, cock
He's
me,
like,
that
whoa,
one.
whoa, I'm not doing covers here.
I'm talking to the man in the mirror.
Oh, yeah. It's good.
I'm asking him to change his ways. And no mission could be any clearer. If we wanna make the world a better place, take a look at the world and make that change. Gotta get it right while we got the time. If you close your heart and you close up your mind. Yeah, and on and on. Yes.
Thanks,
That was
Nemo.
sick. Thank you.
Man,
See you soon, and you can catch
Thanks for
me.
swinging by.
Hey,
You can
God
catch
bless.
me on the kombucha stream.
Kombucha
whenever it
stream. Yeah. An E&L if it ever happens again.
Maybe, I don't know.
Important for beauty.
All my
Important
stuff
for beauty.
NemoJones.com. All my NemoJones.com. That's where all my stuff is. Sorry to be shameless about plugging, but
No, go ahead.
yeah. that's
Thanks,
it,
brother.
NemoJones.com.
Big
Thanks,
ups, man.
man. See
Good seeing
guys.
you.
Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers.
Peace.
Woo-wee.
Oh, me
Better
lunch.
than Soundpath.
Done. Soundpath
What
fork in full effect. We got 2 performances tonight. Hell yeah.
Now Darren's got to
so-
get that guitar off the wall back there and start
yeah,
jamming away.
Allie and Darren got a shred now.
Fuck
So
yeah.
there was a Soundpath music festival this last week, and they actually kicked Nemo off of it because Nemo had me on his podcast, and
Really?
so I really wanted to have Nemo have a chance.
Unofficially. They never.
They invited him on and then uninvited him.
What?
So
Because of you, bro?
yeah.
What did you do?
Oh, I don't do anything to anybody.
What didn't
What
we
didn't I
do?
Hey, you guys seen
We're
the
just having a good
assassin
time.
and all that stuff? Like the assassination?
Yeah, we were wanted to talk about that because that's obviously the big topic of the week right now.
Do you believe the person they arrested is the actual shooter? Or?
No, of course not. It's hard to believe anything that's served to you by the government or the media. It's really made to divide and cause problems within the people. Even if this is a fully organic, real event, the powers that be will take advantage of it and use it to spin some sort of divisive rhetoric or divisive ideas. And I mean, usually there with school shootings and stuff like that, it's you really can't. You got to be critical with everything. You got to be extremely critical to the point where you should not believe it at first, and do so much research and open-minded research, and just watch what the general public is talking about and be like, okay, what else could be going on? Could this be, I'm going into false flags. This one looked pretty real. Not that things couldn't still be fishy. It did look realer than most. Everybody now it's let's fight over whether or not he deserved to die or not. And that's what everyone on the internet is arguing right now about. And of course, the 20-year-old vegan straight edge, angry pro extinction the very Gary Yourofsky way of thinking. Fuck that guy. Fuck that carnist. I don't give a fuck about him. I don't give a fuck that he's dead. You know, that is the old way, I would think. The very vegan, hardcore, only vegan. I don't care about anyone, any humans but animals. Very imbalanced way of thinking. A very young way of thinking. A very Jungian way of thinking. In the you know, in your 20s, you're supposed to learn how to be a vicious entity. You know, it's very good for the community, and it's very good for your own survival to be able to go someplace dark instead of give up. And where did I get going on this one? So yeah, the old me would have been like, fuck Charlie Kirk, and we've covered him a bunch of times on the show, his dumbass vegan argument, anti-vegan arguments. And you know, like, but you gotta pay. You have to be critical of all these things. No one deserves to die over their fucking beliefs. Yeah.
I think it's
You know,
a dangerous time for sure, but like we have a politician at the moment. She's a bit left-centered, and she turned around and she was asked a question, and it says political violence, okay as an answer to whatever, and she said yes, but she said yes, political violence is okay, and this is Australian politics answering to the death of Charlie Kirk too.
Well, statism is that. That is
Yeah.
what statism is. If you kill enough of the right people, then we'll have peace and prosperity.
Yeah.
You know, if you're in Israel, then that means the people in Gaza. And if you're in Russia, that means the people of Ukraine.
Right.
Yeah.
But somehow we're the assholes for saying it's not a valid system. Yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, I never really liked Charlie Kirk's material. I could tell he seemed sincere about his beliefs, and the people who watch him seem sincere about it. But these are the same guys talking about Christendom. Like, they literally like put Crusader flags on their profile pictures and believe that the source of everything needs something from you, such as animal blood or the blood of his incarnated son. Like, this is demented. So it all comes down to a linear eschatology. Let's tell somebody that the universe started one particular way and it's going to end another way, and then through manipulating a dialectic, you make it so. And that's why it says he has favored our undertakings, Anuit Cuptus. So it's manifest destiny. In other words, just stick to the goal and fight as many wars as you have to get it done. I mean, it's literally an ego-centric deity. There is nothing. If there is nothing you lack in Psalms 23, then why do you have to conquer a land?
Yeah. Or you'd ask Jules?
I was going to ask, do you maybe think, like, it's possible that Charlie Kirk could have been their golden cow?
Well, I wouldn't put it past the people behind the agenda to sacrifice their friends. I mean, that's how it works.
He was a big promoter of the Judeo-Christian notions and whatnot, I think. But
we were watching we were watching an interview he did like 2 weeks ago with Megyn Kelly.
Yeah.
And they were saying some wild stuff about Israel, and I was like,
yeah, man.
Holy shit, Megyn Kelly's shitting her pants right now.
Keep in mind, though, Israel needs people to be anti-Israel for their
for sure
end times eschatology to play out.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't have to agree with that guy to know that it looks like they're just basically trying to weaponize the narrative to get us to basically, distract us from actual liberation.
That being said, I don't see anything he's ever done that would deserve that. Obviously, just he's he's a religious guy. I mean, a lot of people are religious.
Yeah.
He stood on his faith. You got to give the man respect for that. Or you don't have
He
to.
meant
but-
well. I mean, I don't respect his beliefs, but I don't think he was. I don't know. It's hard to speculate, but this is what it comes down to. Now, there's people who are going to probably try to avenge him or something like that. It's helter skelter, dude. This is the same stuff
It's been
that
martyred.
Charles Manson was involved in. You got to realize, like, the deep state, or whatever you want to call it, like, these people, propaganda machines like Edward Bernays, people like Aleister Crowley, these guys were influential in shaping media. Alan Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, then the offshoot, the Process Church. Charles Manson wanted to start a race war. What has our media been doing for the last 15 or 20 years?
Promoting that.
They
ideology.
want
Promoting
this
a
so that
bunch of
they can
shit.
take away free speech. They can have you show ID for the internet.
Yeah,
They
mandate
can
digital IDs
cancel
and
your
facial
company for
recognition.
not buying Israeli products. Like, they're basically forcing you to participate in the victim and abuser dynamic.
Yep.
I think it was only 3 hours after the death of Charlie Kirk, the United States government voted on blocking the release of the Epstein files, and they also blocked the Pentagon from ever trying to attempt to boycott Israel.
Yes.
Which is a bit rich and convenient and fresh. But
why would we ever want to boycott Israel?
Why would you? We're
It's against the law not to spend your money somewhere.
No, it's like all the synagogues in LA. They got guys with like machine guns out front of them, and it's like, well, like, it's like, come on, guys. Have you guys seen this guy?
We are going to discuss some extremely controversial topics, and because this is going to go on YouTube, there are certain words I cannot say. So just to warn you, I will write down these words, but I will not say them, because if I do say them, then I will get censored on YouTube. Today, we're going to look at how evil triumphs. Why is the world so evil? And there's going to be a lot of extremely disturbing topics we're going to discuss. But you're mature, and it's important that we discuss these topics in order to understand how the world works. So let's just start. And we will do a lot of speculation and theorizing in this class. So do not take this as gospel. Do not believe this is the truth. The entire point of this class is to help you develop the theories and the ideas to better understand the world. These are tools. Okay, this is not truth. These are tools. All right. So the first question I have for you is, what is happening in Israel? Right now, as you know, Israel is besieging, bombarding Gaza. You might have seen the videos on social media. It is disturbing. It is terrible what is happening. The word that is happening, the word that we use for what is happening in Gaza is this word. You're not allowed to say this word on YouTube, but that is the intention. What I will argue, though, is that the truth is far more disturbing than this. What is really happening in Gaza is a ritual sacrifice. Mm-hmm. And this happens quite often in human history. If you go back and you look at the real history of humanity, this happens quite often. Some of the most famous examples are the Aztecs. We've dug up temples of the Aztecs, and inside the temples are thousands and thousands of human skulls. So before they went to war, they practiced human sacrifice. They would commit mass murder of their enemies in public. So the Aztecs were really famous for this. The Phoenicians, specifically the Carthaginians. We will discuss them later this semester, but the Phoenicians were also famous for a particular type of sacrifice, which is child sacrifice. The Romans wrote histories insulting the Phoenicians for practicing this sort of sacrifice. But the Romans themselves practiced human sacrifice. What they would do is that after every major war, they would capture all the major leaders, all their enemies, and they would parade their enemies through the streets of Rome. This is something called the triumph. At the end of the triumph, they would gather enemies at the temple of Jupiter. Jupiter is their god. And then they would strangle to death their enemies. That's sacrifice. That's human sacrifice. They didn't call it that, okay? And they sort of disguised it, but we know for a fact that they did do this. So the question for us is, why is it that this happens? Why do the Aztecs do it? Why do the Phoenicians do it? Why do the Romans do it? And why is it today the Israelis do it in Gaza? And remember, okay, what the Israelis are doing is quite horrific because it is really this sort of sacrifice. Why? Because 47%, almost half of the population of Gaza is under 18 years old. So the majority of people who are getting killed are in fact children. What is most striking or blatant about what's happening in Gaza is that we can all see it for ourselves. And it's almost as though the Israelis want us to see it and want us to hate them. Right? You can see all over the world, popular opinion is turning against Israel. You have these popular if they really want to do this, right, there are actually much more effective ways of doing this. For example, you could just poison their water. Or you could poison the air so that everyone in Gaza gets a fast cancer, right? We have the technology to do this. So Israel could do it this secretly and no one would talk about it. And in 20 years' time, 30 years' time, the population of Gaza would all be gone. It would be a very secret, right? Instead, they choose to do this in front of the world. And my argument to you is that this is intentional. They want the world to hate them. Because by doing this, they create the ultimate taboo, right? We find this disgusting and contemptuous, so the entire world will unite against Israel. But guess what? That's what their religion wants. In the extreme form of Jewish eschatology, or their religion, they believe that at the end of the world, Israel will fight the entire world, and God will help Israel triumph in the end. So what's really happening in Gaza is that there are extremists within the Israel government who want to accelerate the process of the end of the world, where Israel will face the world. And if you think about it, the entire idea of this ritual sacrifice is to unite the Israeli population. And what's extremely disturbing and horrifying about it is that this works. Why? Well, let's use an analogy, okay? The analogy is this. In Chinese history, the most popular military stratagem is to fight with a river behind your back. You guys have heard of this strategy, right? Where, okay, an army is losing, okay? It's being scattered by the enemy. So what the general does is forces the army to retreat to a river. And now with the river blocking your escape, you have a choice. You can either drown in the river, or you can fight to the death. And most soldiers will choose to fight to the death. And so at this point, the soldiers are unified, they're galvanized, they're energized, and then they find a surge of energy to go and destroy their enemy. Okay, this is the most popular military stratagem in ancient Chinese history, and guess what? It's the same as Israel doing this right now in Gaza. It's the same logic. Yes, you have a question?
So what is a river for the Israel?
Yeah, that's a good question. What's a river right here, right? The river is a taboo, right? What's the worst thing you can do in modern society? Killing children, guys, right? So there's no exit for Israel. You either go all the way or the world comes and destroys you anyway. And in fact, what's really interesting is that if you go online, you will see Israelis go around the world and causing trouble everywhere. They're going to start fights. They shout death to the Arabs on public buses in the Western world. It's intentional. They want to unite themselves by dividing the world, by angering the world. Okay? Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Yikes. And what do we do about it?
That's why they get some operatives to kill some people in Pakistan so they can have these two nuclear nations have tensions with each other, hoping that India would take care of Iran and Pakistan.
Nukes are fake and gay.
Well, I don't know, man. I mean, I've heard the claim. I hope they're fake. But either way, they want these countries to fight amongst each other, especially. That's why they get our allies like NATO to try to coerce Ukraine to join NATO. They were talking about this 20 years ago. We need to get Europe off of Russian oil because Russia doesn't use the petrodollar.
Yeah.
So they give them an offer they can't refuse in Ukraine, install an actor president, and then pressure him to join so he can either piss off the US and NATO or Russia, and then get us into a conflict where we feel compelled to help the quote unquote victim nation. And so basically, if you don't support Ukraine, you don't support Israel, you're unpatriotic. And they're getting people mainly on their religious beliefs to support wars.
Yeah. Good old-fashioned superstition. Starting wars over bullshit.
I, for
George
one,
Martin.
don't want to die from nuclear fallout. Just putting it out there.
What's that?
I, for one, don't want to die from nuclear fallout.
Yeah. I could show you some pretty interesting videos. There's a guy named Galen Windsor. If you look him up on YouTube, he designed many of the first nuclear reactors in the USA. And at his lectures, he eats depleted uranium and like all this stuff. He says he used to swim in the vats, and it wasn't until they got a call from up above saying, "Oh, stop touching this stuff. It's going to hurt you." And they're the scientists. They're like, "No, it doesn't." And so in order, it's kind of genius. It's a security feature. Make everyone think that if they get near it, it'll kill you. So no one's going to try and steal the shit because it's worth a lot. But the thing is, all the uranium in the world, or in the United States, we own. The people own it. They don't even fucking own the shit. It's like it's directly legally our ore. And then they use it for a while, and then they say it's done, but it's not. They stop using it its half-life. But anyway, that Galen Windsor, very interesting video. It's possible that nukes are a boogeyman that never existed outside of propaganda. A big bomb, everyone's like, "Oh, but mushroom cloud." And it's like, no, every bomb makes a mushroom cloud. I've done a lot of research on it. There is footage of them stacking dynamite 4 stories fucking high next to these, as they were doing the nuclear detonations, saying, "Oh, this is how we're going to measure how strong this is. We're going to blow up a certain amount of dynamite."
Oh,
most
that's why
people
they
would
always
be like,
compare it to TNT.
Exactly.
They've actually done a lot of that testing in the South Australian outback.
Yeah,
as
they've
well.
done it everywhere because they have to spread the knowledge. They have to show everyone that they're doing it and tell everyone that they're doing it, so everyone believes it. It's all a part of the scam. They were testing conventional bombs and saying they were nuclear and lying to everyone. And they were likely, but and all the people that got sick probably got sick from some shit in the bombs, but it wasn't nuclear. We've never dropped a nuke. We didn't need to drop a nuke on Japan. It's a bamboo city. No need for nuclear bombs. Just some fire bombs would take the whole place out, and that's likely what happened. And we got
Cadmium
lied to.
will poison you.
What's that?
Cadmium will poison you.
Yeah, all kinds of shit.
A lot of heavy
Look
metals.
what in Iraq, all the little babies coming out with 3 heads and stuff because of all the depleted uranium we shot there in the 90s. It's awful.
But he's just saying it's not going to create a runaway reaction like they claim, that it does release energy, but not like they claim. Is that what he's saying? It doesn't blow up?
Who, Galen?
Yeah.
No, Galen's saying there's no harmful radiation.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So what about like radon and stuff?
Geiger counters, they're fucking bullshit. Oh, yeah, sure, there's radon. There's radon in the hills. We have mines, and there's radon and uranium in these mines that we have in trace amounts. You could
What
go
about the
into them
meltdown
with,
of the nuclear reactor?
So he's saying it's just not harmful. It's just though they're
it's not
picking up
harmful.
something like a magnetic field or radiation, but
it's not harmful and or not capable of splitting atoms. Actually, he's not. He doesn't even say that. You'd have to. Here, I'll pull it up. It's a fascinating video. Definitely one of the top 5 like videos I tell everyone to fucking watch because it's just like it just tweaks your brain and makes you think different.
I think nuclear reactors just steam.
No, they're the most expensive ways to boil water in the world. Yeah. It's the most expensive way to boil water.
Is this guy wearing a tinfoil hat by chance?
Who are we looking at?
Not in the video. I'm just
Galen Windsor?
I'm kidding.
Or me or Darren.
No, Galen, I'm making a joke.
Oh, the guy wearing a tinfoil hat? Okay, so yeah, what stopped plutonium economy is the name of this lecture, and it's weird looking because it was like digitized, and it threw me off for a while because I thought it was a deep fake because it's really odd looking video, but I figured out that that's just what it looks like when you digitize film sometimes. But
I'm pleased to have as our guest Mr. Galen Windsor from Richland, Washington. I first heard of Galen from a tape that somebody gave to me some months ago, and I found his story to be absolutely fascinating. His story is unique, to say the least. Galen has been in 77 different cities in the last 2 years lecturing on the subject of nuclear energy. The majority of his life, the last 35 years, he spent processing plutonium from nuclear reactor sites. He has worked in the Manhattan Project facilities in Hanford, Washington, Oak Ridge National Laboratories and Nuclear Plant in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, General Electric's Midwest Fuel Recovery Plant in Morris, Illinois, General Electric's Fuel Fabrication Facility in San Jose, California, and Wilmington, North Carolina. And he's worked in every major reactor decommissioning project around this nation up to this present time. His major work in these projects has been the analytical process inventory control, which means that he was responsible for measuring and controlling the nuclear fuel inventory for these projects. Galen Windsor has few peers in the world in this area of expertise. And those few peers admittedly know and agree with the things that you'll be hearing on this tape. However, except for 2 or 3 of these experts, they've all chosen to remain silent for reasons which they only know, leaving this man then the burden of leading this lonely battle of exposing what we call the nuclear scare scam. He's without question one of the world's foremost authorities in nuclear radiation measurement, and he's recognized by members of the Atomic Energy Commissions of all the major nations of the free world. Mr. Galen Windsor. Bless you.
Thank you, Ben.
I don't think governments have restraint. I think if they had nukes, they'd probably have used them.
They would have used them many, many times. They would have used them in Korea when our whole army was fucked. They would have fucking nuked to get them out for sure. They would have used them in every. They have tiny tactical ones that they claim they've never used. Like it's complete bullshit. They would have absolutely used it. Someone or some terrorist would have popped one off. Yeah, they've allegedly lost
haven't they,
thousands of them.
Yeah, what hasn't there been?
Something would have happened. You know, like we know nuclear reactors are real allegedly because they melt down sometimes allegedly. You know.
But what about North Korea?
It's like there was that Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was like screaming at Eddie Bravo about this. He's like, look at the fucking mushroom cloud. It's a nuke. And Eddie's just like, I don't know what that is. It's just a brown spot in the sky. And Joe is like, flipping out, screaming on Eddie Bravo. Like, and it's just like, dude, you're fucking, listen to your friend. He's making complete sense. We have no proof that any of this shit exists outside of some old dirty videos. You know, some old crappy videos and you know, and then like most of the guys that perpetrated all this nonsense are dead.
From the same
Long
agencies that brought you MK Ultra and Reefer
Yeah.
Madness.
Yes, exactly.
Literally.
And on the moon landing.
Yeah. Trustworthy folks.
For sure.
Yeah.
Who knows how many fake wars there have been, like wag the dog shit that they've done in the past. But anyway, let's
Federal
get back
Reserve.
to this.
Cold War. I
Cold
mean, that
War,
could be a
Federal
whole
Reserve,
narrative
yeah,
just
all
to
kinds of shit.
Scare tactics for
Well,
nuclear
the Cold
shit.
War was, oh my God, you can't believe anything that came out of the Cold War.
There's some
It
crazy
was
stories.
all
That,
bullshit.
yeah.
In this game. Now, in 1945, I was a Navy radioman out in the Pacific on a destroyer aimed for Japan. We had a one-way ticket. That's all you get, just one way. So as we were becoming proficient at our business of fighting war, the Manhattan Project caught up with us and did a job. Now, the weapon that was dropped on Hiroshima, Japan in August 6, 1945 was a U-235, fully enriched U-235 weapon, where the material was separated and purified in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The one that was dropped August 9th on Nagasaki was a plutonium weapon made at Hanford. But to those of us out in the Pacific, it was quite interesting. It had a ticket on it that says, you get to go home. I was impressed. Now, I was stuck out on Guam after the hostilities quit and was running a radio broadcast that communicated with 4,500 ships west of Pearl Harbor. Quite a few to listen to every dot and dash that I made. So I was used to having people listen to me. They couldn't see me, they could sure hear me. I had all of the good messages that were to come to them. Fleet movements, the Red Cross messages. They came along one day and says, we'd like to have radiomen to go down to Eniwetok for the atomic bomb tests. Not me. No way. I want to go home. So they went through and they took every third radioman to go to Eniwetok. I didn't go. They let me come home. But I wanted to go home. I had a driving need within me that says, hey, that big firecracker, I want to know how it works. I want to know everything about how it works. So back to the ranch in Nevada where I grew up and stacked hay all summer, gained back the 40 pounds that I'd lost out there in the islands. Into Brigham Young University, the fall of '46, in chemistry classes. Dr. Joseph Nichols could make an old farm kid like me love chemistry. I hadn't had any chemistry in high school, but the way Joe Nichols taught it, I wanted to know. So chemistry it was. And some neat guys like Carl Eyring taught me physics. And along in '47, I ran across a cute blonde from Richland, Washington. Now this girl had been telephone operator for General Leslie Groves and Dr. Enrico Fermi on the Manhattan Project. She got to put through the calls to Franklin Delano Roosevelt for these guys. So she talked personally to FDR. And she told me some of the stories like you've never heard. She says, oh, in those canyons, great things are done. This cowboy from Nevada couldn't even imagine what she was talking about. Well, in 1947, after we were married, I ran until she caught me. But I wasn't going to get married anyway. I wanted to get my education. I had to get on with this thing. And so we went to Richland, Washington for the first time in September 1947. I saw that those buildings she was talking about were there. 1,000 feet long, 11 stories high, 5 of them below ground. Tremendous things. And people all over. Camp Hanford in those days was a whole army camp just there to secure that place, to provide security. Thousands of soldiers. You move around out in the desert and hop out of a foxhole and pop a soldier with a gun in his hand. There wasn't any horsing around. It was all business. Back to school. In 1950, I applied for a job up there before I had graduated. And they were in such bad need of chemists, I had a job before I had my degree. And so the last year of my chemistry, mostly English, I did on a bus, riding 25 miles to work in the morning and 25 miles back at night. And I did advanced grammar and business writing and all of those things on that bus. But in September 1950, I got into this thing called plutonium processing when we did it barehanded, without instruments, without coveralls. We had some of the most peculiar acid burns in some of the shirts. I found one of those the other day. It's got acid burns all up the front of it. Plutonium on it too. Amazing. That was normal operation in those days. We ran those facilities and we ran them so well that by 1965, we had separated enough plutonium when it only existed in the parent uranium matrix to a half of a single weight percent, 0.005 weight fraction of plutonium maximum in that fuel. And we processed enough tons of uranium to recover enough plutonium by 1965 to meet the weapons needs of this country 10 times over for the foreseeable future. Now we're talking about a massive amount of work. Hands-on, do it type thing. And there was a couple thousand of us, and we were just happy as could be, just working like mad, making those plants run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in a community that ran on shift work, A, B, C, D shift. The whole community that way, a wartime community, people dedicated to doing a job, and we were doing it, and we did it well. No pretense. Oh, yes, there were. Up in the reactor began to sneak in people who wanted a radiation monitor behind every reactor operator. Why? We know how to make these things run. When we got a metal fuel element stuck and it fell down on the trampoline back of the reactor, we'd go in with our feet and kick it off into the pool, smoking, burning. If you didn't have an instrument, you didn't know it was too hot, so you just went in and kicked it. Finally, along came a rule maker that says, thou shalt not do that. You'll get burned. Oh, I didn't get burned when I did it last week, but you exceeded the limit. Well, where did this limit come from? Turns out that in 1934, the International Commission on Radiation Protection fabricated a limit for X-rays. It was no longer permissible to be burned by them, erythema, reddening of the skin. You now had to keep a limit called 0.2 of an hour per day. How much is that? Well, you've got to have one of these Beckman instruments to read it, and you have to keep time of exposure. You know, there are 4 requirements on this thing: the size of the source, therefore the strength of the source, the distance from the source, the time of exposure, and the intervening shielding to keep from getting burned. Oh, fine. We've been doing this thing for years now, and we've never been burned. Why have we got these rules? And they says, yours is not to ask questions. Yours is to do and die. Don't you ask questions. If you do, you might disappear. Those who broke the rules didn't appear the next day.
Whoa.
Military rule? Oh, yes. Absolute. What was your appeal? And people you were working with one day, when they weren't there the next day, you didn't go inquire why. You were just grateful you still had your work to do, and you kept right on doing it. Now, this is in the United States of America. Well, in 1960, we found out that the materials that we were working with, the thing that we called high-level waste, that if you waited 3 years, these million-gallon tanks that high-level waste went into boiled off 15,000 gallons of water a day. Fairly hot? Oh, yes. This material, that if it ever broke a line, would seal itself off in the ground within a foot, make its own glass. It wasn't going to go anyplace. We did that a time or two, accidentally, of course. And so we started packaging this cesium-137 in casks and railroad cars like that and shipping it to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And they'd take it out and make it into a barium titanate and press it into a pellet. And those things were so hot that they actually glowed in the dark from the infrared heat. Now, thermal ionic conversions came along at this time. So you hook these little heat sources up to thermionic converters and you took electricity out this side, no moving parts. These things went into the SNAP program. And these early SNAP power generators are what powered the underwater transmitters for our nuclear navy. We've got a regular roadmap under the sea. All you got to do is have an instrument that knows how to find it, and then you've got eyes on a submarine. You didn't know that, did you? The power from it came from this material that they now call waste. We processed that stuff and packaged it outside at Hanford. Well, we had rules that said 3 R per year is your allowable exposure, that amount of gamma energy that will expose a film pack. But that was for the people that didn't know. We weren't about to follow those rules. We just went ahead and did the job. They send around an investigation slip that says your dosimeter was overexposed 2 weeks ago. What did you do? And they had a cute little form on it that says accidentally exposed to light. And that was the one I always used to check. Because it's the same amount of light. You know, if you get gamma through the film pack, it's the same amount of light as you get when you click the lens on a camera. They wanted to limit us to that. And one day we looked up and they had limited us to that amount of exposure. Then the fun part of the game begins. You say, who limited us to that? Are they powerful? Yeah, they control the purse strings. They live by the golden rule. Them that's got the gold makes the rules. If you like your work, you keep the rules. If you don't keep the rules, you disappear.
So yeah, everyone should continue watching that. It gets crazier and crazier. He says he regularly used to swim around in the cooling ponds. Sup, Jeffro? And all kinds of crazy stuff. So I think there's definitely some mischievousness going on when it comes to that kind of stuff. The nuclear stuff.
Radiation.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Let's see. So, Soundpath. Let's get back to Soundpath.
Yes.
Did you guys watch Soundpath?
Saw a little bit of it. Saw the ocarina guy.
The ocarina guy was cool. Oh yeah, you watched that on the show last week.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna watch day 2. Wait a minute.
Yeah, hold on. We have some things.
Where is it?
Yeah. Because
Something must have happened to him, man.
What's going on here?
A watch party of Soundpath music festival.
Where to go?
It's gone.
It was taken down. How strange.
Oh.
Aww.
Soundboard.
Why in the world would they take it down?
What the hell? What the hell?
Excuse
fucking whack.
Could there be that they took it down?
Pretty whack, bro. It's pretty whack, bro.
It's
just
pretty
fucking whack.
It's
It's
just
pretty
fucking
whack, bro.
It is whack. So
It's pretty whack,
Charlie
bro.
Kirk, your stream, bro. Fucking, what happened?
It's pretty whack, bro. It's pretty whack,
That's
bro.
all you need to
We
know.
watched a video about how nuclear radiation's fake from a guy who built nuclear nuclear reactors.
It's pretty whack, bro.
Pretty whack.
Is blocking people a pattern, Will?
Have them blocked. I have them blocked. I have them blocked.
Man.
I have them blocked.
Why didn't
Guys.
Mr. Peanut Butter perform at Soundpath? Why didn't the founding fathers play at
The founders.
the founders?
How dare you?
Why didn't Insanity play at Soundpath? How come Mark didn't heavily promote it? Where are the episodes?
That's a good question. Where is
Where
Soundpath?
is Soundpath? What happened?
Guys,
to it?
Soundpath is gone.
Why is it taken down? What? They've never taken down any other event afterwards.
Do you want to tell him?
Could it
Why
possibly because it was a fucking train wreck?
Or
And they saw the thumbnail and they saw that we were going to pick it apart and watch every minute of every episode.
Guys, you can't let us affect you that much.
Yeah,
You have to
seriously.
do your thing and you have to own it. You have to
Own
it.
that
You have to
shit.
be able to laugh at yourself. Like,
I dread the day you grab one of my streams and pick it apart. Fucking hell.
no, but you would never put yourself in this position.
You wouldn't try. You aren't
You're more
trying to be something
self-aware
you
than
aren't, Jules. These people are all trying. Oh my God, Derek. These people are all trying to be something they're not. They're not
Dude,
being
is Leslie
themselves.
Powers about to spoon feed him in the high chair again?
No, she was spoon feeding him in the jacuzzi at the after party.
I think I have
Oh,
bigger
right.
eyes than Derek. Sorry. He's
So
cool.
That was
basically,
more buff than Derek.
it's about to be bath time for him. All right.
So
that
they took their 4 days music seminar down because they were scared that we were going to pick it apart because it was that bad. Honestly,
guys,
it was that fucking
So this is what I was
bad.
saying earlier. My cheeks,
Our cheeks are sore.
like my
from laughing
face is sore
all
in these
fucking week.
past like 3 days just watching this. And we're
You don't
not
know how
saying
much
this.
joy you gave us.
Like, yeah, and we're not saying this from like a point of view of like, oh, we're getting joy from someone who's failing. Like yeah, maybe a little, but not quite. It's just like we couldn't, if we were to write a spoof of the natural law community doing a music festival event, like a mockumentary, we couldn't have written something funnier. And that happens. Like I said, Jules, you'd never put yourself in that situation. You wouldn't have a live stream like that because you'd be able to like, oh, if something gets fucked up, you could laugh. You don't have this mask, this persona, this social hierarchy you're trying to climb. This clique
You're trying to just impress everyone, and you're trying to impress the cult leader.
But
Turn the fake and gay up to 11.
And this, like, the lady who put this on, like, she threatened to kill me and Darren because we told her that aliens weren't coming to save her. She threatened to kill us. And then her partner threatened to beat me up. Several guys in this presentation threatened to beat me up if they ever see me.
Guys on this presentation.
Several guys want to beat me up, and these are supposedly dudes that are like psychologically like based and like fucking they're doing all kind of healing and fucking self-work and all this shit.
You think
But
they're the
instead of-
kind of guys that'd be happy if something happened?
Yeah. Like they'd be super stoked if like Darren and I got thrown in jail or something, you know, like they'd be like, yeah, those fucking guys, you know, instead of just talking to us about what we're critiquing them on, they block us and then threaten us.
And then ignore.
Threaten and ignore.
Pretend like we don't exist.
Instead of coming to my podcast, which is always open and free, anytime, anywhere we're up here, someone could come on and fucking call me out for anything I've done in my fucking life, bro. And no one comes up here. They just all hide because they're these complacent fucking pussies that wouldn't lift a finger to stop evil if their fucking life depended on it. Yeah. So they instead of doing anything productive, these fools throw a music festival.
Well,
and you think, okay, there's a music festival. I'm sure there'll be speakers in between the music. No. So basically, it's not like the natural law movement was flowing with musicians that all had music. They just decided to throw a music festival, and everyone decided to write a song, I guess, and or perform an interpretive dance. Or there was like 17 white rappers, and some of them were lip syncing, bro. Lip syncing white rapper fest. Derek Bros was lip syncing.
Maybe, yeah, it looked like it. Or either he was
Or they
thinking or the audio was so
the
poor.
technical
the audio
problems
synced
were
off.
insane. Shit was repeating. They kept playing advertisements like over and over and over again, like the same one over and over again, because obviously they were having difficulties, so they just played ads the whole time. So it was like full 3 hours of the same couple ads.
So that was the other thing. We wanted to play the Astara ad that was run
the
through the
The
Soundpath.
bubbles. The bubbles.
They were making some
Bubbles,
wild
pulse
claims, and I really wanted to just
wild
pick apart the claims in these advertisements. One of them being there's over 3,000 human studies on hydrogen therapy, which is a bald-faced motherfucking lie. There are less than 100. There's less than 80 human trials. 40% of them are negative. A large percent of them are neutral, and only a few of those have anything positive. And they're like certain things, and then you look and see who funded it, and it's like they're tiny little papers, little micro studies, stuff like that, or some like the claims that these guys are making are completely wild. But the majority of the hydrogen therapy has been done on animals, which these guys don't give a fuck about testing on animals, obviously. But it's tested on animals. Animals aren't humans. We are animals, but we are different than animals, so you can't really compare us in so many ways. Sure, we're a little like pigs, not like rats. But anyway, the health part of it is kind of not even really like the biggest thing, because whether or not hydrogen actually helps in some way, whether it's drunk in water or inhaled, that's kind of like not really the issue. The issue is the multi-level marketing scheme, the predatory marketing that's being used to sell it, the bald-faced lies behind the claims. Like if they're just, we're just selling this fucking machine, like I remember Jeff Berwick and all those guys, they were selling that crazy device. They were at least smart enough to go, oh, look, if you buy this, we're not saying anything that's going to do anything new. That it might do this, but we're not saying that it's going to, and this is buy at your own risk and you can't send it back. At least they were smart enough to not fucking lie and say that it's going to fix every fucking ailment that you have, and you're going to become a Superman after inhaling this Chinese machine air, Chinese machine steam,
Chinese machine air.
Chinese machine steam,
Chinese
and,
Timu water.
water. That's literally.
They could have just said, "Yo, you can buy this cheap machine from China for $300. Use our code, and you'll get a discount. We'll get a tiny kickback."
That would be more honest. Yeah.
And no, there's some interesting stuff on the horizon. There's lots of studies going in this direction, but they can't say ethically. They can't make the claims they're making. There's no fucking science backing it. And like the science says, you can't make claims. There's been like some things, and it's like it's the smallest. It's a small group of study.
Fucking losers! And it's all telling me I can make it.
And it's all happened very recently. Most of these studies have happened the last couple years, and it's like obviously these companies that are selling these devices are like, oh, let's get some studies going, in our favor, just like the carnivore dieters, just like Dr. Baker got a study going, got all his carnivore diet people telling the scientists how great they feel, and now they think they have a fucking study. And it's like, no, that's not real science. That's like the first step, but you can't make these claims because you took the first step, especially when it comes to science. Science, you take decades and thousands of studies to figure out the truth about things, not just a few months of some here and there weird hydrogen therapy stuff, and then going and telling your people in your seminar that you aren't gonna have to go to the hospital anymore and all this fucking garbage.
But yeah, you should have seen the ad though.
You should have seen the ad. It
was
played 85 times.
This water.
Manny Mandela's
I won't have
ad.
to take fucking nerve blockers or anti-inflammatories for my spinal injury.
Yeah, dude, just
This
buy
water's
one
gonna
of these
heal my
blue bottles
vertebrae?
from these guys.
Fucking losers!
Is blocking people a pattern, Will?
I have them blocked.
Gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one, boy!
Your whole
Hey guys,
fucking
I've got to bounce. I'm
live
going to head up
stream
to the
is
shops for the old
mediocre
lady.
at best.
But
Later, Jules.
Hopefully you're still going by the time I get back. Big
It's
love,
probably
guys.
we're probably gonna go pretty long. We got a lot of shit we gotta do.
Sweet
on
as.
Dragon
I'll
Ass.
definitely be back down. Run it to 5 hours. Darren,
Get
take
it.
care, man.
Good seeing you, man.
He said Padini went on his show.
Wait. Oh wait, I think I heard that. Yeah.
Wow, we gotta go dig through his stuff and see Padini going on Jules' show. That means Padini's actually really into bodybuilding. He doesn't ever talk about it, and he's just all, oh, I fucking lift, but like that means his Jules is way into bodybuilding, and all his buddies are, and they like do PEDs and shit. They do like testosterone, and so where was it? Padini was up once, and they were all like, "Ooh, talking about lifting."
going back and forth.
Yeah, and so Padini went on Jules' show. That's crazy. I can't believe that.
Yeah.
So that's bad for your heart.
Yeah.
It's not good.
No.
Yeah.
No, Jules
I mean,
shouldn't be doing that at all with how fucked up his health is. He
it's
shouldn't
not
be
good.
Focusing on lifting.
Yeah.
Checking out a bunch of dudes.
Impressing a bunch of dudes.
Yeah. I know a
pretty
chick
whack, bro.
who dated a bodybuilder, and she says it's the fruitiest thing she's ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, you're staring in the mirror all the time, comparing yourself to other guys.
Beautiful people, not
For the
just
next hour.
girls, but the fellas as well. Sometimes
Derek
I
is freaky.
get a little fired up or worked up or whatever.
Shit.
Yeah, I will bust that out. Not bisexual, but I'm not bisexual, but
Fuck shit. Fuck shit.
No, the next round of soundboard editions is going to be fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to watch this, Darren.
Oh, okay. So going back to Soundpath, all we have left is this day for organizers and artists reflection gathering morning after pill meeting.
So
Sorry.
someone had the idea
Sorry.
to wake up everyone who's hungover and shoot a recap video about the fucking absolute shit show that happened the day before on day 2, day 3. Day 3? Day 3 was a live performance.
Day 3 was the last.
All 3 days was chaos, but day 3, the live performance, which Mark was in attendance for, but yet didn't speak at, which when the hell does Mark go to events like that and doesn't speak?
Yeah.
Kind of weird, especially when it's his it's all his supreme yes men people. Anyway, so this is the video that we have left. We had 20 hours of footage, and now we got 2, but at least we have this. We'll see if they shut it down while we're watching it.
Seriously, let's enjoy this while we can, guys.
We already downloaded it, so we're not getting losing it this time.
Oh,
cut it down.
Find the fuck out, boy!
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro. It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
I have them blocked.
You're old.
I have them blocked. I have them blocked. I have them blocked. I have them blocked.
Mr. Peanut Blocker.
I have them blocked.
You fucking losers! Fucking trash apes. You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult. There's a song for you.
Baby diaper?
Yes. Sometimes that.
Baby diaper? Baby diaper?
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
Being a little baby. It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
Stop being a little baby. It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack,
Being a
bro.
little baby.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
The whole stream. Sorry, guys.
Fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro. It's pretty whack, bro.
Oh shit.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
That's nice.
All right.
Damn, guys. Come on. It's a long. It's like 5 more minutes of this. Let's just skip to. Where's our guy?
I get it, Derek. You want us to hear your fucking
His mix.
Your
It's not
mix.
even his. Well, maybe he.
Your mix.
I don't know. Maybe he makes beats. Maybe I'm hating.
Conrad. Honestly, don't have a problem with
Conrad.
Conrad. He was one of the white boy rappers, but I kind of like the guy. I don't have a reason to
I
it.
think
Yeah.
he's self-aware enough to know that it's like kind of funny.
He smiled. He had the most genuine smile the whole time. Everybody else had fake smiles. He was just like, "This is fun."
Yeah. He's cool. Guy's cool.
Honestly, most of the white boy rappers were okay.
Beatrice Ortega is sick. She's the
Beatrice
best
Ortega
rapper.
isn't an old lady.
No, I thought she was an old Spanish lady during the How to Become a True Media class.
She sounded like she was
She's
70
like a
years
young
old.
hot chick, or like, you know,
Like she's a
not
young
older than me.
hot chick rapper.
Yeah.
He raps better than these white boys.
Did I stop it?
And has like all these music videos. We're like, whoa, we were wrong about that. Oh, they stole that from us.
Oh, the heart. Yeah.
The heart.
7th Principle Network.
8th principle faggotry. I can't believe we can't watch this shit right now. I'm so pissed. Oh my god, is this still fucking going?
Oh, what I think of
wait.
when I hear Arnold's Family Fun Center, I think of Noah's Arcade.
33!
Who have created the system and they perpetuate the system.
My boy.
Rose.
I woke up this morning feeling I had something to say. I got doubts on my mind. It's time to let them fly away. It's time to unlearn poison and heal broken hearts. Go back to the end. It's time for a fresh start.
I'm repping this gameplay, queen of my future like in a chess game. Bitches better make waves, bitches make no mistakes. To slip of the tongue will make me accidentally slip a switch.
Who's this?
Don't take my kindness for frivolous. Take my time away from me. I'ma make you see what the fuck I call ghetto discipline. Well, you better grab a water bottle.
Okay.
Damn, didn't even
Oh
share
my
her
god,
name.
this is fucking taking forever. Oh shit. Yeah, Conrad, what's up?
Conrad's cool.
Conrad's down. Derek will
once in a lifetime.
Derek's our guy, but Conrad's cool. Derek will always be our guy.
Yeah.
I heard that one man's voice say nothing that ain't gonna do nothing.
Oh shit! Who were a lot of these people? I don't think performed.
Yeah.
I think they had so many technical difficulties they missed a lot. St. John is the other team. Fully healed St. John.
No,
we gotta talk about fully healed St. John's intro to the Soundpath. Creepiest fucking thing in the world. St. John walks out high on mushrooms or something. I don't really know, but he's like grimacing. And he's like, oh, fucking, this goes out to Jerry, my love of my life or something. And he's like scowling at the crowd for like a unusually long, uncomfortable amount of time. Looking like he is in the middle of a rage, I don't know, something, but his face was contorted and his vibe was off.
The vibes were off.
Even through the computer, the vibes were off.
That was the thing. That
Cringe. Fully healed. St. John, in all his wisdom, Yeah, Padini. Padini is now texting me. St. John in all his wisdom gave us the wisdom that we should not get in relationships until we are fully healed. Fully fucking healed. Because that's something you could fucking do.
Bullshit.
Not surprised coming out of Mark Passio's Amigo group. People saying dumb shit like that, like you're able to fully fucking heal. Retarded. So obviously he was saying that him and Jerry are fully healed because they're in a relationship together. Yet they couldn't keep it together not to fight live on fucking camera during the Soundpath festival that she was hosting. If I was hosting an event, most people around me probably wouldn't bother me while I was hosting. It's a little weird. That would be like Hallie screaming at me.
I've like bothered you during the podcast.
Well, you bothered me, but like
it wasn't to the point to where you were like mouthing to me like, "Stop it, be quiet." That literally happened during Soundpath.
Go away. And then she was like, she'd come back from a break and like her makeup's all gone because she had to go wipe it off. And it's like, oh, okay, so somebody's been crying. It's like, dude, just don't host anymore. Have Derek take over. If you're gonna fight, put the little button with the camera, click it, so you're not on fucking camera anymore.
I hope we get some of Soundpath back. Maybe
We'll
they'll
never see
re-upload.
the
I think
original.
they'll edit some stuff.
They took it down. They're going
They'll
to
be
edit
fixing
it
stuff and
and
editing
re-put
stuff.
it out in shorts, and we will never see the original Soundpath again.
Soundpath was an inside job.
Soundpath was an inside job.
Like, what are you talking about? Soundpath.
It was up. They were proud of it. It was up. We made our thumbnail. The next afternoon, I went and checked, and it was fucking gone.
But we have this video that we're about to watch.
We have
And this is the best we got, but it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty whack, bro. Oh, it's in 480p. By the way,
what's up, world?
They
How you
didn't
doing,
show
Chris?
enough.
What up, Derek? How you
do
doing, man?
anything in HD.
Pretty good, pretty good.
480.
Still alive and kicking, even at this hour.
Nobody wants to spend the $30 for
Put out
StreamYard.
over 25 hours of
to-
live
to
streaming.
do
this whole
HD,
weekend.
1080.
And, the whole team's still kind of recovering and all that.
Derek's waking them all up from France. Wake up, guys! They're all hungover.
Oh man, it was epic, man. The whole weekend, and really the cap off last night with just
Nothing against this Chris Callahan dude. I think he was the guy who did a piece on Peter Tosh, which was actually pretty cool.
Peter Tosh is cool.
Yeah, Peter Tosh is definitely cool. So that was cool. He did I thought I would see a lot more stuff like what he did. But everyone just wanted to present their lack of talent.
Yeah,
with
Chris
the live
actually reads
performance, it was
books.
just
What's that?
Chris actually reads books too.
Yeah, he seems like a chill dude.
it was awesome.
Theo, on the other hand,
Cool to see everybody together like that too. You know, I wish I was out there.
man.
Yo, it's cracking.
Oh, bro, do you have grocery outlets by you?
Yeah, I'm blown away. This was an amazing success, guys. Like we pulled it off. Bravo, you know.
Is that Sverige? So at our grocery outlet right now, barbecue banana chips.
Huh.
Unfucking believable. Almost spicy barbecue.
All right.
So good. So much better than chips. Not too high fat. Fat's pretty low. Grocery outlet has some great fucking vegan shit. It's amazing.
Yeah, I've been air frying
It's pretty
potatoes
whack.
lately with no oil.
Fuck yeah.
Ooh.
Turning out fine.
Oh,
I did that last night.
Mr. Air Fryer Spoon.
Yeah. Mr. Fry's
Yup.
food.
It's pretty amazing to see it has been
I am Theo
manifested.
Lux.
You know, like we've been working on it
I
so
think
hard
it's
for
very
so long.
amazing.
And you know,
I made a
like,
websuit. sites
Long time it was just a
named
dream,
Natty
you know?
Law
It was
that
just a
nobody
dream. I
goes
used to read
to.
Word Up magazine.
I had
But,
AI
there
make
you
me a
go.
website,
Real
and that's
stuff.
my only credibility.
Yeah, it's
Everybody
quite the
worships
sprint to
me
the
because of my
finish, and,
website that no one
pretty
goes
intense the whole
to.
weekend still, and yeah, just hats off to the whole crew, especially special thanks to Mike, aka Afix, who was doing the whole live stream.
Wow, he did a terrible
A lot
job.
of equipment that Mark Passio so generously and graciously let us borrow.
Oh, so they didn't do it without Mark's help.
Did so, yeah. Much
Yeah,
gratitude.
definitely wanted to chip in on that
Oh.
again too. You know, the quality of the stream yesterday was just top notch. I mean,
The quality of the stream was top notch. That is quite a motherfucking claim for that
Which
guy
part
to
of the
make.
stream?
And how do any of these fuckers know how the stream went at all? They weren't watching it.
What if it was bad
awful.
on the person recording it? Maybe some people received it okay.
They could have
Some
done
people
the
didn't.
whole thing on StreamYard and it would have been flawless. But they decided to use what they learned through Mark's class and use his garbage software that's way more difficult, and it was a fucking train wreck.
Oh.
10 fucking people there that took that class multiple times, maybe even, and they
I don't think
couldn't
it was
run a
garbage
chill.
software. It was just overcomplicated for what
OBS.
what their
They
skill
were
level
using
is.
OBS instead of StreamYard. OBS is inherently difficult compared to StreamYard. I pay $45 for StreamYard because it's so fucking easy. Because
Not
OBS
cheap.
sucks. I used to use OBS. But and then I look back at the videos back then and it's just like, like you could tell. It's free. It's using free. It's like Mark says in his course.
Maybe if you had an $8,000 machine,
the free
and an
software
IT
sucks.
degree.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's wild because there was the wrong music being played for certain performers. Yeah. There was a crazy echo going on. Like I said, they kept having the same Ostara and Manny Moneybags advertisements running over and over and over and over again in Funnel Fest.
There was many ads.
So after
mindfulness, what's his meditation?
Meditate More
mindfulness,
podcast.
something, yeah.
No.
After St. John came out, and very strangely had Jerry come out. Jerry comes out, camel toe, flying for the whole world to see. Staring at the ground, mumbling into the mic.
Her camel toe or her? See, I can't say it. No, you're the one.
No,
I cannot talk about the camel toe. It's all you.
But like, you put on some leggings, some like yoga pants, and you look in the mirror and you're like, these give me a camel toe. Or you say, these don't give me a camel toe.
Maybe it's.
She decided camel toe.
She decided camel toe.
So she gets up on stage, not trying to look, and mumbles into the screen, you know, and then like this band plays that's. Oh, Mark Passio is actually at the event, and being metalheads and knowing that Mark's a connoisseur of metal, and that means he's a connoisseur of music. There's no way his ears weren't bleeding listening to the band that was playing. God bless them for getting up there and trying, but
yeah,
holy hell. I mean, they were really honestly the only people up there that had original music though. Like everything else was someone else's shit for the most part, or showing some videos of some bass rappers that aren't at the event, you know, like. And then these bass rappers are also talking about, you know, doing drive-bys and doing drugs and shit in their music. So it's obviously not that based. Just DJ sets. Like, oh, I'm going to do a DJ set. And that's cool and everything, but like, it's nothing you need to throw a fucking music festival over. You can just do your DJ set on your YouTube. And like Derek does, and you know, I don't know. So
the sound quality, the video
sound quality was fucking
the quality
amazing.
of
The fucking video quality was amazing. Oh my god. How do they know? They weren't watching. They were there.
They looked on their phone for a second while they were there.
They look on their phone, like, and what did you look on a full-sized studio monitor and you can tell that the colors were all right? Like, what are they saying that it looked and sounded so good? Like, did you listen to it through studio monitors and it was like bumping really hard and you're like, damn, I can feel the bass through this shit. Like, what are you saying when you're praising this guy who, from what I can tell, I thought Jerry was running the live stream from the host section because it was so bad. Jerry with her multiple mics and none of them work. That was funny. The CGI mic. So I don't understand when these guys say the sound going into the equipment was terrible. So how does it come out of the equipment sounding good if it's bad to start with? Like, I don't get it. And like, look, music is art. I get it. You can't talk shit about people's art. Bless them for fucking doing their art. But this shit wasn't great. It's not a great look. Like I said in my intro, if I had told my friends and family to watch this shit, they'd be like, dude, you fucking lost your mind.
There's a reason why they took it down. It's
really that bad.
Honestly, watching Soundpath, and I'm not saying this to like be a bitch, like, I felt bad for Jerry. There were times where I could feel the anxiety she must have been feeling in her chest in that moment. And I put myself in her shoes and imagine trying to do all this stuff. She's trying to run the school, how to become a true media course. She's trying to put out her content. She's on the network now trying to do
dealing with us.
Dealing with us, her St. John's her partner. She's like mouthing to him off camera. The commercials will roll, they'll come back to her, and I can see the look of horror on her face. I'm like, man, I would be so bummed out if I put myself in that situation. So it's like, I honestly felt bad for her. Like I said, I'm not saying that to be like, oh God, like condescending, but it was just like, damn, that's just, it's quite a position to put yourself in.
What did she say? She's all, John, I understand you're upset. I understand you're frustrated, but we decided that it's a better look if we just have these guys on now, because he was supposed to be the second host, but he was on one. I don't know what one it is. But
well, we'll see. St. John will reference the previous day, which is day 3, which is the day that he introduced
on
Jerry,
one,
all the things we're referencing.
Either angry or some bad substance. But I thought he was a sober guy. He's like an AA dude.
Cali sober.
That doesn't work in Philadelphia. That only works in California.
It works if you're fully healed.
Oh, if you're fully healed and you have over 10 years. If you have a 10-year chip, then you can smoke weed and fucking
and you can eat little shrooms at Soundpath.
Yeah. So
it's plant medicine. It's not drugs.
Oh, yeah. What does he say? Oh, you'll see what he says.
See, that's the loophole.
It's not drugs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah.
And hey, we're not like anti, like, we're not like lamos, like whatever. Like I understand you can, eating a little mushrooms doesn't make you a bad person.
It's self-awareness. It's okay. Maybe I shouldn't do drugs the day I have all this responsibility to do this stuff in front of a bunch of people, especially if Mark Passio's here. They're just like, oh, it's going to be a rave. Let's do rave drugs.
Or if you're going to do that, you need to make it more casual. Bring the stress level down. If the string gets messed up, you come back on laughing, and it's like, what? It's just like, what was that?
How does it lead to freedom?
Oh, yeah.
Because usually when people do an entheogen or something, they have to like integrate these insights and actually come up with an actionable plan or
they're
insight
not on
that
that
they
level.
articulate.
Yeah,
like the trip report, dude. Like people actually do,
because they're only people that have done drugs partying. They aren't people that have done drugs.
That's the worst way to do them.
Yeah, literally. You miss out on everything when you're distracted by something else. dancing or a concert. Yeah.
Well,
I
think
mean,
about having to do being in that state,
you miss
tripping,
the
and then having
psychological.
to like run something, like having.
Oh
to run.
my God.
That's part of the reason
Dude.
why I think
That's that song. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Yeah.
So I casted that music video, like 300 extras.
No, you didn't. You're lying.
And I had a bag of mushrooms because it was going to be an all-night thing because we were doing that video and there were all these. We put all the kids in the pool and we were hosing them off. It was an awful video shoot, but I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to eat some mushrooms." And so I ate what was left of this bag, but in hindsight, that bag was like a quarter ounce. It's like broken up into dust,
Extra dense.
And so I was yoinked during this entire 12-hour fucking music video for Drowning Pool. And it was an awful experience. And I don't think I've ever liked mushrooms since. I think it ruined me for mushrooms because it was not that type of experience. I was at a place where no one knew I was on them. I wasn't supposed to be on them. I took too many of them.
Yeah.
Crazy music video. Yeah, weird story. Anyway.
Artists in the music.
Huh?
Nothing.
Oh, yeah, I used to have a casting agency in Hollywood before I was a musician.
No, you didn't. You
Yeah,
liar.
you did.
And
Didn't you liar?
Theo and I were talking about the collaborations that were happening just on the spot. I mean, it was the magic that is taking right action and bringing people together, and
What
it's just a beautiful thing
collaborations?
to see and to watch, and definitely grateful to be a
that-
part of it, and
I think the people
thanks
in
to
the
everybody
first
who
band
put work into
that
this.
was
It
like,
obviously
they had
took
never
so many
played
people
before together.
just dedicating their time, and
So they
you
decided
guys,
to play in
all
front of
three
Mark
you guys
Casio.
obviously very much
Holy shit! I
involved
thought
with
Jerry
that,
jumped
much
on the
appreciate you
fucking
guys.
StreamYard.
Hi, Jerry.
Hey guys.
You did it.
You did got some bad
So it
kombucha,
wasn't
boys.
just one person. Yeah, we all.
Wait, listen to what she says, though.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Theo. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, John, who's feeling unappreciated. And I'm literally telling him that I appreciate what he's doing.
He's
And we've been
still,
bickering
they're
every
still
single
fighting the
day,
next day.
And we're trying to just move on. Hi,
Fully
Joe.
healed. Fully
Yo, John, your
fucking
poetry is
healed.
fucking fantastic, brother.
Fuck, bro. Your fucking poetry's sick.
Yeah, brother. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Great shit. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's like I don't know, it's all good. Joe Murray's walking out the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna say goodbye to him.
Yeah, go say goodbye. I don't know. Everybody's a little different, man. When we come together in collectives, What else?
Very intimate behind the scenes.
Fully
Like,
healed.
I feel
John.
uncomfortable.
Way intimate. This is far too intimate behind the scenes.
listen
Just
to
wait.
St. John.
We had a lot of fun, dude.
Fun.
Can you get the mic?
Oh, wait, hold on.
I'm kind of like whispering because the house has a bunch of people sleeping in it still.
No worries. That's better though. Thank you.
Wait, so hold on.
Back here, dude.
Listen to everything.
Some really interesting stuff was going on last night around here when we got back here, dude.
I'm sure.
Oh, interesting
Yeah, a lot of fun,
stuff. A lot of fun. Wink, wink.
Can you get the mic close to you? It's kind of hard to hear.
A lot of
I'm
fun.
kind of like
wink,
whispering
wink.
because the house has a bunch of people sleeping in it still.
No worries. That's better though. Thank you.
Sleeping, right? Wink, wink.
I guess we're streaming to some of the platforms with this.
So Jerry just
Are we?
threw the stream
What
on.
platforms are we on right now, guys?
He's like,
I can tell you what
St. John, you
platforms
gotta
we're
go
on. Yes, we do.
St. John woke
You mean
up
these kind of
grumpy,
platforms?
and she puts the camera in his face and walks away.
Oh yeah, look at Chris.
Poor guy.
Oh my God, the plants are beautiful, bro.
Yeah.
Look at the floods this guy's got. Get over here, guys. Look at this.
He's
Show
looking
him
at these
again.
fucking
Show him
idiots.
again. Look. Wow. Look at that stuff.
Oh, these dudes are
That's
geek.
amazing.
Fuck yeah.
I didn't even plant.
We
I didn't
missed
even plant
out.
those. Those were just planted by nature. They came up on themselves.
Get that shit, Jerry. Yeah, girl.
That's awesome. How's it going, gentlemen? Brandon, great set, man. Love your music and energy, passion. Nathan,
drinking
Jake,
water.
everything,
Got a
you know.
house full of boys.
Yeah.
Just like she
Nathan
always
was such
wanted.
a huge help
A
yesterday,
simp
man.
army.
I
Huge
really
help.
feel like
Hell yeah.
every single time in that
Army.
wheel that was turning
Belly.
yesterday, man. Like, did you guys go back and listen to the sound quality of that fucking
Oh, the sound quality.
unbelievable.
Oh,
Let's talk about
unbelievable.
Apex, Mike.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Mike, man. with
Going
his
for
sound
real
quality
lo-fi
ability
kind of
and
thing.
everything system. Wow, dude, what an amazing man. Oh, we got Joe Murray. We're live streaming on the Aftermath. You want to say hello?
It's
to
pretty
the guys
whack,
from the
bro.
online side of
It's
things?
just fucking
Come
whack.
on, man, get over here, bro.
It's pretty whack, bro.
What's up, Joe Murray?
It's pretty
in the
whack,
house?
bro.
What up, man?
Cracking y'all.
That's your boy.
Yeah, buddy.
You're
over here. I thought you were down here.
Yeah, I was tied up in making like 20 videos before coming over here. Otherwise, I would have flown out there. Yeah, just trying to
20
afford over
fucking
here, but-
video. Oh my god. Filling up the network with
Oh, yeah.
content,
I was,
bro, every day.
Digitally implanted.
Dude, they got the
Mike's
Negan bat from The Walking Dead.
Yeah, you see
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
See that? That's
Lucille.
Watch what?
No,
that
St.
song
John
Endgame
thinks
was
he's
dope.
that guy.
Thank you, dude. Hey, things
Yeah,
got a little
man.
fucked up because I think it was miscommunication. I wanted pauses in between the songs so I could talk a little bit and explain the tracks, but I had to improvise because the music was just coming in. But I think it came out all right, you know.
I think it came out all right. I guess it came out all
Yeah, man, it
right.
was fun.
It's just
That's
like
not
a
very
very
enthusiastic.
Very talented artist.
Whose place is in Philly? Because they were there in person.
John's probably.
It's John and Jerry's place, I think. Unless
Yo,
they
he
went
ruled
there.
that
John and
stage,
Jerry's
man.
got-
It was amazing, dude.
I think
just
Jerry was like,
wow, this is
Yeah.
where we're at.
living
This
in
is
a
real.
You definitely look like you've been there before.
Yeah. So natural at it, right?
Yeah.
living in the
Maybe
doghouse.
it's Airbnb.
So, what was it like from being overseas and watching the stream? Like, was there fidelity issues? I mean, we all know that we couldn't stream the Rumble because of the France situation, but like seriously, like look at this guy's. That's Conrad.
Oh, word, damn.
What is that? Take Tyranny out, dude. Smack Tyranny. But here, look in
Grand
this
Slammy.
Airbnb, you see how he's standing in front of that piano? There's been
Airbnb.
different people that
Confirmed
got on
Airbnb.
all weekend long. man.
Okay. Airbnb.
Like people just like practicing their music and stuff, man. Last night they were doing some acapellas all on the porch, man. What an amazing experience.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure Chris Jansen was jamming a little bit with Brendan, something like that. You know, Chris, musician as well, right? So yeah.
Yeah, Leslie Powers and Jerry Cavazzuto hanging out in the hot tub talking strategies on forward as powerful females in the One Great Work Network and the Great Work Movement, bro. Like just to be around these people is an amazing experience.
In the jacuzzi, we missed
I was
out.
trying to live
Powerful
vicariously
women
through
in the
moment,
jacuzzi,
even not even
Darren.
knowing what the half is going on over there, but
You got the
with
Steven
the
Tyler
background
of
stuff with
Camel
Mike,
Toe.
you know, with all the stuff he's got going on and the weight on his shoulders, he's still having a good humorous approach to it all. It was great being in communication with him, and yeah, he was always, you know, all ears for like, hey, we're always like checking the sound quality like throughout the whole live stream yesterday. You know, he was always
I'm going to hell.
I'm like, hey, let me know if there's any kind of feedback, if there's a delay and stuff. So we had that quality control. You know, not just from the Jurassic 5 sample I threw in the promo, but yeah.
A lot of effective communication to give a good delivery of some really high quality work, man. The team
High
effort involved in
quality
this thing, man, is
delivery.
unreal, dude.
Fucking
Like,
team
we knocked
effort.
it out of the box, guys, man.
Oh
If it
my
wasn't for you
God.
guys with the
Fuck,
online
bro.
support and
Oh my
everything else
God.
that like we were able to stand on like the
Oh.
other 2 days.
Yeah.
All the if you haven't seen them, go back and watch all the watch
I'm going
parties, watch
to.
all the artist interviews.
We
you know,
guys were
find out what
delivering.
it means to be.
Where are they,
we're-
St.
we're
John?
excited,
Where are
man.
they,
There's a
St.
lot of
John?
footage of,
Tell us.
you know, people have videos.
It's pretty
of,
whack, bro.
People dancing and just hanging out and just pictures of all kinds of stuff. And it's just, I can't wait to process all the raw data and take a good look at it.
Oh, there
Process
was
all that
some
raw data, bro.
processing going on.
And people were just
Yeah.
having fun, man. They were dancing and just like chilling. It was crazy.
Why didn't you guys
Really
show
cool.
everyone
We
dancing?
were having a party here at my
There was
house,
no
and
footage
it
of
was
anyone
past my
dancing.
kid's bedtime. My
And
wife was
chilling.
looking at me, and Presence was jamming. I was like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to see this through." And I had it cranked up in the bedroom, and the
have
kids
them
were all
blocked.
hyped up. And they're like,
I
"Dad,
have
you've heard
them
this song
blocked.
100 times already. Why do you have to listen to it again?"
I have them blocked.
But
Damn, that sounds
it was a
sick.
jam, man.
It's fun.
John's like, I got cock blocked.
I have
Yeah.
them blocked.
I was sat in the cup chair all night.
Collaborate, you know.
St.
Yeah,
John.
Made a lot of connections there.
Fuck yeah.
That's the best part, man. That cross pollination and getting
I have
people from
them.
different
Woo,
backgrounds, and different
cross-pollination.
unique paths
Backgrounds.
and expressions, but all rooted on that one
Expression.
foundation of principles of natural
Not
law.
saying
And,
that cross-pollinate.
that's really what we need in all of our culture, for culture to not be a negative thing. You know, we can
Culture, if you know what I
it can
mean.
be positive and,
I
and
love Derek.
unique in all these
He's a
different ways,
guy.
and bring
He's a
people
guy.
together and,
Look at
and
him,
create
look at him.
something really
He's
cool.
fucking
So
So
dancing.
into it.
great to see everybody there together,
Stoked.
and
So into it.
really it was an epic show.
I wanted to briefly share that Joe Murray, Conrad, that was their debut performance of their music. So we're honored to
You're honored,
have done
Kirk.
that.
You're muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just wanted that.
I was making my Italian hand gestures like, damn, brother, that was your first time too? Holy shit.
My first hip hop performance. Like,
Wow, didn't seem
hip hop.
Yeah, man. I was in the middle of the show, jumping off the stream to find your video on YouTube to send it to friends and stuff. Like, hey, you guys got to check this out.
Oh, man, thank you, dude. Thank you.
And this is that's the hunk of the group over there that just walked away.
Who?
Yeah,
remember
it's live hip hop shit. Like I played
I
drums
forget
in
who it was
bands
just
before
standing there.
live, but doing a hip hop thing, that was my first time, but it was cool. Felt
Ariane?
confident up there, you know.
Hi, Ariane.
It was fun, dude.
Hey. You missed Nemo came and performed.
Good peeps, good vibes, good connections.
Oh.
You know, it's a shame like not that
Missed
many
it.
people came, not as many as we would have liked, but you know, it's what it
Not
is.
as
Next year
many
we'll be there.
people came as we thought.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, we got to be promoting
Not
this,
as many
you know,
people
half a
came
year
as
in
we'd like.
advance and that kind of stuff. This is our first time
What
around, and we
happened?
really just got the ball rolling, and it just sped up so fast. And like, holy smokes, we're actually gonna be doing a live concert type of thing. That was not in the cards, like originally.
The cards,
more or less, but
you ended up doing.
Stop bringing these Americans in the natural law.
Don and Jerry are
Stop
driving from
biting
Florida
Americans.
to Philly and elsewhere. They went to Pork Fest, and so they met people in real life to make this happen. So that just enriches the whole experience and group dynamics and how eclectic this selection of musicians is, man. It's like,
You're gonna find out that you fuck with the wrong one, boy.
I was just gonna say, really, it's about getting that testimony down too. You know, we put forth the voice of truth and really did it in a very diverse and beautiful way, and it's gonna be there forever. Just like when you make music, you know, like I was sitting there speaking about Peter Tosh. He's been dead for over 40 years, but when you put it down like this, it can live forever. And you know, with the internet, we're gonna be able to share that music and that experience for days to come.
Jeffrey.
The audience that was there is not reflective of the audience it will reach and really put forth.
That's
and
not
be able
true because it's been
make it
taken
even better next
down.
year. So you know, I think
a piece of content cannot reach a new audience if it's taken down.
Oh yeah, Ariane, you missed it. So Soundpath, the music festival, we put up the thumbnail, and then the next day they took down the whole
They
festival.
took down the whole festival.
and their YouTube. So we just have this morning after video that we're
The morning after video, basically, everyone's
But
hungover.
yeah, we were gonna
talking
go
about
over the
show.
whole festival, but now it's gone.
But now it's gone because they're scared we were gonna make fun of them, which
maybe, I don't
we're
know.
doing that anyway. But taking it down definitely didn't help their situation because
Soundpack? What's the called?
Soundpath.
Soundpath.
It was a bunch
Is
of
it-
white rappers and
people from the
interpretive
One Great
dancing
Work Network.
from Mark's network. Mark was at the event, but it was really a train wreck.
regardless of who shows up, I think you know the people that
These
matter
guys
showed
think it
up
was the most
and
amazing
did it
thing
the
they've
way it
ever
needed to
done
be
in their
done.
lives.
You
Pretty
know
whack,
what?
bro.
We put
Pretty
that
whack, bro.
energy out in the fucking ether, and it has to do something. I would think. You know what I mean? I don't think it's just meaningless. You know?
Absolutely.
So, but yeah, fellas, I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee. Good talking to you.
A cup of coffee.
I want while I'm helping make coffee for everyone, I want to give a shout out. Well, I think I heard John do it a
Jerry,
little bit,
stand
but I
back.
really want to like
Scared the
honor
shit out of
Nathan
me.
Webb, who has been like the jack
Is
of
that
all
the hunk?
trades, like behind the
No,
scenes,
he's not the
you
hunk.
know, like facilitator, all like literally he did everything from like helping get an oil change to fucking
Whoa.
like taping shit. I mean, and like doing security, quote unquote, for tickets, like you know, just making sure, not security, but like checking for tickets. Like he did everything for us.
Checking
yesterday.
for
Like, he
tickets at an
and
event no
he's
one
so humble
went
and
to.
chill
That's
about
interesting.
it. Like this is
lead logistics.
We've never had
At a bar.
operations manager.
An event at a bar.
Like he really is. Like so, I just want to give a shout out to you. Yeah, yeah, of course.
So
Thank
what's
you.
happening?
Nathan.
Yeah. These people serious.
Do you want coffee?
Oh no, I'm okay.
Well, I'm making coffee for people, so I'm in and out. But yeah.
Ask for doctor.
Oh sure. Well, we could, I guess. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's folks like him and others behind the scenes. It's like the glue that really holds things together and makes sure that it's solidified throughout
How
the
it's held
duration.
together?
Fucking
Right.
solid as a rock, yo.
Solid as a
You've been rocking that shit.
Solid as
I can't believe we don't have it.
Yeah.
That's what I still got. Yeah, and that's
Yeah, we got hold on, I'm trying to turn the light on in here.
At a certain point, she says that they're moving on from yesterday. When did she say it already?
They don't let you burn it
We're
out
just trying
there?
to move on from yesterday.
This is an Airbnb, bro. Rental. Like you ain't burning.
It's like you're talking about
It
the
was
event
funny
you had
when
to
I moved to
move
Missouri.
on.
Like most people don't even have
It
trash
doesn't sound
service. They
good.
just have a either a barrel or a little concrete pad in the backyard that they burn shit.
Yeah.
Pretty whack, though. It goes against natural law. Burning
It's
trash.
an amazing group of people coming together in such a way to make that thing go through the way it did, man. You know,
Oh,
everybody had
yeah,
a chance
St.
to either
John?
work the door or keep it moving, like out on
Work
dance
the
floor,
door to an
and, you know,
event
get the
that
next
no one
artist
went
up on
to?
stage. We had two-way radios, man. We really implemented a
Two-way
lot of good stuff, and
radios
a lot of us have
for an
learned over
event
the
that no
years
one went
from
to?
watching people like Derek, watching people like Mark, watching other people that we've been invited. I've done some events too, and Jerry.
Is
She's done a lot of
blocking
stuff, you know, a lot of
people a
different events and stuff,
pattern?
so
We have
it's
a
just
brief,
amazing to bring it all
shout out
together.
from
I just really quickly wanted to come.
There's the hunk.
To your reggae.
This guy's hunky because he's kind of
like
buff, and he's
Thanks,
got
man.
like
I
a
appreciate
beard,
that. I enjoyed your
some
music a
messed
lot
up
too. I
hair.
was sharing that this morning as well.
Outlaw.
He's the hunk in the
I thought it
group.
was like it basically reminded me a lot of Tyler Childers, but with a good message. So I'll be definitely listening to you.
Thanks, man. Yeah, for sure. And you got the same exact name as my first cousin.
Yeah, right on. That'll make it easy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just fucking
But
whack.
appreciate it, man. I love it. I like the research. I like, you know,
It's
like I
pretty
said, I love
whack,
reggae,
bro.
like, to my heart and soul. It's connected.
Right on, man. I'll send you the playlist I made. I put together a conscious reggae playlist for the festival. I just got to about over 4,000 songs, so I'll send it over your way.
Holy smokes. Well, real quick, while you guys getting your coffee and stuff, I want you guys to hear this transmission. It's a message of gratitude to all you truth speakers out there and all that from Cynthia Mitchell from Affirm Life Daily, and she's been following our works. She was really interested in the whole Soundpath stuff. She wasn't able to make it up to the event. She was in Georgia, but
I know chicks.
These guys are streaming in
the
480.
conference. I can play a little video of the phone conference sometime.
Yes.
Live stream, just a
Unbelievable
variety of things, but
Grand Rising, my beautiful soul family. This message is specifically for my truth tellers, my ambassadors of integrity, my whistleblowers, my national educators, those who stand in truth, freedom, sovereignty, no matter what the cost, no matter what the price, no matter what the obstacle.
You don't know any of
What
those
you are doing is
guys.
important. You are literally changing the vibration and consciousness of humanity. You are a game changer, whether you got 5 followers or 4 million. You stand in love and action, and that matters. You are inner alchemist, and that matters. You are
Wow, new age bullshit. Jesus Christ. You guys, just by existing, are changing the world.
Truth tellers.
This isn't good to tell people shit like this.
You are
guys
special.
You're the best.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. The arrogance, I don't know. It's so
Yeah, I
hard
think
to
that's
listen
what it
to
is. It's
them.
like, why does it feel icky? And I think it's that. It's just like the arrogance. Like, oh no, we're talking to like, the people who are on my level. Like, I'm on this level. Like, are you on this level with me? Just like above everyone else. It's like
Fuck
that
all you
kind
other
of thing.
people
where
that
it's
aren't
like,
on my level.
ah.
And I'm going to
get
blow
it, but-
steam up the people around me's asses so much that it makes me feel even bigger.
You guys got any shrooms? I'm trying to level up.
Jesus Christ. And the fact that Derek, who's on the network, doesn't see
Awaken your mind.
the problem with this statement.
of light, a beacon of hope, a shining example of what we can be when we choose differently, when we consciously choose different than what we've been taught, than what we've been programmed, than what the control system is.
It's great. What she's saying is great,
It's
but
not
it's
all
not
wrong.
going to. She doesn't know any. Like what she's saying is falling on deaf ears because none of these people are who she's talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like trying so hard to make them seem
important,
honest, and legit,
impactful. Yes,
yes.
like they're actually
It's
doing something.
pumping up. Like the. I mean, if somebody is really, really truthful, you don't need to pump it up so much. It's gonna show it itself. Yeah, I mean,
I've
it's
heard
like
it called
trying to
gaslight.
convince somebody that, like, I don't know, pool water is good, to drink.
Yeah,
But
it's like
just
when-
because it has tested every week once, they take a sample from a pool and it's tested, it's safe. but it's fucking pool water, man. Take from a fucking spring. You know, I mean, it's crazy, you know, like it's I don't know. It's kind of really sad to listen to these people. I mean, it's
well,
really
it just
sad.
shows how unhappy they are. They have to make these fake communities and then build up fake
socialize, like
fake shit on top of fake shit on top of fake shit to reinforce the bullshit. And the whole point of this community is to see through the bullshit.
Yeah. But they're so afraid of showing me whenever I come to this show, and everybody else who, I mean, rarely we have some new people. Like, I mean, if there is, like, we try to make this not a echo chamber, which is good, but like, whenever, you know, somebody decides to show their face out in the world, on the internet, you are basically putting yourself out there and being how to say, open for being naked in the sense of,
vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly. But they are not even ashamed of how, they are not even aware how you know, like, they are not even, they don't want even to acknowledge the possibility how they are how they contradict themselves. Like, I mean, they don't want to even honestly reevaluate themselves. Like, I mean, it's really sad. And I'm in a stage, like, I want to have like inner peace, but I don't want to be at the selfish stage. Like, I want an inner peace, so I don't want to pay attention to these people. No, we have to draw some light to these people, because they are really like really not harming, but misrepresenting what anarchism is, what natural law is about, what constantly doing self-work. You know, I don't want to even call it, I mean, there's no controversy, taboo to call it shadow work, because Bill Keller says it's mainstream. But, you know, shadow work constantly, it's like doing meditation. You know? But people don't want to meditate on their, you know, their mistakes. Like, hey, maybe I was wrong about the show that Jeffrey does. You know, maybe I should go and apologize and say, you know, like, hey man, sorry for like really bashing, hammering in. You, like, I don't really want to hold grudges, you know, and we have to be like a wholesome, healthy masculinity, you know, like, and
I would shed a tear if someone came up and did that.
Well, there's even like steps before the point.
Blowing.
Yeah. Steps before the point of like apologizing, like even just being like, "Hey, I'm just coming here, open to just discuss things and not have just."
If they did that, that would be a really If they did that, anybody, that would be like a big thumbs up for them, and like, I know that. Yeah, I don't care even. Yeah, you made mistakes, but now you showed your honesty, and you showed that there is that in you, that good side. So
the capacity, the capability to even be honest with oneself.
So why is it so? Why is it so hard?
There hasn't been a single person, not a single person. Usually out of a group, oh no, 9 out of 10 of them, and there'll at least be that one guy that's like, I see what you're doing here, but
I mean, like, Adrian's cool, like, he's kind of
well, I mean, he wasn't like full their side though. Like, I think he was pretty skeptical of the group to begin with.
For
sure. He wasn't one of our opponents.
Yeah, like who else? That guy from Denmark or what? The Scandinavian guy.
Oscar. Yeah.
He seemed okay, but kind of a little bit cynical. Maybe I don't know.
He's a little rascal.
He wants all the attention from all the girls in the movement. He completely defected and went over to that group. And he just loves it over there. I talk to him every once in a while. I'm all, bro, where you been? And he's like, oh,
just cleaning up,
having fucking hanging out with the ladies.
Yeah. No, he posted something in how to become the true media after class, like the old class we were in the Telegram advertising. I think it was something on Jerry's book club.
Book reading. Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, and I clicked on the link and it said the link has expired. And I know that meant I was blocked, right? But I was just like, hey, like, which also I'm like, okay, maybe I'm wrong. I'm like, hey, it says the link is expired. He's all, sorry, Jerry must have blocked you. I can like look into that. And I just like thumb reacted, like, yeah, like I'd like to like see the content. Like I'm not like, there's no reason. I was never like spamming their chat or anything, but it's just funny to see him try and navigate between like, you know, like
and she showed up to one of his video readings too, his book readings with Sarah and Jerry, and it was Sarah, Jerry, and Allie in the comments.
No, yeah,
no, in the
leave like and come back, and it was literally just like.
And it wasn't a chat. You guys were streaming to each other.
Audio call.
Yeah, just no video. Allie's like, so girls.
Jerry's all, so it was a Kabbalion reading, and Jerry's like, so Allie, have you read the Kabbalion before? Like it was totally like she played nice, and then that was the last time she like let me.
They blocked her after
that. I was freaking blocked because I wanted to see the link Oscar had posted. But anyways,
they didn't even have the balls to say anything to her. Just hide.
Yeah,
block and hide.
There's nothing to say. Like, what do you say? Like, I don't like your boyfriend.
Yeah.
Like, I guess.
Oh, what's your fucking boyfriend's problem?
I have a feeling that they don't want to. They don't want others to perceive them that they associate with you or there's some kind of.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Something. Yeah, I think it's kind. I mean, it's silly, really silly, and I don't know. I'm 34, you know, but this like Derek and all, they are 40. Maybe I don't know. It doesn't matter. But like, come on, the grown ass people, come on. Like, why people like act like this? Like, it's so hard to be like
honest.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the thing, man. If they're about freedom, why not actually gain some competence?
What are you gonna? You're gonna die, man. You're constantly learning, and you're gonna die dumb. You know. I mean, why? What? Where's the fear from? What are you afraid of so much? You know, like, yeah, I maybe say something here that's gonna be something that's silly or ignorant. Maybe I can, you know, slip something. But this is all about like just sharing and something like when I say something in the show, then Jeffrey sees it, clips it, and puts it like a reel or something. We have it documented, you know. It's like it's like when you record in a studio and you want to like create new music which, you know, inspires somebody, and you have an idea, you have some phrase that really sounds truthful and honest, and you know, and you have it documented, you know, on this show basically, and then you just use it. It doesn't slip through, and I forget what I told. No, you have it like recorded here. So that's also, this is also like a work. And what this show is also like working. It's not just entertainment and listening or whatever.
It's work, and I have to pay for it also.
Yeah, it's serving work for who you're working for. It's trying to serve like truth, right? Like that's like the ultimate. Like, okay, we are slave
to truth.
That is the religion.
It's like a laboratory, right? Pressure testing different models and ideas.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that they don't like, I think, it's that they think we are hating on them or something because
They think we're jealous of them.
That you're showing their flaws or whatever, and then they have this wall built. Like, I don't want even to come on their show because then I'm confirming something that they're told. No, I don't want to give them attention because they talk shit about me, or something like that. That's how they perceive you guys, I think.
Yeah.
But
I'm making them.
We only started doing this when they blocked us. When we brought up something like that's very clearly wrong.
Relevant.
With their logic and aliens or carnism, and we're like, dude, are we listening to the same natural law material?
Right. Exactly. What's going on here?
It's like there's no interpretations of like natural law. There's this pattern that if you follow, you're gonna learn. I mean, and there's this laws. There's like a method of learning this truth, of realizing. So there's no like, this. It's not like we are studying the Bible or something. Like, there's many interpretations. It's just okay. Every one of us is telling the same thing with different words, different phrases, but we're not lying. We're just using different sentences, different variations of the same information.
Like, I appreciate this lady trying to motivate everyone, but you're doing them a disservice by doing it this way.
Yeah, it's like it's like a commercial for an event or something. Like, these people are the enlightened ones, the perfectabilis, like
It's the perfectabilis,
come on, is the ignorantabilis, what the fuck? I mean, it's not ignorant. Everybody of us is ignorant. It's some things, many things we don't know, but I don't know. We are disappointed at them because they are the ones that should get it more because they are involved in this activism, So that's why we expect from them to do better because they
won't have dialogue. That's their problem. You try to have dialogue with them, they shut it down, and then they'll send you like a music video and say, guys, listen to this, let's get hype, like Meg used to do, right? And it's like, no, I asked a serious question about a philosophical concept, and they won't answer, and they'll just talk among themselves. Like, the moment you bring up something that requires thought, they're done. And you ruin their little party,
Example on Instagram, there's some artist that posted like he made an art with Charlie Kirk being shot, and it says like he fucks around and find out.
Oh, and I saw that. Yeah,
what I sent you, and I sent it in DMs like, no, the one that shot him should find out because he just regardless of how many people he influenced in a bad way, whatever, nobody should be murdered for just using words, and if they didn't harm anybody physically. So it's so disturbing to see people like speculating if he deserved it or not.
They don't believe in free speech. They don't believe.
Remember when it was really cool to punch Nazis? It was like that was like the cool. They all punch a Nazi, punch Nazis, punch Nazis. Like what? Like
punch
physically
commies.
assault someone for their beliefs? That's sketchy.
I mean, I would punch a commie, or you know, or I have some people that I would like to punch, but I would not punch them never because they didn't harm me. But their
It would
face
only
is
make them
punchable.
think they're
Yeah.
correct too, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I
Scott
don't.
Gordon's in the house. What's up, homie?
Hey, Scott.
What's he talking about? Soundpath. It was not spontaneous or
Well, Turning
grassroots.
Point is definitely a psyop.
That was not a spontaneous.
Oh, that's what he's talking about.
I think.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Of course. He was this full-on CIA op, like, wow. All these guys are. They don't give anyone
Definitely
attention.
not, lone wolf type thing. That's for
No,
sure.
I don't think
It's
so.
like
It's one of those.
Russell Brand, you know, just more like a right wing leaning or whatever. I don't know even to differentiate what is a conservative or Republican. All this.
Remember the death of the king ritual too. You know, they have to have their leader like the immortalized leader.
Even
whether it's
I'm
Dr.
open for
Malay
the
or
possibility that they faked it. I don't know. It's really serious fake, if it's fake, but it looks
It
pretty
could be
real.
faked.
It
It
looks
could be
pretty
faked.
real.
It is possible to make something look like that right in front of everyone.
Right.
It did look pretty good, though, because I've seen plenty of fake ones, like I said earlier. It did look pretty good, but I could recreate that with a CO2 cartridge and some fake blood. I could recreate that scene quite easily. And if you noticed, it's sped up quite a bit as the bullet hits. It is not slow-mo. And so when he reacts, it looks like a good reaction, but it's sped up. So because it's sped up, it's not going to look right. Like he snapped pretty, it was a pretty, okay. The other thing that kind of convinced me that it might be real is he did this.
Yeah.
And the reaction time within the sound.
That is a spinal severing.
Yeah.
That is what someone does when their fucking spine gets fucked up. That was pretty convincing, but he could have done that. He could have been coached to do that.
I mean,
okay. Well, what about this? Was a Mauser rifle. That's
no fucking way in
Right.
hell.
So that's
Anyone hit
impossible.
anything from fucking from 20 feet away with a Mauser. And
Well-
that bullet would have blown his fucking head off. That's
Yeah, they
7.62
said
by
it was
5.9
They said
R.
it was 30-06 chamber.
That's
so
not what.
That's
not
I
what.
know, it's not
Oh wait, no, I'm
normal.
thinking K98. So a
No, but
Mauser
it's,
could have.
sporterized. You can sporterize the action in anything remotely.
Yeah, for sure.
They did
If
that
it was a
lot with
Mauser, though, it was
Kirk.
likely 7mm.
Yeah, but when they imported stuff, people sporterized them to use the actions. and they had-
Even 308's fucking gonna blow your fucking head off.
You know what would have happened?
Your head will vaporize.
You know what would happen is the person taking the video looks like they were close by. So why wouldn't the impact at 2,000 plus feet per second come before the sound? How does the sound and the impact come at the same time?
No, the sound barrier snapping at the same time it had to have been right there. And if that was that large of a caliber, his head would have vaporized. They wouldn't have. And then why blood shoot out the side?
There would have been
He
an
got
exit,
shot by
and the
spraying
background
on.
was white. The background was white. So I was looking for stuff in an exit wound, and I'm like, I'm not sure. But it's not. I don't think it's a rifle, dude. That's
No
not
fucking
really
way.
what happens.
And a Mauser's huge. It's fucking 4 feet long.
It goes
You're gonna
through
see
an
someone.
entire deer when people hunt with one.
Yeah.
Why would it just? I'm not saying he didn't die. I'm just saying the rifle story seems like BS.
I think,
Like I said, that fool's in fucking that fool's chilling with Epstein on Epstein Island right now.
It's possible. I mean, it's possible. Like they shot Trump, with the ear.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
fucking right.
It's.
Fucking right.
Yeah, and the whole cult then put like a bandage. I mean, what the fuck? No, it's it's so
This
like
guy has no idea how guns and bullets work. He knows nothing, guy in the middle. Actually, I'm an NRA certified firearms instructor. I've taken dozens of handgun, rifle, and shotgun courses. What the fuck are you talking about?
Send them the link.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
mean,
need to get on
even-
Discord
I
and
think
explain
even
from
it's-
experience.
They get on
irrelevant.
StreamYard.
I think it's even irrelevant speculating about the details. I think the bigger picture is that I even think like I don't know. I mean, it's not.
The thing is, a lot of people
They always
think
do this
we're
psyops
okay.
to spark more division and
Yeah.
distract people from what's happening. Example in Gaza and all this stuff, killing children and everything, and like the flotilla and attacking humanitarian boats, that are want to go and give baby formula and food and medicine, and I mean.
Okay, now instead of typing this, hold on. He says, you don't know that a bullet tumbles when it enters a target. A large caliber rifle round will not go immediately sideways from hitting someone's fucking neck, you moron.
It'll still tumble out of them.
It'll tumble through them, not sideways out their fucking neck and make a tiny little hole.
Right.
Fucking
But
dumbass.
it's so,
The only
so
way
easy,
that could happen
so easy
is
to
if it
shake
was
the
a
jar,
glancing
and put ants against each other. They are shaking the jar.
Exactly. No, that's all it's for. That is what it is for. That is what they constantly need, a stream of bullshit to distract everyone from what they're actually doing.
And so that the
We're
media
still
have
dropping
a story
bombs on people.
Yeah. It's like the most trending stuff on tweet on X is like Charlie Kirk and I don't know like what other and the stabbing in the train
And everybody
black
forgot
guy
that Israel's bombing all these countries and they're at war and they just started war with Iran.
and now the protests in London against immigration, and now all this stuff like make Britain great again, something like that. I don't know. And which was really funny because when I saw a video of this like make make England like more like in how to say English or whatever, and then they go to buy Indian food, right, or like Asian food, like on a festival.
Yeah.
And all the people from India, like they immigrated to London or whatever. So this is like a total crazy, man. And then people are questioning, why do you have like a British flag and an Israel flag?
They're clearly
together?
trying to get white nationalists to strike back so that they can do something. That's obviously what it is, man.
It's crazy.
We've got
And
pedals.
I even think that it's like there's this project of the Zionists. I don't know what's the name. But they want to spark division in Europe, so that order out of chaos. So they make it multicultural, like people from Africa and everywhere, to make it less, how do I say,
homogenous,
white or whatever. I don't know how to say. I don't want to sound like a white supremacist, but like
So let me clarify this for Zeron0, who says that 308s tumble ballistically and will turn immediately right when it goes into the soft flesh of a neck. Fucking idiot. Straight through fucking 3 feet of ballistic plate. Gel, sorry. No tumbling sideways
So we've
in the
got a
least
good
bit.
inch of penetration before we get to the balloon. We've got a good
30-06 will be even straighter.
7-inch balloon. We've got pedals
It would blow his
that
fucking
come all
neck
the
off,
way through.
without a fucking doubt. Blow his head off of his fucking body.
Yeah.
Dumbass. Hyperlinks here. I was just gonna say, where the fuck is Hyperlink and where is fucking fucking who's the other guy? The bot. Race Lever. Where the fuck has Race Lever been? Oh, Alicia might have gotten to him. What's up, Hyperlink? Long time no see. You should come up. You haven't been up in a long time. We're watching all kinds of hilariousness. Oh, I guess you've been watching it. So yeah. Yeah, so bullets don't, 308s don't fly sideways out of someone's fucking neck, moron. Don't trust the guy in the middle. He has no clue, just a poser. Right. How many 30 cal rifles do you own, bro? Probably not many. If you're too scared to fucking probably shoot him. You do.
I'm scared to go on the StreamYard link you sent him.
Yep. He just wants to talk shit from the chat like everyone else.
At
least
he
wants to talk shit from the chat.
I don't even know if the details are important. I mean,
it's just because I put Charlie Kirk in the name of the title, so YouTube's sending morons to the fucking channel right now, basically.
Okay.
But let's finish this shit out.
What you do matters more than you know. And I know it's not easy, and I know it can be hard, and I know you can feel like, damn, why am I doing all this? Why do you care? Damn, why am I doing this? All I do is get shadow banned. You're doing a great work, and it matters.
Who the fuck do you know that's getting shadow banned for their content, lady?
Never forget how important this work is. This
No,
is
it's just not good.
You got the strength, courage, and power,
Give me a
and love,
break.
and capacity to do it. And I'm grateful for you, for every single one of you. It's all love. I love you.
Like I said, it's nice.
Beautiful.
It's not helping these guys. Oh, so beautiful. Oh, I feel so good now.
I really like what she's up to as well. I've seen some of her work, so she's on point for that.
Oh, if Jerry thinks she's cool, holy crap, that's such a big vouch. She's in the house. Jerry's practically Mark.
Thank you for that amazing message.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you.
Really appreciate that.
Jerry's the new Mark.
Want to see something else that's impressive?
Let's see it.
God's blueprint is the law of the land, the seas, the heavens, and everything in between, the ether, the air, the dream world, and all that's unseen. Weaving a moral code through the very fabric of life. Its essence light as a feather, but its consequences cut like a knife. The truth of the matter is the truth of matter. Our
Jeff, I just thought of something.
Our unreal reality, where nothing is as it seems. Anchored in love, we try to peek through the veil, connected.
You know how they have prosthetics, like prosthetic faces and fake skin? See, what he could have had is fake skin over his real skin, and that could have spewed out underneath a layer of fake skin.
Oh, yeah, like
right off the bat. Right off the bat, the shirt looked really weird because it puffed forward.
It would go in.
If it's a shockwave, we'll kind of do that. But there was like a weird thing going across the shirt. There was something going over his shoulder. It wasn't a mic because he was holding a mic. It puffed. Like I was saying, a CO2 cartridge in your shirt will do that. A little boom like that. And if you snap and if you know it's coming, and then he's all, oh, I'm going to cover. He hands up and then kind of covers. And it's just like the blood flew out, which, okay, I've seen blood dwyer 100 times. I know blood could really come out of a wound, but like it looked good, but it didn't at the same time. Usually it's like, no, that's fucking bullshit. No, that's bullshit. It looked a little bit better than most, but they know if they're going to pull it off in front of that many people, it has to be good, you know? And then there was the other shot of the guy. It's called kinetic. Look, this dipshit's still around defending his dumbass position after I just showed him how a 308 will go directly through ballistic gel and not turn sideways and exit. Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
YouTube sending idiots to my channel.
Yes, globally positioning sovereignty as our shadows confess. From wading in the water to walking on it. From careless whispers to talking on it. We are one, a singular source. Fractals colliding, navigating, flowing through eternal time and space. Racing to nowhere, it is ultimately self we must face. The great showdown, nature versus man. Take 10 paces, then turn and aim, only to see the enemy has our own faces. We are nature. We are the love we seek. When the blindfold dissolves, the bright magician shrieks. Our true nature revealed, our hearts expand. Instead of movies and music, it's freedom on demand.
Why didn't they play this during the
No more
event?
acting, authenticity.
There was nothing like this during the event. There was no educational anything talked about during the event. It was just kumbaya fucking drum circle bullshit.
Is this
in commercials?
Is this woman that is rhyming? Is she vegan or because she seems familiar?
She could be. I'm not sure.
She was the one who we watched Logan and Will on her channel.
Because I saw her
and they were talking. They were all, we did the slow mo of them I don't know if she's rapping.
And the code, the principles, the truth, unfiltered and raw. I also like to call it God's blueprint, aka natural law.
She's just speaking with soul.
Well, we should invite her next year. Shit.
Oh, we should have invited her. Maybe you should have invited Nemo.
People always ask me, "Hey John, what's a great
An actual good musician that's principled in the movement.
Cleaning it all
Yeah,
up, so we get a good review, so we can do this again next year.
Wait, what did he just say?
Going back to Cynthia's work,
Hold on.
I definitely feel like we missed a lot of people this year. Like that, you know, like I was aware of her work, but like I wasn't feel.
This look like
shit.
So we're not like.
Look at this psycho. Oh, I gotta move the camera so I'm in it.
In there, wow.
Right.
Love that.
I gotta fit me into the camera.
People always ask me, "Hey John, what's
PC John."
Today?" And I say, "Well, hey, today the great work looks like going around the Airbnb and picking up the cigarette butts that are outside." And
Look, he's still
cleaning it all
irate.
up so we can
He's
get a
still
good review
mad.
So we can do this again.
He
next
still
year.
can't control himself.
That's what the great work looks like today, guys.
Oh my! Look at Jerry.
Going back to Cynthia's work, I definitely
he's
feel like we
still
missed a lot of
fucking
people this
irate.
year. Like,
He's
that
on
was-
one, dude.
I was aware of her work, but
No, he was. We didn't even get to see the half of it.
John.
We saw her reacting to him the whole time. We didn't even get to see really what he was doing, except for when he announced her, introduced her, and he was like scowling at everyone the whole time, standing there all awkward.
No, he looked like the
And then-
Joker. Like
I think he was on one so hard that Jerry, he was supposed to host this with Jerry, the event, but it ended up just being Derek and Jerry and Derek and Jerry and some of the other guys. And he wanted to come on so bad, and she was like, "No, I understand you're frustrated, but we think it's going to be better if I just do this with these guys right now." Because I
Conrad
think
wanted
he
to
was
come
so
on.
out of control that there was no like. There was she at least knew not to put him on because it would have been a mess. Because he was raging because shit wasn't going to plan, probably, or something. But he's still raging. He still hasn't made a statement without complaining about something. And he woke up grumpy.
picking up cigarette butts.
So we can actually do this next time.
Jerry's like,
Fuck this.
anyways.
Wow. Control yourself, bro. Master fucking, this is the guy. This is Mark's guy. It's Mark's right-hand guy. He's been through everything with Mark. Fucking shadow work warrior right here. St. John. And he can't control himself enough to fucking
The guy in the middle.
He obviously
Yeah, the guy in the
angry.
middle and the bottom.
Yeah, he's been throwing temper tantrum for 2
I didn't
days
know
straight,
that she did
basically.
spoken word type, poetry, and like that. Like, there's just so many people that I wish we could have
You
had.
seem
Like
nervous.
Dub Effects. I wish we.
Maybe you should did like a post being like, "Hey, does anyone want to do this event?" And like actually let
like
people.
just stuff like that. Like I wish, in retrospect, Vinny Eastwood, we were wanting to invite.
Yeah, you guys are little gatekeepers, and you got your little group, and that's all you fucking care about. Exactly.
To, Larkin Rose
Maybe you should take some more people into consideration next year.
plays guitar.
Larkin Rose plays guitar. Wow.
Next time they're gonna have
But
Larkin
the
Rose.
land and the
Larkin
scamming about
Rose.
the
I
Petit
know,
and
another freedom convention with Larkin Rose. Wow. That's what the world needs. Another convention with Larkin Rose.
Larkin should tell
next year-
Panini that he needs a Martin.
A
They're
Martin
really
guitar?
expensive. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant like Brandon Martin.
Get bigger and better. We'll have more time to prepare and reach out to people. So.
Oh wait, I gotta get back. Since we were talking about Charlie Kirk. Oh, did I delete it? No, I put it up.
Get your mic. I don't know if they can hear you.
Oh, hold on one sec. Sorry. So, boom. Stop screen. I'm gonna stop this shit show for a little bit. This guy. Let's see if we agree with what this guy
It was around
says.
8 p.m. UK time last night when someone sent me the shocking news that Charlie Kirk had been shot during a debate at the University of Utah.
Is this
Shortly
George
after,
Michael?
just the utterly
George
horrific
Martin?
George Martin,
of his
yes.
murder, as it did
Oh,
the rounds
yeah.
of social media.
Oh, you don't like him
To
either?
process what happened
No.
ever since. Let me be clear. The murder of Charlie Kirk is an attack on free speech, democracy, and the free exchange of ideas. For so long, the West has fought to maintain a culture where open debate and discussion in public is a cherished value, and those who wish
Fucking
to
cunt.
participate in it can feel safe to do so. including when they have ideas and values that subjectively offend others. We fought a war
I mean,
against
he's right,
fascism
kind
in
of.
the 20th
Yeah.
century.
No,
Yet
well,
millions of people died as a result of defending these ideals. Now, our very academic institutions that are supposed to be safe havens for such a cherished freedom have become targets for violence and suppression of speech. Charlie Kirk openly wasn't vegan and even debated a number of people on this, badly. But the celebration of his murder by deranged and hateful apologists for far-left fascism has created fertile breeding ground for a world in which people with controversial opinions, such as ours as animal rights activists, come under threat.
All in
To
all,
all the
you're
vegans
just
listening to
another
this who
prick in
think
the
it stops
wall.
here, just remember,
That's literally
you
what he
are
says,
Charlie
right?
Kirk. To
We are
millions of
Charlie
people.
Kirk.
You are a person who challenges deep-rooted cultural values and holds a position that others find contentious and disagreeable. You are an activist, a cultural commentator, expressing your ideas in hope of a better world. Reaction to Charlie's death online has been mixed, but among the many hateful people cheering for Charlie's death are, unfortunately, a handful of
Distasteful.
animal rights activists, people from my own
Distasteful.
community. It utterly
But
pains
he
me
claims to
see
be a
that anyone
centrist.
whose entire cause depends
But
on
I know he's a
persuasion,
MAGA dork.
reason, political change.
What is the
and
deal with
open
these
discourse
he was a
English?
would want
statist.
to
Come on.
praise and
What are
attack.
we
What is
talking
up with
about?
these English USA worshippers?
They are
I don't
using-
understand
I know
it.
why. Because
They're
they want
using
England
Charlie
to be
Kirk's
great again, and they're all like
tragedy.
cucked in their own countries, so they wish they had, you know,
A Trump to come through, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
They're like
They make- they
they're
make-
almost as annoying as Canadians that are involved in U.S. politics.
They need
They
a
want-
Like, get the
Sullivan.
fuck outta
from,
here.
they want a V for Vendetta government, basically, like these UK right.
Oi.
Right.
Big bruv.
Labour Party. Bring the Labour Party.
Big,
cunt.
big bruv. We just need the right guy.
The Labour.
Nigel Farage.
This
Not
guy.
just Farage. Oh
cut
shit! He
the-
crashed his airplane.
Cancel the subsidies for the factory farming. Because
I was
factory
thinking-
farming is the problem,
I
not
was
not fucking
thinking we could get
animal
the
use.
immigrants out.
If he's a centrist, would he make a video like this if a leftist got shot?
He's a
Not likely.
He's a utilitarian
douche
This is
bag.
going to be used just like Malcolm
No, he's a
X,
statist
just like,
douchebag.
just like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, cult of
come
personality.
to the vegan camp out
Yeah.
to debate carnism debunked, whatever. Fucking
on those very things. So the
Whatever.
question is, in an environment like this, who's next? Joey Carbstrong, Tash Peterson?
Yeah,
Earthling
yeah,
Ed?
he
Maybe
got
it's
waited
you.
to say that.
Furthermore, Charlie's murder sets a terrifying precedent for open discourse within our own movement. False and slanderous accusations of Nazism, fascism, and Hitler comparisons are rife within our movement to the many vegans who do not tick every box in the woke cult's checklist of quote-unquote acceptable opinions. And this is the very slander that resulted in Charlie's murder. We have to do something as a movement and as a society to put a stop to this utterly hateful, hysterical, and unhinged rhetoric that has resulted in the murder of a man innocent of these accusations. Like those of us falsely accused of
Is
it
that what
inside
happened?
the animal rights movement, Charlie was deeply opposed
Animal
to
rights.
fascism and was an advocate of free
Oh,
speech,
dear.
a critic
Yeah,
of
you hate that, don't you?
anti-Semitism, and worked peacefully alongside people of all sexualities and races within his cause. The actual fascists have exposed their true colours in light of this violent and bloody
yeah.
murder. I've followed Charlie Kirk on social media for a number of
Charlie
years now because
fucking
I love how he
Brickman.
challenged the very thing that killed him. Going out in public to espouse unpopular opinions and push a
Yeah, they don't
facts over
want people
feelings
doing
narrative.
that.
Nevertheless, I
Charles.
disagreed with Charlie on a whole number of issues. I'm a vegan, an anti-natalist, a supporter
You
of
have
gay marriage and
King
adoption,
Charles.
a firm advocate of free healthcare, and a vocal critic of his religious views. But his death impacted me greatly because I understand and respect the importance of being able to have public discourse
Being
about
able
these
to
positions
They want
prolong.
you
without fear
to
of violent
ask
reprisals
permission
for
to
myself
speak
or
from the
others.
government
Charlie
for your
died
safety.
doing something that was very important to him
Exactly.
and to me.
Debate me,
Defending
bro.
his ideas on a public stage and
You can't be
encouraging open
anonymous
Okay, hold on.
online.
as officers continue
Encourage
to protect the
open
crime scene, the
discussion.
haunting
So
words
that
are
I have a
emblazoned
problem with right there. While he did do debate style showings, they were not fair. They had mic taken away from people many times. There'd be 700 MAGA bros there screaming over the guy the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Ridiculous. Yeah.
That's not an open discussion.
No.
That's a controlled discussion.
There was a vegan
so
guy.
I disagree
had-
that's what he
yeah.
did and that's what he represented, because he absolutely cut people off and did all kinds
Yeah.
of stuff. So that's
There was a
funny.
vegan guy who actually asked
something that was
not to
very
be
important
interrupted.
to him and to me.
And
Defending his ideas on a public stage and encouraging open discussion. As officers continue to protect the crime scene, the haunting words are emblazoned.
And
across
he
the
deleted
gazebo
his
in which
fucking
his
vegan
life was
debate that he
taken.
got smoked in too.
Yeah.
How's that open discussion?
Yesterday, someone decided not to engage in peaceful discussion and prove him wrong. Instead, they decided to violently rob him of his life in front of his own wife and children.
Possibly.
Imagine that
Fleeing like a
fucking
coward
cunts.
into the shadows. Charlie was murdered for nothing more than exercising his First
Bloody
Amendment right.
murder.
The evil coward who robbed him of that has values incompatible
How
with a free
dare you.
society, and they must face the full force of the law.
Alright.
So, as an
Mate.
animal rights activist, why is someone like Charlie Kirk's tragic murder so
Animal
significant to me?
rights.
Because despite our many differences, the lethal attack on Charlie Kirk was an attack on the very values I hold dear: free speech,
Was
freedom of thought, open dialogue, and the right to offend. My heart goes out to Charlie's family and all who knew him.
Maybe a couple of
Oh
those
my
things.
God, hyper.
And the right to misinform.
That one. Oi, for one, was very sad that Kirk was killed because Oi also strongly supports.
Yeah,
Israel.
that's the other thing.
I support.
We didn't hear. Yeah, he was talking about anti-Semitism. He's staunchly against anti-Semitism.
And I also like to block other vegans.
That's the other thing I don't like about the guy.
I like to block other vegans who criticize my
That's a
so-called
cool
vegan
conservative
activism.
vegan, but he still supports Israel, so makes a lot of sense.
George also likes
Supports
to
government, supports Trump, and supports Israel.
Zionism.
He likes
Not
also
vegan.
to.
Sorry.
He also likes to call
Not
vegans.
vegan. Not you're not debunking any carnism. You're fueling
to-
carnism.
He likes to call
Yeah,
also
Sorry.
the vegans who point out the definition of principle of veganism. He likes to call
Yeah, I
call them
mean, it was
crossers.
either bullshit
Yeah, it was
or
definitely
just a divisive orchestrated event, or Israel didn't like what him and Megyn Kelly talked about a couple weeks ago. But they don't do that.
Come on.
Okay, this was the other thing I brought up to Ali. So they're at war right now. Their whole protocols for how they deal with shit probably is very different and has probably been heightened. And I wouldn't be surprised.
Israel, you're saying?
Yeah, Israel. If they did hit on certain people, because it is a more sensitive time, because they are
I mean,
at
they
war.
hit on Qatar, and
They
Qatar
might
is
take
like one
people
of the
they usually don't
bases of-
consider as combatants especially people who have a lot of sway, and especially people who support you and then start to falter, because that's what it sounded like. The interview with Megyn Kelly, they were talking about why aren't we allowed. Charlie was saying, he was like, I support Israel and I have Israeli people screaming at me all fucking day, saying that I'm not doing the right shit, or that like
Because he
they,
supports free speech. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's the.
that means you can speak out against Israel to them. That means you support Israel to them.
And they were literally like, he was like, have you ever noticed, Megan, that you can't? And now I'm someone who I support Israel, but have you ever noticed you can't?
You're not allowed to
You can't even question Israel or Zionism.
And
It's
she's like,
ooh.
yeah.
yeah. It's so I
It was
mean,
pretty base shit for those two.
even if okay, sure, even from within their biased worldviews, like that's pretty
death to the IDF, death
pretty
to
intense
the
to question.
IDF.
But again, it could be a psyop to get conspiracy heads talking about that and being like, "Oh, it's Israel," like it's just it could just be for that, just for distraction, just like the Epstein stuff. I mean, the Epstein stuff could be fizzling out.
Yeah, it's like they're running Epstein into the fucking ground, trying to distract people with it 3 years later.
Yeah, it's like speculating.
Yeah,
how-
Hyperlink. He's one of the
how,
kill predatory animal guys.
Speculating that the 9/11 details.
He loves Gary Yourofsky. Not that we don't love Gary too, but Gary needs fucking.
Gary is a
he needs to
fantasy
go to
world.
therapy. Gary Yourofsky.
Garden
needs
of
to go to
Eden.
therapy.
Utopian.
Gary has right brain, too big a right brain,
I think that's what it is.
or is it left?
I mean,
No, left brain.
I just think, I don't know.
He's still in the zone I was talking about earlier. That zone that you're supposed to be learning to be a monster zone.
Or learning.
He's continued with it, and he's still doing it late in life, which is like, okay, something happened there. You didn't catch the part where you're supposed to reel that back in and control it. Because he's
talking about Yourofsky,
I don't know what he's doing, but we were gonna watch that. The discussion between Natalie Fulton and did you see that one, Darren?
Yeah. She's
Gary and Natalie and that one or the other. What's up, Jeremy? What good line? Like there will be consequences for the Epstein client list. About you trying to be shitty keyboard part types. Okay.
What were we talking about?
Epstein's
Natalie
victim.
Natalie, do I have
which
it here?
interview?
The interview. They basically Natalie and I forgot the other lady's name, but they ganged up on Gary, and it turned into a pretty funny shouting fest.
Really?
I don't know if you have
Oh, this one's pretty good. I thought I had it, but I don't know if I want to hear Gary and
Gary
I
wants
want to
a
hear them
peaceful
arguing. I'll probably
planet with
drive me.
animals, carnivore animals.
It's like nails on chalkboard.
We've listened to a lot of Gary recently.
Wait, what did I just? Why did I put that down there?
Just put it in the chat.
I put the video we wanted to watch in the chat. So, Andrew Wilson, who's got
The Crucible,
who I've had some bad experiences with, but he's kind of a internet dorky superstar now. Him and Richard had a pretty funny discussion that Richard is absolutely on the wrong side of vegan gains. And that's it's an example of the imbalance of
utilitarian gains.
I guess you would call him a scientism here, maybe.
Yeah.
But interesting conversation. I thought it was going to be about whether or not dinosaurs were real or not. So I got kind of excited, but it was actually just if dinosaurs had contact with humans.
By the way, this is the same guy who isn't sure if evolution exists. Like,
what does that?
I'm
what
not
does
sure
that
if
do?
I'm not sure if human beings walked with dinosaurs.
Why? I don't understand. How's that an argument? It's just an argument from incredulity. You're just like, well, because I think that he questions evolution, which by the way, evolution
incredulity
towards what? Towards
Whatever
evidential,
you want
towards
to be
evidential
true.
interpretation.
You want. It's clear that you have a bias in confirming the creation myth. So when I ask you, do you think humans walk with dinosaurs? Do you think we evolved from apes? Well, I don't know. I don't think there's enough evidence to really rule out whether or not humans walk with dinosaurs.
What's wrong with that? That's actually the scientific purview.
No,
I'm glad that
no, it's not.
vegan gains
Why don't you find an archaeologist and maybe debate that topic?
Hang on.
I'd love to
They
see
work. Well, here's what would happen, and I would just say, this is the best theory that you guys have, so you treat it as scientific fact. because it is for the preponderance of evidence you do have, you're going to treat it as a fact until a new theory comes along. But that doesn't actually make it true, correct? And he'll say, that's correct. Doesn't actually make it true.
Yep.
We will act as though it is true until a new theory replaces this one, because that's how science works.
Taking the side
Unlike
of
you,
Andrew,
I know the
but-
scientific process. Unlike you, I know how to interpret data. Unlike you, I understand how the preponderance of evidence works. Me saying I'm unsure is the most fucking scientific thing I can say. You saying you are sure is the most unscientific
thing. Do you
thing.
think it's a reasonable stance to say we have to uncover every single fossil on Earth through every single sedimentary layer to absolutely 100% confirm human beings have never walked with dinosaurs,
No.
to confirm
I didn't
that
say
they
that.
have not, in fact? Okay, so then what's your position? Like, what evidence would you need to confirm that humans have not walked with dinosaurs?
Well, no. So when you're talking about this, I'm not offering a threshold for what would be a convincing threshold that human beings walked or didn't walk with dinosaurs. All I'm saying is that the evidence is inconclusive thus far to prove that they did, regardless of whatever my threshold would or would not be, or anybody else's. Like, how do you standardize that threshold anyway? It would just have to be evidence which is convincing to the point where it would convince most people this was the case. At this point, we're not there. If we were, it would be a scientific fact and not a theory.
Right. Okay. So it's a complete coincidence that as you go down through the sedimentary layers, you see the disappearance of mammals, period. And then you start seeing dinosaurs. And then if you go deeper down, you see less and less complex organisms. But you're telling me humans walked with dinosaurs.
I didn't say that.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, nobody would dispute it's a possibility.
Yes.
Who?
There are many people that would dispute it's a possibility.
No, they would just say that the evidence is pointing to the fact right now that they didn't. They would not say that it's an impossibility. That's insanity.
Look,
that's not how any of this works, bro.
Look, if your epistemic standards demand that you can't confirm humans have not walked with dinosaurs, there's clearly nothing I can show you.
Okay, first of all,
that would convince you.
My
that
epistemic standards,
cancerous.
for the theory of knowledge, don't say that.
Science is always open to be changed. The science is never settled on anything. Richard's wrong there. I don't understand why he doesn't get it. Sometimes Richard just gets in things. He feels like he has to.
It's good that he took a vasectomy.
Yeah, so. Oh, look at this shit, guys. Bracky, it's your best buddy.
Why is it Bracky best buddy?
Bracky loves coriander lab. Another fucking 40-minute long fucking intro. 10-minute intro, bro.
So I was just like,
right?
Exactly. I don't know why I was looking into it. I think I was just feeling uncomfortable sleeping on my bed when I was like 16 or 17. And then I started looking this up.
Anybody
All right.
here?
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Corey Angelot. You're probably like, who is this dude if you're watching on Primalism's channel? But I'm here with Primalism. My name is Corey Angelot. My channel is Corey Nature's the Answer. And we're here to discuss some things that maybe you've never heard of before. Raw meat. And, more, you may have heard of carnivore, keto, lion, right?
So, yeah, I get it, Gord. I kind of felt that way after. Also, but I didn't know all the arguments good enough to be comfortable really chapping his ass. You didn't teach me all this shit fucking 2 years ago. But yeah, I didn't. I mean, the Zionism question was kind of funny because he kind of giggled at it. I don't think he was expecting it. But he gave a very weak answer, and yeah, I didn't push him on it. Severage. No, generic Severage is Teddy Theolux. He's real really looks like him. Like, no, looks like him exactly.
Yeah.
And has the same vibe. Super creepy.
Yeah.
Corey, but yeah, Corey is a wannabe.
Right, this is becoming a trend. Well, this is very interesting as a topic because there's a lot to delve into with this. And what I love about primalism is the way he approaches his videos, he's very genuine. He has conversations with his community. And I reached out to him for that reason. I've actually been following him for several years, and I've been following some documentaries and different videos he's being put out, and his thumbnails are like insane. And the titles, like, he's very consistent with it. And the stories I hear, it's amazing. And I have a lot of people in my community who are like 50 and older, who are like fed up with the world. And they're like, oh my gosh, we're being lied to. And there's all this stuff that's going on. Have you heard about raw meat in this perspective is my question to you. And furthermore, do you know that this is becoming a trend all over social media with a lot of people who are, let's say, 15, 16, 17, in their 20s, like a lot of young folks, and it's starting to open their eyes to a lot of what's going on in the world. So this is an opportunity not only for me to bridge communities, but for you to learn about something that is up and coming and actually helping potentially a lot of people with things like acting, right, which is a common concern in this generation, I know for sure. And it has been for myself as well. So we have personal testimony here. We have a lot that we can share, even recipes if you want. But this will be a very interesting discussion. And I want to welcome
Raw meat
to
recipes.
the chat. I appreciate that.
Raw meat.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for having me. That was a great intro. I really
Is this
appreciate
not the one
kind
he's
words.
drinking blood in?
And yeah, like you said, this is all very, very new for a lot of different people.
Oh,
although
I saw a
past few
sip there.
years,
Something.
advising my health
I
in
don't know
some
if it
sort
was
of way.
blood. Oh,
is
draw
exactly the
milk.
way that
Raw
I found out
milk.
about
That's what
it.
he's drinking.
I feel like my first the first foot that I stepped into looking into alternative health related stuff was probably sleeping on the floor.
I did that too.
Did you?
Yes.
So I was just like,
we fall for everything.
Exactly. I don't know why I was looking into it. I think I was just feeling uncomfortable sleeping on my bed when I was like 16 or 17. And then I started looking into stuff and I watched these videos about sleeping on the floor. And I guess that might have been the first time that I started like thinking about optimizing my health in some sort of way. But it really did kind of lead me down a rabbit hole of a bunch of other health stuff. And there were other things as well that, are typically looked down upon or censored that I really wanted to look into as well. So I already had an open mind.
What, like eating
coming into
poop?
all this.
Sure.
Poop? Is that what he's talking about?
And there's going back to kind of the parasite thing you mentioned just here. You said that
poop.
Lots of
I think
different
he's talking
parasites
about
are
poop.
actually. It's
He
not
must
just
be
that
buddies
they're
with Logan.
not bad, like I'll tend to say. It's that a lot of them can actually be beneficial for you. There's like a symbiosis
beneficial
within our
parasites.
bodies.
Got it.
Parasites, they help cleanse the dead cells. They help you with
meat-induced poop
detoxification.
parasites are good for you.
So even if the parasites are a bad thing, and say you get one, it's
You could be
probably
friends
only
with it.
going to help you. Realistically, now of course we're made to be really, really scared of all this sort of stuff. But there are people online, like look up Oscar Vore. He went down to Africa. And he drank out of this dirty body of water where the animals had all been, going number 1 and 2. And
Yeah, why don't you go try that?
they had been
go drink
all
some
sorts
piss
of
shit
nasty
water
things going
from
on inside
Uganda,
this water, and he purposefully
then come back
went
and tell
down
me it's
there
good for you, you fucking
and
idiot.
slurped it all up,
Christ.
trying to get a parasite. And lots of people do this, and it actually is not as scary as you think. The things to be scared of are definitely chemicals.
I can't even promote this guy and this cat. I can't even. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, so Sverage. So Theo Lux. Let me find him. And then let me find Sverage. They're literally the same guy. I didn't write Sweden. I write Sverige. Sverige. Oh, this is a sick ass mix, bro. This isn't that great of. asparage is like not.
Natilla.
Is Sverish the same word as Sweden? It's all that's coming up when I type that.
I think it's R-E-G-E.
There we go.
I was actually listening.
Late.
This video because it's all based in fear.
Kinda doesn't look like on the knees.
What is playing right now? All the just projected shadows are just.
Anyway,
what the
back to this.
Styles of just
Diversity of range of styles.
really impressive.
It was
and,
white
you know,
boy
just a solid
rappers
foundation to
and
set
one
as the baseline
electro
and to
jazz
be able
band.
to build from. So it really was a great weekend. I've been tuning in every moment that I have. I kind of been busy on the weekends, but I was on my drives back and forth, and when I was home and in the morning, I was checking it out. So I got a picture of all my kids in the morning watching my presentation and singing Equal Rights, eating cereal in the living room. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's about as good as it gets, man. Right there. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so to see people in their element, right, of Soundpath, right? Like, man, dude, like if the audio wasn't good, how are we Soundpath, man? Producer Mike and that sound guy, what an amazing duo.
Audio was terrible.
We got videos of it all going on.
The stream was terrible.
I was running
Where are the
around with
pictures
a
and the
camera,
videos of it all going on?
videotaping
They've
while
taken it
I'm
down.
doing this and doing that,
Bracky,
and running around.
I don't think Bracky
checking the
knows.
camera, pulling the stream, like
Braxton.
yo, the people that were
They
there,
took
each one of them.
Soundpath down. They took all of them down because it was so bad, and then they saw our thumbnail and they took it down yesterday. So you can't go see this festival anywhere on the internet. It is gone because it was such a shit show.
We
So
have the morning after video left.
All they left up was this morning after video where St. John's gloating about watching fucking Jerry and Rebecca. Well, no, what's
Leslie
Powers in the jacuzzi, and like how shit got crazy last night after the party. And then, but at the same time, St. John's raging and barely holding himself together, raging. Yes, it is gone. Go look everywhere for Soundpath. There's 3 of them.
They
are all gone.
This video we're watching now.
They were putting it up everywhere. We put up the thumbnail day before yesterday. No, it was more than that. Okay, we put it up, and then the next day we went to go look look at, and it was gone. They completely took it down. It was uploaded to like 7 different platforms.
Such a bummer.
It's such a fucking bummer because our cheeks have been sore all
There's a
week.
reason why they took it down. Like it was so funny, and it was not. I was just saying.
It was so bad. But they knew we were going to watch it and fucking point out every single thing, so they took it down.
Including Nathan.
Can you fucking believe that
we were
shit?
multitasking like 3 or 4
Like,
different
dude.
hats each, man. And it was just like
Fluid,
jiving, man.
yeah. Just
very
like,
fluid.
so
right?
fluid.
That's a great, yeah.
Just
Tell
kind of. Oh yeah, no. Just I couldn't add too much more. Just so effortless and like, boom, 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 boom. Just no hangups, no like issues.
Oh really?
Communication flow. It was it was just really cool.
Yeah, I don't
The
remember
real-time
anything
sound
flowing
adjustments were real
whatsoever.
impressive, you know, because when I first got on, when Apophysis was first on in the morning, you know, it was there was a bit of a delay and the sound was a little bit choppy. It sounded like he had a hard time with them either way. You know, based on his words, I didn't notice much issue in the second one, but you know, by the time Presence was on, I mean, it sounded. I mean, the video quality, the sound quality. I mean, it
How
sounded
do
like
they
a
know?
produced, a studio produced video.
Yeah, I guess he was watching.
one of those sessions they'll record live, but then
It was
kind of
studio
producing and mix and master
production
before
level
posting.
sound.
Were you listening on a
high quality
studio
stuff. I was
monitor?
definitely
Talking
impressed.
about live, maybe in
Well,
person.
I want to give a shout out to
that wouldn't
Mike
matter
and Seth,
anyone.
Seth
No one
from
was
Arnold,
We just did.
who is a okay, yeah, because they
heard.
literally like we were using 2 4K videos cameras that Mark Passio lent us.
Mark
out of
Passio.
and yet it
his
was still
heart and
streamed in
trusted us
480.
with. And then Seth at Arnold's, who has
Was it?
professional
No.
experience sound engineering live events, and like Mike, who like literally wrote the code so that we could have a heart animation that would beat faster as incoming performances occurred. Like the
Whoa.
level of not just professionalism but care that people and expertise.
Well, then what
is just-
happened?
is just
Why were you
incredible. Like, we
fighting
found
with
great people to
John
do this
live
before.
on the air?
Yeah, and going back to what you're saying in Nathan, just tying that together, it's just
that's
what it looks like. This is what gets
insane.
manifested with the conscious minds coming together.
These people are
anarchist,
fucking
voluntarists,
delusional.
approach to things,
What's our
and
guy
things are
saying?
going to be cooperative quite fluidly and organically and stuff. And
Were
yeah,
we watching the same
even
event?
in the Soundpath organizations, there's creative differences and stuff, but we're able to come to proper
creative
conclusions and solutions
differences
for whatever, right? So yeah, it's just great to see
Internal
that and hear,
issues.
what's haps on ground level over there. So yeah, right on you.
The one thing I wanted to add in there was the level of care that each person had for one another that was involved in this thing, and the participants. So,
fucking
you know,
gay.
like there was different people that were like, hey, make sure that so and so can go in and enjoy the show for a little while you can work the door for them.
Work the door.
Just like, make sure that so and so.
There was 15 people there.
Like it was just like it was like everyone.
You don't need to work a door at an event like that.
Like getting a break or having another.
No one was showing
moment of
up to
breath
sneak
like,
into your
get
event,
bothered, go get
St.
something
John.
to eat or something to drink or like whatever it was, man. And the staff at Arnold was amazing. They were. Like they really were, man. They were so on point with us.
This is such a good example of what these fucking people do to each other all day long. Oh,
Smoke
you're
up
so
with that, yeah.
fucking great! Oh, so great! I can't stand this shit. I would never want to be around people that talk like this. You remember, Darren, when Alicia would be like, she'd kind of blow a little smoke, go, oh, you're fucking, what you're doing, so it makes me want to fucking throw up. Ugh. Why would anyone want to have smoke blown up your ass? Like, oh yeah, I know, I am fucking red, huh? Like, how does the conversation in your brain go down when you have someone lying to you about how cool you are? Because me, I'm like, even if it's something I did that was cool, I'm like, nah, it wasn't that cool. Could do better. I'm not like, oh yeah, I know, this is so rad. Fuck. That event was so, the sound was so sick. Ay. And like, how many times are they going to want to talk about the
people that
sound?
were there were just talking and like, we can do this and we can do that. And I could just see so many more boots on the ground. And
Then
so many
how
more
come it didn't
avenues
go
of interest
down?
and avenues of activities that can occur between now and next year, man. Like I see this whole visionary thing of like people doing this and people doing that, and like fundraising and us renting that whole venue and like
it's pretty
having
whack,
speakers
bro.
from all around the world come and having performers from all around the world come and like like. Oh, man.
Joe Murray has to leave, and I want to make sure he says something. So we're gonna
come on,
because we don't want him. We want him to beat the traffic before he leaves. So yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say peace to you guys and thank you for
Peace,
putting this
bro.
shit together. It was amazing. It was truly amazing. I wish you guys were in here. We're here in person to see the shit.
I know, I definitely missed out on that jacuzzi sesh.
We're great. It was cool. Very cool.
Definitely missed out on the jacuzzi sesh. So
thank y'all. And next year for sure is gonna be off the hook, dude.
Yeah,
off the hook. It'll definitely be better the next go around. Just gotta start promoting that shit early.
Calm down, Mark. Jeez.
Yeah, promote that shit.
You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult.
Thank you. Thank you guys. Much love to
promote
y'all.
it
Keep doing
next
what you're
time,
doing.
boys.
All right.
Likewise, brother. Yeah.
That means
Fucking
do
heal it, man.
outreach,
That
bro.
That's pretty crazy for me, dude.
Our boys
Yeah,
laughing.
brother.
Promote
Voyage,
to
man.
people that aren't just the friends that
Back
are
to
already
Babylon.
in the group, dipshits.
Yeah, I had a great interview with him for like 3 hours. Just right before we, had this Soundpath idea. With the wrong one, boy. It was really, really great.
I have them blocked.
What an incredible guy.
I have them blocked.
Yeah.
Incredible
I have
guy.
them blocked.
Incredible. Everyone.
Fucking
If you think
Warrior.
hip hop like hits hard in your headphones, go see it live with someone like him with the fucking sound system.
Meg.
Oh my god.
Oh my
You really
fucking
you're
god.
part of we're gonna do things like bring down this. You know what I mean? It's
What?
Yeah, it just
What?
makes you feel so much more like it's a real movement to create a much better world. Really, is what it is.
Okay,
Makes you
there
feel
we
like you're really in that, living it. Like you really want to. Like you can really.
Oh, look,
help
Meg's
achieve that.
here.
Yeah, kind of like being the change that we want to see.
Yeah.
Maybe you know what I mean?
Meg says everyone did amazing because she was there and saw that everyone did amazing.
Unseen, bringing people's car to get oil
Big thumbs
changes,
up from Meg.
fucking getting
Darren's
everything
best
done,
friend,
getting
Meg.
yelled at by John on the radio.
Oh no, man.
He's sitting there eating.
Look at these bros. What bros?
Okay, so you two rolled up to the spot together?
Yeah, I think so.
From the
Awkward
B&B.
question.
Oh, I thought you guys because you guys are
Not
out in,
together.
I was saying this last night. Like, you don't have to be a musician to be a part of this. Like, you
Yeah,
need
we
help.
figured that
You
out.
can be a dancer. You can be an interpreter.
That governs it all.
You could be a white boy rapper.
all your works and manifestations.
shit.
Wasn't she the oh, she was the dancer.
Yeah.
She was the interpretive
we're all-
dancer.
or whatever.
Oh wait,
Still-
what's
Is that
going
what
on
they
here?
call groupies?
Outtakes, because there's plenty of photos and little videos y'all took over there live in person on Sunday.
Yeah, where
and,
is that?
Where is all that?
Some of those, maybe helping out on some video edits and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of material
Look,
that we can
she
create
just-
content from. Conscious content. That's such a it's kind of a dirty word, or it's so watered down now with the YouTubery of all that shit. And those are mostly from those monetized motivated channels that are monetized, and that's not the case with us. And so that's why donations are quite important for this collective and movement, especially to move forward with the next
Collective.
one. And
Collective.
just,
That's
to break even
collectivist.
and honor the artists and throw them some much deserved cashola. But
Yeah,
Throw
and
these
even like
artists
yesterday
cash,
when I
all
was
the white
telling,
rappers need cash.
Derek Bros,
Derek
president,
Bros need cash.
Joe Murray,
Derek Bros will take your cash.
I was telling all the headliners, like, any donations we get, I want to give back to you guys. And like, Derek was like, "Oh, well, I know these things cost money and blah blah blah." I was like, "Come on, man!" Like, and
No,
the
they
other day
didn't
when we
spend
were
any
like
money.
having dinner, like people were
The
trying to,
bar
like,
let them
give
use
their
the place for free.
contribution,
They
and I
use
was, like, throwing
Mark's
the money back, and
cameras.
like people are just like we literally don't give a shit about money. It's like
Yeah,
it's to the point where
sometimes
we're
I
like
get a
throwing
little
back
fired
dollar
up or
bills to
worked
each other.
up
Like
or whatever.
that's how cool people are. That's how
Oh,
cool
we're
people
so
are because, like,
cool.
we're
We don't
just,
care about
we're
dollar
using it as
bills.
energy currency. We're not really using it for selfish. We're just trying to uplift each other, and we're not.
What are
we're
you
not
trying
bound
to
by the
say,
sorcery of
Jerry?
fiat, and like we've all done that work on ourselves to the point where it's just fucking easy to like
Fully healed.
work with,
Fucking whack.
with people where like you're having to like negotiate to get them money, and they're like negotiating you down. Like that's literally how it's been, so but yeah, but truly I want to reinvest in the artists because this festival wouldn't have happened without them. So
Yeah, so in light of that, right, I'll let you guys know because we touched on it a little bit in some of the watch parties, and on the website.
St. John's such a badass.
I created a Give Send Go to support the artists, and we were having this conversation with Brendan last night, because he's going to be on board to the One Great Work Network, and as you, round of applause.
The first musician
only to come onto the network.
Not surprised.
That is so.
Someone who's going to contribute nothing to natural law is going to be on the network.
Grandfathered into the how to become a truemedia.com. You don't have to, give the gift and donation every year to participate. You can constantly come back and sharpen your skills and learn with others and collaborate with others. And that's how this whole thing kind of organically developed. Between all
Like
those
a freestyle
like
rap.
you can come in
Oh, Derek's smoking on.
Smoking. Oh, great. He's going to get my
all the,
channel fucking shut down.
especially the artists.
Okay. I've had enough
You
of
can
this
move
anyway.
the window so they can't.
Looked like a good time.
Looks like a good time.
Too bad we weren't there. We
I
should have
wanted-
all showed up. We could have rolled deep.
Padini
time,
is supposed
good
to fucking be
oregano.
here. So
What?
Well,
stream,
because I
okay.
have that pseudo archaeology thing, which goes against everything he fucking believes in. Pasio was on archaics, which is weird.
Yeah.
Don't necessarily want to watch that.
I mean, did you ever see if
Record.
they were like, did they like debate about flat Earth, or did they just not touch on it? Archaics, I could see him just not talking about flat Earth,
just being like, "Oh, Pasio's here."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one of Mark's
which
students.
is weird that Mark would go on a flat Earth Tartarian fucking conspiracy guys channel.
Yeah.
I mean, he might just be
just
another
fucking
like
whack.
crow guy. Fucking Mark's cripping it again, dude.
Oh, the blue.
He's been wearing that same outfit his last like
you gotta
10
check his
interviews. What's going on with that? Does Mark
what's
need
going
us
on
to
with that?
put some money together to get him a washer and dryer?
He's got sick merch.
He's got sick merch. He just wears his merch until he gets it all dirty. Then he's like, fuck, I lost money. I was supposed to sell this shit. Oh, these intros from these fucking guys.
You know what they say, don't wash and dry your own supply.
You're muted, mate. You're muted.
You're
Who muted? They're muting.
How about now?
Can't hear you.
No.
Is your mic plugged in?
I'm getting shadow banned.
Shadow banned. Alicia's shadow banning you. Alicia and Vivek.
Hello, guys.
Vivek's
Get the
got
audio
some
check out the way real
Indian
quick.
hackers.
Yeah. Oh,
Turn that off. Get it really
Hacking
quiet
is
in
We're gonna
here.
start losing control of
We
our
have special guest
computers
today
pretty soon.
by much request, so you guys can stop emailing me, stop blowing up my ex, stop blowing up my Facebook groups.
His ex.
Because he's here.
Whoa! Look at Mark just appeared down there.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Heart's
Where
Bane.
Mark's at.
The only announcement is what you already know.
Hey, look.
The launch of the social media platform Archaics Underground is a complete success. People from all over the world are engaging. It is really profound what's going on in there. Sharing, networking, resources. It is the
So did you hear what he
communication
said?
is just off the chart. I can't even keep up with it. It's only been 72 hours. So we're fast approaching 2,000 members. Probably going to double that.
He's like everyone was
It's a lot. It's a lot to
contacting
take
him,
in.
asking him
We also
to
have new
interview
pages being added today.
He's
New
also
subject
can
matter.
stop
So, for
contacting
those of you who don't know,
him.
Mark Pasio, independent researcher. He's been a radio talk show host. I know he's done some public speaking, at least on his YouTube channel.
Oh, he doesn't
There are
even
a lot
know who he
examples
is.
of him speaking before crowds. He's
I'm
a
sure.
really unique guy. And
Did
some of
you
you have
just
been
hear what he
by the
just said?
fact that when I go on my tirades and I go on my rants, you have often told me. Man,
He's
you don't
all, I
sound
know
like
he
Pasio.
does
So I now
like
know who he is.
speaking.
So I've been on his channel and I'm pretty impressed. I've pulled out some quotes. So without further ado, I'm not going to run my mouth. I'm going to go ahead and introduce Mr. Pasio to the Archaics family. How you doing, sir?
Doing well today, Jason. Thank you so much for having me on your show.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, Mark is
I can't
nice.
ignore my community. They get on my nerves. I've released too many emails and they use every single one of them. Yeah,
I know how that could be.
Crips
So what are your
versus
channels, Mark?
blood.
I know
He knows
you
how
mentioned
that
four
can be.
greats.
People
Really
hit them
shocked me.
up in the
Of
email.
the four names that you mentioned of people that deeply profounded your own development in your early years. You mentioned David
Who's
Icke.
harassing
Although I
Mark
never spoke
in
to
the
him, man, he did
emails?
cite me in one of his published books. But
Yes.
we don't have a
Hey,
lot of
look.
crossover as far as personal. There are communities. There's a lot of crossover.
No,
Just like there's a lot of crossover
don't.
with my community and yours.
Yes.
David Icke woke me up too, and so did Michael Desarion. And I even featured him on my channel. He's only one of the 3 channels. You mentioned Jordan Maxwell, which I have a personal connection with, publisher, and Terrence McKenna. You mentioned him. I'm like, wow, man, it's a you might be halfway towards simulation theory, man. We might make something out of you. How do you get? Yeah, man. Just introduce yourself to my community, and I know you've been doing this a long time, man. A lot longer than I am. So
Sure, I've been at this for about 18 years now, going on thereabouts. I started, I guess, back in like 2007, basically just doing some public speaking in a personal capacity. Really, I was back then just speaking in people's homes and trying to get like little gigs in like libraries and things like that. And
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
So maybe.
That's it.
Yeah, I think so. Got a lot of stuff, but be quiet. Get tired.
Ooh yeah.
More from
because this is going to go on YouTube. There's certain words I cannot say.
Professor.
So just to warn you, I will write down these words, but I will not say them because if I do say them, then I will get censored on YouTube.
Wait,
today we'll look at how evil triumphs. Why is the world so evil? And there's going to be a lot.
That's what he said in the other one. Is it the same one?
I think this is the one. Did we start watching it?
No, we finished that one. Nobody likes vegans. Let me see what else we got. We got Mark.
Sorry.
Mark on our kicks. Larkin with his garbage, anarchist garbage, Chinese guy, John D. Factory farm worker confessions. Oh, Nepal. Have you been watching what's happening in Nepal?
They burned down government building and riot.
Yerp.
It's a communist government right now. Right? And
Video
people have had enough.
Oh, is it taken down? Oh, no!
That's
So this kid made this video. He just happened to be there.
Bro.
Oh, it's still... Oh, okay. No, it's culture...
Got copyright.
Oh, it got copyright.
Prohibited.
Oh.
24 million views, and they copyrighted it because there's some music being played. If that's not a fucking bullshit. So this dude was there. He's just riding a scooter, English guy riding a scooter through Nepal, and experiences and films the entire fucking thing. Them flipping over fucking police cars and lighting their shit on fire, and they're all like people speak English, run up to him, and they're like trying to explain to him what's happening, and he's just like, okay, like fucking badass, super badass. Love seeing that. Love seeing fucking governments getting overthrown. The police and the police and military running from the people. Oh shit!
Makes me wonder what they'll set up in its place.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. That's why it's important that we talk about anarchist shit and anarchist communities. Nicola and Mark would say talking about that stuff is left brain imbalance. But this is stuff we need to talk about, because if we wake up one day and there's no government, we need to know what to do. We're only going to have a very short amount of time to do our thing and get a foothold in and refuse being governed again. So we should talk about this quite a bit, what an anarchist community would look like, or what we should do, and if we need to fucking use cryptocurrency, so fucking be it. We can't all just fucking dwell on everything Mark fucking talks about and doesn't talk about. A lot of people that follow him just adopt all of his positions without thinking about it.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. And so, and it's funny, like you can hear him, you can sell the first sentence out of your mouth. It's like, oh, we got a Mark guy here. He's going to defend all Mark's positions, which is fine. Because I agree with most Mark shit. But, his little things that he's wrong about.
We went over one of those things, the thelema thing. Like, what's the deal with that? I see a lot of people repping
the thelema apologism.
Yeah, we did one. Did a dumpster dive about that, and then Kirk got kicked out of the Gilded server for sharing.
Oh yeah.
They'll never engage in dialogue, but they will block you.
Stop inviting all these American people over to Europa natural law.
God damn it. Was there a back and forth, or was he just like insta-banned after they saw the thumbnail?
Yeah.
I can imagine the thumbnail would do it. Not that it was like it should have done it, but
this is like after a year of trying to get anyone to engage in any serious dialogue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, nope, we've had enough.
I don't like that.
I want to see it anymore.
He doesn't worship our cult leader. So this video is pretty interesting, pretty long. This guy's channel, you'd really like this guy's channel, probably. So, you know all the bullshit I've been harping on Padini about believing in for fucking years? Well, I've been right the whole time. No. These guys basically pick it all apart. This guy's channel, Mystic Vision Podcast. This dude has what are those guys' names? Those two Bible guys that are vegan. I found through this guy who I learned about Tibor. I learned about all the all the stuff with the interpolations in the New Testament. And this dude has people on that are like super not into the Apostle Paul, who is an obvious interpolation and the biggest anti-vegan in the Bible that was thrown in there by the Romans.
They're not allowed to be vegan because the whole Passover lamb thing. It's so critical.
Well, the Essenians don't do Passover on that Sunday. They do it Saturday, and they're not flesh eaters.
It's almost like it was at a fork in the road, and they took the.
That's exactly how it was.
The other way, because the other ones were more Gnostic, and these guys are
Pauline.
Yeah.
This was a deep dive, and if they wanted to be the Atlantis
3.5 hours, but this guy's pretty fucking rad. We're obviously not going to watch it all.
Graham Hancock's show, which everyone had seen because it had premiered the year before, right? Everyone already.
When I first met Allie, she showed me Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock, and we watched him on Joe Rogan. And Randall Carlson's like lovable fucking Santa Claus, smart fucking funny guy, you know, like that you could just listen to talk to for hours. Super charismatic, super not offensive, like in a way where you're like, this guy wouldn't lie to me, like it's fucking Uncle Randall, you know. And then his little the other guy, what's the other guy's name? So, Graham Hancock, who's just an absolute fucking clown. I figured him out pretty quickly. But anyway, she showed me this stuff, and I was like, there's something else here. And then we got into like the Tartarian stuff, and that kind of made me critical because we were like buying the whole Younger Dryas thing because it seems legit and it might have happened. You know, and it's kind of interesting, but then like getting into all the reset theory stuff kind of didn't really go along with all that in a weird way.
Well, we took what we took from it. Thanks for the thought. Was from the whole like that video we were watching. Like Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock kind of pushed for this. Like there was one great event. All the religions were talking about this one event, and it's a very sensationalist like way to sell books, right? Whereas the reality is like, yeah, I'm sure there's been resets and mud floods many times throughout history.
How could you say it only happened
smaller
once?
Events? Yeah, but to like try and sensationalize it as they're hiding you this one thing from history, this one event that changed everything. It's like the Big Bang, like from everything happened from this one thing.
Watch my podcast for the one thing I found out that's going to blow everything out of the water.
But that's something for another episode.
Yeah.
Yes. Or I pay it behind my paywall.
It's going to change humanity, but just pay me $5 and wait for the next thing.
So Padini thinks he's a fucking paleoanthropologist, archaeologist, and he thinks he really, really likes those two dudes. And so he spouts off all their ancient aliens garbage, fucking bullshit, distraction, nonsense, fiction, science fiction. The dude's been talking about it for fucking years, and I'm just like, but this guy just fucking annihilates all this shit. They call it all out.
Had been promoting it. Giant earthwork. It's a giant portrait of a grotesque Hercules. The grotesque Hercules is Hercules with an erection. So think about that. This guy, Saturn, that you see in a 1500s monumental. What is the word E? Earth. Speak of Graham Hancock and Neofeudalism in and out of Northern Europe into the rest of the world. So all advanced civilization is German. Oh yeah, he thought Atlantis was 2 million years old. And he and others like him take deep offense to people pointing out the historical association between the Nazis and Atlantis. For who's up say that I am
it always is about world domination.
At the University of Massachusetts. And I am a lecturer in classical archaeology at the University of Massachusetts.
Based as fuck.
And I'm here to follow up with Derek after his really cool interview with my fellow classical archaeologist from the University of Cardiff, Flint Dibble. So he introduced this topic, and I want
Flint Dibble is a guy who went on Rogan after
today about the
why can't I ever remember his name?
Graham Hancock?
Not Randall, but Graham, yeah. After Graham went on Rogan, Dibble went up there and just annihilated him. But the YouTube sphere just said that Dibble lost hard and tried to there were these videos made that were all bullshit, Anyway, so there was obviously an effort to crush what this guy said when he came on, because whoever it is in the Rogan sphere controlling controlling the MK Ultra Rogan thing wants us to think that this catastrophic thing happened. And they want us to think that this one event made everything. And it's complete fiction.
It wasn't the Big Bang.
It wasn't the Big Bang. It was actually a big meltdown from a meteor that killed the dinosaur. It's just and it was weird because when we were going through the Tartarian shit, it was it's almost like the younger Dryas was a front to. It's almost like if you're I'm into. I don't think the moon landing happened, and everyone's all, oh, you're a fucking flat earther. It's Randall said this happened 3 years ago. Your reset couldn't have happened because there was a fucking, the whole northern fucking North America was completely fucked because it was, there was this two big floods that happened at the same time that joined. One was, and it's just it probably killed the dinosaurs. It's just fiction. There's nothing.
They're dissuading people from researching anything so that you have to accept their narrative by discounting everything else and just focusing. It's a mentalism technique, really.
Mm-hmm.
And you could probably implant false ancestral Atlantean memories in these people and get them to do stuff.
Have you heard the shit about them saying that all the Egyptian artifacts were actually taken out of the United States and put in Egypt?
I have heard that.
During a reset?
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
I've heard that the Mississippi Delta was actually the Nile Delta.
The Fertile Crescent was the Gulf of Mexico. Well, that's
I mean, it could have been a fertile region. That's not weird, but
Old World Florida does a lot of shit on that. But then it ties into the Grand Canyon cave with all the Egyptian shit in it.
Oh, okay.
And that, like I said, dude, the USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey, the first motherfuckers from whoever the powers that be sent to North America to go over every fucking inch of it and catalog every artifact that they come across and report it back and either destroy or confiscate or do anything to, to change whatever the agenda they wanted to, whatever story they wanted to tell the new people being imported to North America. And so they got rid of a bunch of old shit.
Well, it's hard to say you discovered a place if it's inhabited and it has a history.
Which it has.
Yeah. And what is it? So originally,
the Moors, the Phoenicians, all kinds of motherfuckers have been coming here for
There's certain things that they have that don't belong here, out of place artifacts, and also there's a possibility that North America was used to hide treasure that they looted from other places too.
Yeah, there was a lot of strange shit going on. Spanish, Dutch East Africa Company or Dutch East India Company, and all kinds of bad shit going on up here. But anyway, this will obviously we're not going to watch it, but this is something everyone should check out. This guy's channel, Myth Vision Podcast, pretty base dude, cool, like Christ consciousness, but like really the real story. He's got all the like people on that are criticizing or have questions about canonical biblical stuff that shouldn't really be in there. There was did we watch that last week? I think we watched. There's an older lady that was, yeah, I don't know, but yeah, cool channel. What else we got? Pseudo-archaeology, Mark Larkin, Chinese guy's going at the end, factory farm workers. We already watched that one on the show before. I was going to try and make ANCAP Tim. I was going to try and make him watch this video of factory farm workers talking about getting PTSD from watching animals get killed and shit. Because when I asked him about it last week, he was all, "Oh, I don't know about that." I was like, "Oh, well, yeah, that definitely happens. People get PTSD from working in factory farms, and then they take poor people and prisoners and put them in there." Anyway, I think that's about it. I don't think I got anything else. I think I think How Evil Triumphs, we'll ring it out with that. No slow-mo Mark and Logan this week, because this is a pretty good video.
Larkin Mogan.
Mark and Mogan.
You mean Will and Logan?
Yeah. Look at this fucking thumbnail. Damn. Dude, that's
the thumbnail that brought down Soundpath.
Yeah, brought down Soundpath. That's St. John standing on the edge of the stage. I don't know if he's on mushrooms, but he was just
looking like the Joker,
scowling with the craziest look on his face into the crowd for like an awkward long amount of time.
I wish we had it.
And like he was just like looking around, staring at everyone.
Hold on. Can I do a reenactment? Yeah. Like, so something along the lines, he comes out, he's like, "Everyone, I just want to introduce the love of my life." Wait. Jerry Cabazzuto. And then there's like two people clapping, and then wait.
And then he just stands like that.
And then so look at the thumbnail now. Him. 5 full seconds.
the disturbing topics we're going to discuss. But you're mature, and it's important that we discuss these topics in order to understand how the world works. So let's just start. And we will do a lot of speculation and theorizing in this class. So do not take this as gospel. Do not believe this is the truth. The entire point of this class is to help you develop the theories and the ideas to better understand the world. These are tools. Okay? This is not truth. These are tools. All right. So the first question I have for you is, what is happening in Israel? Right now, as you know, Israel is besieging, bombarding Gaza. You might have seen the videos on social media. It is disturbing. It is terrible what is happening. The word that is happening, the word that we use for what is happening in Gaza is this word. You are not allowed to say this word on YouTube, but that is the intention. What I will argue, though, is that the truth is far more disturbing than this. What is really happening in Gaza is a ritual sacrifice. And this happens quite often in human history. If you go back and you look at the real history of humanity, this happens quite often. Some of the most famous examples are the Aztecs. We've dug up temples of the Aztecs, and inside the temples are thousands and thousands of human skulls. So before they went to war, they practiced human sacrifice. They would commit mass murder of their enemies in public. So the Aztecs were really famous for this. The Phoenicians, specifically the Carthaginians, we will discuss them later this semester, but the Phoenicians were also famous for a particular type of sacrifice, which is child sacrifice. The Romans wrote histories insulting the Phoenicians for practicing this sort of sacrifice. But the Romans themselves practiced human sacrifice. What they would do is that after every major war, they would capture all the major leaders, all their enemies, and they would parade their enemies through the streets of Rome. This is something called a triumph. At the end of the triumph, they would gather enemies at the temple of Jupiter. Jupiter is their god. And then they would strangle to death their enemies. That's sacrifice. That's human sacrifice. They didn't call it that, okay? And they sort of disguised it, but we know for a fact that they did do this. So the question for us is, why is it that this happens? Why do the Aztecs do it? Why do the Phoenicians do it? Why do the Romans do it? And why is it today the Israelis do it in Gaza? And remember, okay, what the Israelis are doing is quite horrific because it is really this sort of sacrifice. Why? Because 47%, almost half of the population of Gaza is under 18 years old. So the majority of people who are getting killed are in fact children. What is most striking or blatant about what's happening in Gaza is that we can all see it for ourselves. And it's almost as though the Israelis want us to see it and want us to hate them. Right? You can see all over the world, popular opinion is turning against Israel. You have these popular protests all around the world protesting what is happening in Palestine. If they really want to do this, right, there are actually much more effective ways of doing this. For example, you could just poison their water. Or you could poison the air so that everyone in Gaza gets a fast cancer, right? We have the technology to do this. So Israel could do this secretly and no one would talk about it. And in 20 years' time, 30 years' time, the population of Gaza would all be gone. It would be a very secret, right? Instead, they choose to do this in front of the world. And my argument to you is that this is intentional. They want the world to hate them. Because by doing this, they create the ultimate taboo, right? We find this disgusting and contemptuous, so the entire world will unite against Israel. But guess what? That's what their religion wants. In the extreme form of Jewish eschatology, or the religion, they believe that at the end of the world, Israel will fight the entire world and God will help Israel triumph in the end. So what's really happening in Gaza is that there are extremists within the Israel government who want to accelerate the process of the end of the world, where Israel will face the world. And if you think about it, the entire idea of this ritual sacrifice is to unite the Israeli population. And what's extremely disturbing and horrifying about it is that this works. Why? Well, let's use an analogy, okay? The analogy is this. In Chinese history, the most popular military stratagem is to fight with a river behind your back. You guys have heard of this strategy, right? Where, okay, an army is losing, okay? It's being scattered by the enemy. So what the general does is forces the army to retreat to a river. And now with the river blocking your escape, you have a choice. You can either drown in the river or you can fight to the death. And most soldiers will choose to fight to the death. And so at this point, the soldiers are unified, they're galvanized, they're energized, and then they find a surge of energy to go and destroy their enemy. Okay, this is the most popular military stratagem in ancient Chinese history, and guess what? It's the same as Israel doing this right now in Gaza. It's the same logic. Yes, you have a question?
So what is the river for the Israel?
Yeah, that's a good question. What's the river right here, right? The river is a taboo, right? What's the worst thing you can do in modern society? Killing children, guys, right? So there's no exit for Israel. You either go all the way or the world comes and destroys you anyway. And in fact, what's really interesting is that if you go online, you will see Israelis go around the world and causing trouble everywhere. They're going to start fights. They shout death to the Arabs on public buses in the Western world. It's intentional. They want to unite themselves by dividing the world, by angering the world. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So this is all very disturbing, and I want to slowly unpack, reveal to you how this works. Okay? So to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a thought experiment. The thought experiment is this. Let's just say that there's an island. We don't know where the island is, but it's an island. And there's no escape from the island. And on the island, the center, it's a hill, and it's safe. But everywhere else, you have these flesh-eating monkeys roaming everywhere. Okay, the problem is that on this island, the resources you need to survive, trees, food, and rivers, the monkeys are there. Okay, there's one safe spot in the center, but everywhere else, if you want resources, you have to go fight these monkeys. They're flesh-eating monkeys. They want to kill you, they want to eat you. And there's an infinite number of them. Now, let's just say that one day, for whatever reason, okay, we don't know why, but 100 men aging, and they range from 15 to 65 years old, okay? They are mysteriously transplanted onto this island in a safe spot. they come from different countries. They do not speak the same language. They are of different ethnicities. They are all poor people in their countries. They don't have much education. So they're there, and they realize quickly that the situation is utterly hopeless. There's no escape from this island. These monkeys are everywhere, and they are tough warriors. And the situation looks bleak. They don't even speak the same language. They don't have a common culture. So at this point, you would imagine that they would feel hopeless and just lie down and die. But in reality, what happens is the opposite. What happens is that in this hopeless situation, they find a drive, a purpose, a spirit to fight for each other. And what will happen really quickly, okay, and this is really interesting, is the first thing that they will do is they will develop a common language. They don't speak the same language. Some speak Chinese, some speak English, some speak Spanish, some speak Russian, doesn't matter. They will very quickly develop a common language. And then what they will do is, with this common language, they will start to tell each other stories of where they come from. And then these stories will become a common myth, a founding myth of why they're here. And they come to believe that God has chosen them to save the world, and that's why they're here. Then what they will do is, with this new religion, they will start to develop rituals to reinforce this religion. These rituals include sex. Okay? So these men will have sex. And the reason why is to create intimacy and bonding among them. And there'll be a lot of religious rituals as well. Another thing that they will do is pick a leader. There's 100 of them. They need a leader to organize them. And so we can imagine that during the leadership election, everyone gets up to speak. Now, the man who's 65, he is wise. He has experience. He has strategies. So he delivers a very powerful speech, inspiring everyone and telling people how they can survive against the flesh-eating monkeys. Okay, so he's really smart. Then suddenly you have a man up here who's 15 years old or 16 or 17, okay? He is not articulate. He has no ideas. What he does is this. He stands in front of everyone, and he's bold, and he's brave, and he looks at everyone without saying a word. He shows them his hand, okay? He shows them his hand. Then from his pocket, he takes out a knife, okay? And then he cuts off his hand in front of everyone. And he does not cry. He just looks at everyone as though nothing happened. Let me ask you this question. Who does everyone pick to be their leader? The second person, obviously, right? The man who has shown sacrifice and commitment and devotion to everyone else. The old man has ideas, and he will become the advisor to the leader, but the leader is the man who is most willing to die for everyone else. And so in this situation, the bravest among them will come and emerge as the leader. And as such, what will happen is that these people, these men, will become extremely inspired and devoted. Even though they are weak, they will learn to become strong. Even though they are poor and uneducated, they will learn to be wise and clever and strategic. They will radically transform themselves. And ultimately, what will happen is the idea of cohesion. Cohesion like brothers, cohesion like a family. They will understand each other, even though they're from different cultures, even though they have different backgrounds. They will understand each other better than they understand their own children and their own wives. And this cohesion will lead to something called synchronicity. Synchronicity. Synchronicity is when people act in unison together. Okay, so a very simple example of synchronicity is a sports team, right? When you watch a soccer match, how is that soccer team able to work together? Well, because of synchronicity, because their minds are alike. It's what we call a hive mind. And this allows for something called telepathy. They're able literally to think and act as one. So let me give an example of this. Let's just say these men, they're sleeping, but one of them wanders off to collect wood. And then he's attacked by monkeys. It doesn't matter if he screams because he's too far away. Would his comrades know that he's in danger? They would. Okay, and the example here is, let's just say you're a mother and you have children, okay, and one of them goes off to France on a vacation. But then while he's in France, he gets hit by a car and he's hospitalized. Would you as a mother know that your son is in danger? Would you feel it? He hasn't called you, you don't know about this, but in your heart, would you know it? The answer is yes, you would know it. You would feel something is wrong. You would get on the phone and try to call your son. You can't reach your son, you would call the police, okay? You don't know what's happening, but something in your heart is telling you, I need to get in touch with my son. Okay, and that's how the hive mind works. That's how synchronicity works. Let's look at another example. Let's just say that one day there's 10 of you and you're all collecting wood. And then suddenly you're attacked by 100 flesh-eating monkeys. There's a bridge that you've created, okay? It's a rope bridge. 9 get across the bridge, all right? But you're the last person, okay? And all the monkeys are about to descend on you. And you know that if the monkeys get across, your comrades are dead. So what do you do in this situation? Yeah, you cut the rope, okay? You die. You didn't think about it. You just kill yourself because what matters is not your life. What matters is the family. What matters is the team. And we know about this because in war, what often happens is in trench warfare, the enemy will throw a grenade into the trench, right? There's not enough time to pick up that grenade and throw it away. So what soldiers do is they will jump on the grenade and absorb the explosion, thus killing himself. It happens instantaneously. No one thinks about it. You just do it because what matters is saving your comrades. And this is what happens. Okay? Synchronicity develops where it's almost as though you're able to read each other's minds. And they keep on doing this for like 10, 20 years. And then suddenly, okay, let's continue a thought experiment. Suddenly, you are transported back to the real world as though nothing happened. But you have memories of what happened. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, you've experienced 20 years of hell on Monkey Island. You've developed the capacity to work together. You have a hive mind. You're really energized. You're really inspired. You're really driven. You have a new religion all to yourself. Now, suddenly, you're all transported back to your real world, your old life. Okay? Now what would happen? Well, what would happen is that the 100 of you would want to come together again, right? And you would share your experience, your rituals, your religion with your children and your grandchildren. And quickly, over time, what will happen is that you guys will conquer the world. You will become the secret elite. The world is yours. There may be presidents, there may be famous people, but secretly, you're the ones who are in control. Your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren will inherit this legacy, and they are the ones who truly control power in the world. Does that make sense? All right. Yeah, question here.
If when the time, if this person really transferred back to the reality, what if that time already have a leader that like you are just a peasant, but not a leader?
Okay, yeah, that's your question. I've already told you this, okay? On the surface, there are leaders, but the real power are you guys, okay? And I'll explain why, all right? Now, what's also interesting is that while you're on this island, you will develop certain rituals that are very strange, but are important if you want to maintain unity, okay? So for example, one strange ritual is the funeral ritual. The funeral ritual. The idea here is that when someone sacrifices himself, you have a huge funeral to celebrate that person. And this may involve you cutting that person into different pieces and eating that person. Okay, but you will develop really strange rituals. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so I'm going to answer your question. Why are these guys in charge and not the real leaders of society? But first, I want to give you some historical analogies to this, okay? How do you know that what I'm saying is correct? Well, let's look at certain analogies of in history. All right. So, Sparta. Sparta is one of the most famous military societies in world history. Sparta is a city-state in ancient Greece. And you may have heard of Sparta. A movie about Sparta was made called 300. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the movie 300. But 300 is really about 300 Spartan soldiers who are fighting millions, not millions, but hundreds of thousands of Persian soldiers. Persia is invading mainland Greece. They fight at a place called Thermopylae, the Battle of Thermopylae. And this is the pass into mainland Greece. The Greeks have to hold this position if they are to prevent the invasion. Okay? 300 Spartan soldiers, backed by thousands of other Greek soldiers, make a last stand in this pass. They are overwhelmed by the Persian invasion, and rather than run, like most people, the 300 soldiers make a final stand. Their leader is Leonidas, and he tells them, we will fight to the death. They all fight to the death, and they're all massacred. And the Persians take Leonidas' head, cut it off, and put it on a pike to warn the Greeks, we are merciless. Eventually, the Greeks, inspired by the sacrifice of Leonidas, they will repel the invasion and destroy the invaders. So how do we get this culture? Okay, well, the education system of the Spartans is really interesting. It's really disturbing, actually. So young boys at age 5 and 6, they're taken away from their homes. And they are put in a school run by older boys. Okay, so the older boys are maybe like 10, 11. And so what happens, as you can imagine, is the older boys beat the crap out of the younger boys. Okay? From day one, there's no education. They're not learning anything. All that's happening is the older boys are just beating the crap out of the younger boys. But because this is happening, we call this like hazing, okay? And this happens actually a lot among fraternities and sports teams. When they're getting the crap beaten out of them, it builds solidarity. It builds brotherhood. So these young boys who are 5 and 6, they learn to love each other because only by helping each other can they survive the brutality. Okay? Then what happens is when they become 11, 12, 13, when they hit puberty, this is really interesting, they become mentored, okay? Mentored by an older soldier, an older Spartan soldier who's maybe 28, 29, 30, but he has a family. They become lovers. They have sex with each other. And this builds group solidarity, okay? So during hazing phase, these young boys learn to trust each other. They learn how to bond with each other. During the mentorship phase, these young boys learn to think like in a hive mind, okay? They learn to be part of a larger group. Then when they turn 18, they graduate, okay? And in order to graduate, what they do is this. They have a mission. So the Spartans have slaves called helots, okay? These are just people that they've conquered and who are now work as slaves in the fields for them, okay? They're like serfs. So there are lots of rules governing the helots. An important rule is curfew. So if it's dark at night, you cannot be outside the house. If you are outside the house at night, you could be executed, okay? So as a graduation mission, these young soldiers hide in the fields at night. Okay? They hide in the fields and they wait for the sun to go down. So it's now dark. And they look for helots to come back because they're late. And what they'll do is they'll sneak up behind the helots and cut their throats. Okay? This is basically sacrifice. Okay? Human sacrifice. So the Spartans did this as well. It's a very common thing. And what this does is it builds group cohesion, leading to synchronicity. There are thousands of city-states in Greece. Only Sparta did this. And it made everyone think Sparta was disgusting. Everyone hated Sparta. But it kept Sparta unified. And it made Sparta into the dominant military power in Greece at that time. Okay? What happened then is Thebes, another city-state in Greece, they would copy the Spartan system, okay? But they made it voluntary. So in Sparta, you have to be an elite to be part of the system. But in Thebes, anyone could join the system, okay? And they call the system the sacred band. Of 300 soldiers. And they were, again, lovers, okay? But this is really important for you guys to understand. At this time in history, there's no concept of homosexuality. It was perfectly permissible. No one cared if you had sex with men or animals or whatever, okay? It was not a big deal. This comes much later in modern times. Back then, homosexuality was not considered a concept. Okay, if you're out in the field, if you're out at war for like years and years and there's no woman around, you're going to have sex with other men. It's a very natural thing to do. Okay, it doesn't mean you're homosexual, okay? So the sacred band of Thebes became the dominant military power after Sparta, okay? It's called the sacred band. And they were like the vanguard. They were the spearhead. They would be the first in battle. And they were so ferocious that their enemies would run away, okay? Then what happened is that Macedonia would copy the Theban system. Who's the most famous Macedonian in the world? Do you guys know? Which Macedonian is the most famous ever in human history? You know the name, but you may not know he's Macedonian. Alexander the Great, okay? His father is Philip II. Philip II is the one that actually built the greatest army in the world, the Macedonian army. And it was Alexander the Great, his son, who would take this army and conquer Persia. Okay, we'll learn this later on. But Philip II learned all this from Thebes. And at first, Macedonia and Thebes were allies, but Philip II was very ambitious. So then he wanted to conquer all of mainland Greece. And in 338 BCE, at the Battle of Trachonia, Macedonia fought against the combined might of Thebes and Athens. And Macedonia destroyed Thebes and Athens, okay? Because Macedonia basically copied the system from Sparta and Thebes. At this point, Macedonia should have destroyed the entire Theban and Athenian army. But when all was lost, the sacred band, they stood in the middle of the field and they blocked the advance of the Macedonian charge so that everyone could escape back into the cities. They did not fear death. They welcomed death. Okay? For them, what mattered was honor and sacrifice. And that's how you create the greatest army in the world. Okay? Does that make sense? So these historical analogies give credence to our thought experiment. Okay, now we're going to look at a question, which is, okay, Why does this system work? Okay, so let's do game theory. Game theory. Game theory is just a study of how to win games, okay? It's a very general thing. So let's do a thought experiment and just say there's about 1 million people in the world, okay? There's 1 million people in the world, and they're all trying to win the game against each other, but only one can win. Well, according to game theory, the best way to win a game is by, does anyone know? Cheating, okay? Cheating. If you follow the rules, you will never win the game, you have to cheat. And in this game, the best way to win is by coordinating with other people, right? Because everyone's playing by himself. So if you can work with other people, then that gives you a huge advantage over everyone else, right? The problem with this is the moment that people start coordinating, it forces an arms race of coordination. So maybe these 3 are working together. These 4 now are forced to work together, which now forces these 5 to work together. Okay? So if you are the first to work together, you get screwed in the process. So if you cheat, you have to cheat secretly. Okay? You have to coordinate without people knowing you're actually coordinating together. You have to conspire secretly. Okay? And there are different ways to collaborate secretly. Okay? So let's look at examples. So family is one example, right? Of coordination, synchronicity. Another example is religion. If you have a leader, right? If you have a similar race, ethnicity, you have a similar language. Okay, so these are examples of how you get people to coordinate together. The problem is that these are all obvious to people, which forces them to do the same thing. Okay? But there's a strategy that you can use that allows you to coordinate secretly and defeat all your enemies. And this strategy is called transgression. Transgression. The breaking of taboos, the breaking of social norms, the breaking of social laws. Transgression. Okay, so let's study this concept. All right, so the idea is that, the theory is that the greater you transgress, okay, this is the level of transgression, the greater your cohesion, which leads to synchronicity. Okay, that's a theory I want to propose to you. All right? So transgression, I mean, it's a very simple idea. You're breaking the rules, right? You're cheating. And therefore, everyone wants to put you in prison. Which means that the only way that you can survive is if you keep the secret among your group, right? Which forces cohesion. Does that make sense? All right? And we see this in all aspects of society, right? So the most basic form of transgression is just joking or pranking, right? So for example, you guys, 6 of you, decide, you know what, we're going to play a joke on the school. We're going to cover all the rooms with toilet paper. It's a joke, it's a prank. But obviously, you don't want to get caught because the school will punish you. And this joke and this prank will make you more cohesive, right? Because now you have a secret amongst yourself. And if anyone betrays you, you're all screwed. Right? Does that make sense? That's the logic. The other thing that's really interesting is that when you transgress, when you break a taboo, you feel empowered. You feel liberated. And it becomes addictive. Right? You fill the school with toilet paper. You're like, that was a lot of fun. Why was it fun? Because you broke the rules. You feel, I'm more powerful than my teacher. then so you keep on doing more and more of this stuff, right? Then you may be like, hey, let's go to the store and steal a candy. That candy may cost $1, nothing, right? But you try it and you are terrified. You're seized by doubt. You're seized by fear. Sorry, so this is the sound that tells us that we should go on break, but again, we don't go on break in this class, okay? So I apologize. We're not taking a break. We keep on going, okay? But that's what the sound is. Okay, so you're terrified because your mother, your teachers, everyone told you stealing is bad, right? But when you actually go and do it, how do you feel? You feel energized. You feel liberated. You feel empowered. And if your friends were with you, the friendship becomes much more unified, much more cohesive, much more synchronized. Does that make sense? And now you want to like, let's break more rules. Let's see what happens if we break more and more rules. And you keep on going because it's addictive. And ultimately, there's a transgression that is the ultimate taboo, which is what? You guys know? Yeah, right? This. Right? Can you think of a more worse transgression than this? That's why they do it. Because it feels empowering. It releases energy. They do it because they believe that when you do this, it releases divine energy. And when you actually do it, okay, guys, I'm not telling you to go do this, okay? Please do not do this, okay? And please remember, okay, this is evil. We should not be doing this. But when you actually go and do it, those who can do it, they feel as though they are now inundated, that now they are now filled with divine energy. They found the secret of the universe. They found the ultimate power in the world. Another transgression, which is not as bad, but pretty bad, is the idea of incest, right? And there are secret societies out there, guys, that do this. And you know what, guys? I hate to tell you this, okay? But they do it in public in front of everyone else because that creates both group unity, synchronicity, and it releases in their minds divine energy. They have now access to God. If you want to know what secret societies do, well, yeah, this and this, okay? And again, this is only a small group of people. But now we know why these people control the world. Because they're able to keep secrets. Because they're more motivated than everyone else. And they're able to work together in a way that allows them to achieve ultimate power. These leaders you see, right? These leaders you see, they are puppets. They are just the face. The real power are these secret societies that practice these rituals. And again, I'm not saying this is the truth. I'm just saying this is a possible theory about how the world works, right? Because this is a class of speculation. It's a class of theory. Don't think this is the truth, okay? But you can think about how this works and ask yourself, does it explain the world? Okay? All right. So having explained this, what I want to do now is go into the deep theory as to why this is happening. Okay? So if you talk to these people and they're honest with you, they'll tell you that when we do this, we access God and God gives us divine power because they're superstitious and they're stupid. Okay? Just because they're the elite, just because they're powerful people does not mean they're clever. In fact, they're kind of stupid if you actually meet them. All right? But I'm going to explain how this system works. And when I explain to you, it will make sense. Okay, but are we clear so far about what's happening, guys? All right? I know this is disturbing, and I know I'll probably get banned on YouTube for this, but it's important that we do this, okay? All right, so now I'll explain the theory as to why this is happening. How is a transgression is able to unleash divine energy? Okay, so Kant. We will look at some major thinkers, and they're really deep thinkers, and we'll go more into them this semester, but I'm going to introduce them, okay? So Kant. Remember from the first class, Kant had a theory of how the world works. There is no objective reality that we see, okay? So before, the assumption was that we just absorb reality, okay? But Kant says that we are active. Sorry, we'll wait for this. So Kant says that we are active participants in reality. How? Well, because our brains are filters. We add space and time to reality. Space and time does not exist outside of us, okay? So the objective reality is called noumena, okay? The things in themselves. Do not worry about these names, but this is the objective reality. What happens is that for our filters, we interact with the noumena, and that creates something called the phenomena. The things that we see, the phenomena, okay? And that's the world we know. The noumena we can never ever know. That's the theory of Kant, okay? And this has been confirmed by neuroscience. So this is basically the most accurate model of the world that we have. The problem, though, is that Kant's conception of the world creates three questions, okay? The first question is, what is the noumena? Kant says we can never know it, but we still want to know it. Okay, that's the first question. Second question then is, who gave us these filters? Right? Where do our filters come from? How do our minds work? And who created our minds in the first place? That's the second question. The third question is, if we are all seeing the world for our own lens, how do we know that we're seeing the same world? How do our perception of the world align together? Okay? So Kant creates these problems. Hegel, who comes after Kant, Friedrich Hegel, by the way, he proposes a solution to these three problems. And what he says is this, and this is really important for us to understand, is the noumena is the Geist. The Geist is hard to translate. We usually translate to mean spirit. Okay, so what Hegel is saying is that the spirit world is what creates the material world. We are just a shell. What really matters is the spirit world. Now, it's really important to understand the concept of the Geist, okay? And again, it's German, but there's no actual English translation for it. So it's best to see Geist as a combination of three words that derive from Geist. Okay, these three words are ghost, geyser, and gist, okay? So these three English words are derivatives of the German word Geist, right? Most words in English are actually German origin. Sorry, not most words, but many words, okay? All right, ghost is just a parallel reality that exists alongside us, right? A spiritual world. That's the first concept. Geyser is just a force that is exploding or becoming or expanding. So this Geist is constantly expanding and becoming. Gist means the essence of things, the core of things. Okay? So the real truth in the world is the Geist, not what we see, but what is invisible to us. Okay, so that's the idea of the Geist. Does that make sense? Now with the Geist, we can answer all three questions. The noumena, the real world, is a spiritual world, not the material world. It's the Geist that gives us these filters. And because we're all seeing the world through the Geist, we see the same world. Okay? So now this creates another problem, which is, where did the Geist come from? What is the Geist? Okay, and here we will look at Plato and Dante. Okay, so again, this is a really deep theory, and we'll go more deeply into this as the semester moves. But I just first want to introduce the idea to you right now. Okay, so this comes from Plato and a religion called Gnosticism. Okay, the Gnostics. Gnostic just means knowledge. Okay, so in the beginning, the Big Bang, the force is the monad, or the one. Okay, there are different names for this thing, or nous. Just think of this as a supreme God. Okay, the Big Bang, the force the sun almost, okay? The spiritual sun of the universe. The nous works by breathing. When he breathes, he vibrates his divine power. And through this, he creates new beings called dyads. Dyads are just pairs of forces, okay? And these dyads then create different realities, all right? So different realities are being created through this interaction. And eventually, you reach Earth, okay? So in other words, what Plato and Gnostics are telling us is that the Geist is a multi-layer, multi-dimensional world that we access all the time, okay? Does that make sense? And the Earth, what we see, it is just the most outer shell in this universe. Is this clear to you guys? All right. So now the question then is, what is the purpose of life in the world? And what Plato says is that the purpose of life in this world is to return to the monad. Okay. And guess what, guys? This is actually the framework for a lot of religions, including Hinduism, right? And Buddhism. This is what the Hindus and the Buddhists believe as well. Nirvana is to return to the monad. I'm not sure if you guys have studied religion before, okay? But that's the idea. So what Plato says is that through the pursuit of knowledge, philosophy, the love of knowledge, you can return to the monad, okay? Dante, and we'll study Dante in depth later on, okay? But Dante has another solution. What Dante says is that the monad is love, okay? And the monad, because he creates things, his divine spark emanates throughout the universe, okay? So there is a divine spark in us, and this divine spark is called love. So we are able to love people, mothers love children, you love each other because of this divine spark in you. And the more you love, the more you return to the monad. Okay, so Plato says, pursue knowledge. Dante says, pursue love. Okay? So now the question is, okay, this sounds all very good, but why does evil happen in the world? Okay, what's the source of evil? Right? That's interesting. Okay, you have this theory of the universe, but then the question then is, why do people do bad things then? Why is there sacrifice in the world? Why are people doing all these bad things and not only getting away with it, but they're also controlling the world? That's a big question, right? So for Plato, the answer is very simple. This world doesn't matter. Who cares if they control this world? It's a fake shadow world. Ignore them. Just focus on the pursuit of knowledge because that allows you to be one with the monad, okay? Who cares about this world? Give them what they want. Give them their power, their fame, their money. Who cares? Dante's answer is actually very interesting, okay? That's Plato's answer. It doesn't matter. This world doesn't matter. Who cares what happens in this world? It's a prison anyway. Dante actually proposed something different. He says this. If the monad is love, love is trust. So the monad loves us, and as a result, the monad gives us free will. Now, free will can lead to bad things, for example, this world, but he has no choice in the matter. Because for him to interfere means to take away our free will. And free will is his greatest gift to us. Okay? But now and then, what he will do is he will send messengers to our world to remind us that there is a divine spark in us. And we can activate it and achieve a greater consciousness. And these messengers are Plato, Dante, right? Jesus. Right? Fuck shit. Does it make sense? Fuck shit. So now and then the monad will send through the Geist, okay? The monad will plant ideas in these people who will then tell us the truth. But it's our choice whether or not to believe it because the monad has given us free will. All right, so for Plato, what's important is the pursuit of knowledge. For Dante, what matters is the pursuit of love, to love each other unconditionally, okay? And that's what they tell us. What the system also tells us is that the powerful want to deny the system, right? Because if they control Earth, the fake world, they want to make it as real as possible. Does that make sense?
That's the source of the power. The belief that the only that matters is the material world.
It's just
the prison that we live in. And that's why we have science.
It's pretty whack, bro.
Science of the spiritual world and the validation of the material world. If you cannot see it, it must be fake. Right? Okay? So that's how power works. Now, transgression works in this model because transgression allows the powerful to align to a certain part of this universe. Okay? Because in this universe, there are evil forces as well. Does that make sense? So for example, the metaphor is, think of the internet, right? Well, there are millions and millions of websites. And through transgression, by doing the same evil act, what the powerful have done is they've logged onto the same website, right? And because they logged on the same website, it allows for synchronicity. It allows for them to commit, to think alike and to behave the same way.
It's pretty whack, bro.
Okay? All right. So that's the general theory. And again, this is all speculation. I'm not telling you this is true, but I'm giving you a framework to work with to better understand why things happen. We're just speculating. We're using our imagination here, right? I know there's a lot, but Kant, Plato, Hegel, Dante, we'll go much more deeper into over the semester. I just introduced these ideas now. Okay, questions, guys? Okay, you had a question from last class, right? Right, so can you answer the question from last class, and I'll answer it first?
All right, from last class, you mentioned that the ones that control society are those old pensioners, right? Because they get revenues from the youngers and they control the society. In our society, I do see signs or phenomena that the government are sort of helping the old pensioners by creating more, say, entertainment or facilities that benefit them. So why is that? Is it possible that the government also benefits from old pensioners' actions, or is actually the governments are controlled by old pensioners?
Yeah, I mean, we discussed this last class, but it's the pensioners, the old people who control society, control the culture, who control government, right? Because in China, from the first day, you're taught to respect your elders, right? You're taught that elderly people are worth emulating, they're worth studying from. They're what's most precious about our society. So it makes sense that the government would create policies to most benefit the elderly. Okay, that's just the structure of Chinese society. Respect for the elderly. Okay, thank you. Any more questions, guys? Yep. Amber has a question.
So I was just thinking about the model, and I think
the monad.
Yeah, this model that we have on the board. So like you said, the existence of evil is, if you don't mind repeating yourself.
Oh yeah. So what is evil?
Yeah.
Okay, in the system.
Mhm.
Okay, so in this system, what is evil is the denial of the system. Okay? So because the monad is the truth, it's love, right? So the closer you move to the monad, that's what's good. The further you move away from the monad, that's what's evil, right? So at the very end of this model is earth. So the more you embrace the material world, the more you deny the spiritual world. That's what's evil in this model.
Okay.
So for Plato, what's good is the pursuit of knowledge. And what's evil is the pursuit, the denial of knowledge, which includes, by the way, art, right? Movies. Because movies are just a shadow of the shadow world. The world we live in is fake, and movies, all they do is depict this fake world, then it makes things worse. Okay? And Dante, whatever allows for more love is good. What allows for less love is bad.
Okay. So just to add on to that, so what if, like we mentioned earlier, sacrifice can be considered as a way to unite people. It creates cohesion.
Yeah.
And with cohesion,
it unlocks divine energy because you're accessing a part of this model.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right.
So,
and that's why, as you're doing this sacrifice, they are worshiping a certain god. Right. So sacrifice is part of their religion. It's not done independently. They have a religious framework for the sacrifice, and that's why they do it. Right? They don't do sacrifice for the purpose of sacrifice. They do sacrifice as a consummation of their religion, because that's what their religion demands of them. Right? And because so they're worshiping a god, they're sacrificing these people to send to this god. Okay. Right? So they're accessing a part of this model, which is a lower part. Okay. And there are evil beings in this model as well, right? But they go lower.
So I'm trying to.
beautiful
So by
people, not just
being
girls.
evil or like doing the
but,
bad deeds,
you know,
we get,
the fellas
as
as
long as
well.
it creates love in Dante's theory, it gets us ultimately closer to the
monad, yes.
But the evil now that we perceive is constructed by our current society. So
Make you
Yeah. So what Dante is saying about our
vibrate.
society is that our society is first and foremost anti-love. It does not allow for people to love each
Down
other.
and jiggy with it.
So, for example,
Get
school, right?
down and jiggy
so,
with it.
without
Down and
school,
jiggy with it.
your parents would just care about your happiness. But because of school, parents care about your grades and whether or not you get into a elite American college and whether or not you get a good job. And so the parents deny your free will. They deny your agency. And as a result, you don't feel loved. Okay? So that's what Dante would argue. Our society is anti-love because the society is constructed in a way that does not allow for normal human relationships to flourish. Right? In a normal relationship, your parents would just let you do whatever you want. I would think, you know? But because they're like, no, if I let you do whatever you want, you will not do well in school, and you won't be able to get a job, and then you become, I don't know, unemployed and a drug addict. Who knows, okay? Right? That's how they think. Does that make sense?
yeah. So the denial of free will is anti-love, and therefore it's evil, and making it limits you from getting closer to monad.
That's right.
Okay, great.
Exactly. Thank you. Yep.
Just like the what Amber mentions that this world is anti-love, but what is the purpose of like not letting us get closer to the monad?
Well, that's a good question, right? Why are they doing this? Because the people in power want to stay in power, right? Because what they're doing, it goes against the monad, but they want to stay in power.
So they gain like benefits such as power by disobeying the monad and letting others like disobeying the monad because they can keep their power.
Okay, so let us be very clear, okay? This is really important. Different people will interpret this model in a different way, okay? In their conception, the monad's the evil one. Their God's the good one. They're liberating us from the monad by making us more focused on the material world, okay? Does that make sense? But the reality is that they were able to get their power because they had a religion that promoted transgression, which allowed them to coordinate well together.
It's pretty
and
whack,
now that
bro.
they have this power, they need to rationalize why they have this power, and they need to develop systems to maintain this power. That's why we have the world we live in today. Does that make sense? Okay? Does that make sense? They're powerful, they want to maintain the power, so they will think of new ideas that allow them to keep this power, even if it means denying the truth. Okay? And again, guys, this is a theory. No one knows if this is true or not. I don't know.
Like what you just mentioned, that nomad has two meanings to either.
No. The nomad does not have two meanings. It has one. It has different names, but one meaning. Okay, this is really important for you to understand.
But
there are different names for this, but it is the sun. Okay, the divine sun, the source of all life.
So Plato defines nomad as knowledge, and Dante defines nomad as love.
No. Okay, listen. Okay, you have to get this straight. Okay, this is everything. Okay, love, knowledge, everything. Okay, the question that Plato and Dante are debating is how do you return to the monad? Okay, so for Plato, it's the pursuit of knowledge that allows you to get closer to the monad. For Dante, it's the pursuit of love. Okay, but this is the one and all, the infinite and the eternal. What Plato would say is that this is the perfect. This is the immutable. It will never change. And it's the eternal. It's always been there. It will always be there. Okay? It is exactly Buddhism.
It's like more spiritual
Yes.
aspect of the world and like the ultimate end of things. It's more like abstract concept. It's not something physical that we can interpret as one thing or another.
Yes, this is exactly Buddhism and Hinduism, okay? So this is really interesting how different religious traditions working in different localities have the same conception of the world, of the universe. And so can we give someone else an opportunity to speak, please? Okay, so can someone else ask question? Like I know you're enthusiastic, but sometimes you want to step back and absorb the idea, okay? So you've asked a lot of questions, but go home, think about this some more. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, does anyone else want to ask questions? Okay, one more question, okay?
Just to confirm that.
Okay.
Plato and Dante just like gives us the way to approach nomad, right?
Okay. Can you ask the question again? I don't.
Like I want to confirm that Plato or Dante, because Plato said that to learn knowledge, and Dante said to pursue love. So it gives the way to let us approach monad, right?
So the monad in the conception of everything is the same, okay? It is a source of everything. Plato and Dante are proposing different ways to become closer to the monad, right? For Plato, it's like spend your entire life learning mathematics, specifically geometry, because he thinks that geometry is really the language of the universe, the secret language of the universe. Dante says, that's too hard, guys. That's not intuitive. Like for Plato's an elitist, right? Plato's like, only if you come to my school and you learn geometry, sacred geometry, will you access heaven. Dante's like, that makes no sense. The monad would not create a system which only the elite, the chosen, could access him. The monad, if he truly loves everyone, will give everyone the capacity to reach him. And that capacity that is accessible to everyone is love, right? Doesn't matter who you are, you can all love. But quite honestly, there are not that many people in the world who can do calculus, right? Right? So Plato's like, you have to do calculus. Plato's like, and Dante's like, that's just ridiculous. That's the most ridiculous thing in the world. Okay? Does that make sense now? Okay. Any more questions, guys?
Like, why is that? Like, a lot of other like religions and Plato or like Dante, they came to the same realization of monad. Like, why is that? Like, it's from different places in the world, different regions, but like, why do they all have kind of the same thing about wisdom or like knowledge in general?
Yeah. So that's a really good question, and the answer is the Geist, right? The answer is, where do our thoughts come from, and where do our thoughts go? Do you really think that it's our brain that produces thoughts? Why is it that with the same brain, right, same neurological structure, but we have different ideas? And why is it that I have so many ideas and others have limited ideas? Well, like biologically, we cannot explain it. Okay, we never explain it. So if you study neuroscience, one thing that we'll never ever ask is, where do our thoughts come from? Which is weird because that should be the most basic question, right? That's the first question you ask, but they never ask that. Why? Because they cannot answer it. And the answer, the possibility is the Geist exists, and our ideas come from the Geist. And when we think of ideas, it goes back into the Geist, right? It's a ghost. It is with us and is not with us.
There's just like a big system out there that everything comes from there, so all of things will go back there eventually. Exactly. And that's why, and that's how we can explain why all these different religions have the same conception of the universe. Because you're getting this conception through inspiration, right? Through communication with the Geist. Right? Does that make sense? Okay. I think that makes a lot more sense than, oh, the synapses in our brains, They fire together and they hit, like, oh, we have an idea. I don't know. Okay. Okay, all right, so great. We will continue this next class. Okay.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you.